Godslayer in the Comic World Chapter 51, Intentionally Careless. Mr. Osborn? Why you? Looking at Norman, who was still alive and kicking with only his upper body left, Peter joined the UC shock department. Why can't it be me? You pathetic guys, just obediently be my space anchor. In this way, I can at least give you eternal life. Norman screamed while struggling. Eternal life. Gwen's voice was full of disdain, in the way of stinking corpses. Of course. This is the price of eternal life. If you can still reflect and repent, then you won't be a famous villain in DC history. If it is said that Harry's viciousness somewhat made Peter feel a little excusable, but Norman's viciousness, Peter really couldn't stand it. Norman also tried to resist. He even took out a poisonous needle from a hidden pocket on his shoulder and stabbed Anger. Ange pulled out his two knives, and with a burst of counterfeit version of Starburst abandoned healing slash, he easily chopped off Norman's arms for 18 UN in an instant. When the fragmented and stiff pieces of meat formed a small rain of meat and fell down cracklingly, the two Spider-Men didn't feel disgusted at all, but felt a little inexplicably happy. Bastard! How can you treat me like this? I will be the undead king who rules this world. Kneel down right now. Ange didn't wait for Norman to finish speaking, and invited him to eat a can. The high temperature of the thermite made this visitor from afar from the zombie universe fully feel the hospitality of the local residents. What the is? Peter asked with question marks all over his head. It's very simple. A parallel universe like ours was destroyed by a zombie virus. All the heroes and anti-heroes you know have turned into human-eating zombies. Then they are constantly crossing space and invading our world. Think turn us all into zombies too. Ange said this terrifying fact in a flat tone, and Peter was shocked. It's true. I teamed up with Kratos to kill your zombie clone before. Gwen's words became evidence. Peter squeezed an ugly smile on his face. It seems that we are busy. Ange withdrew his swords. Although my way of doing things is different from yours, at least in general, the interests of all living people are the same. The two Spider-Men nodded in agreement. Ange glanced at the embarrassed Peter. You go back to recuperate first. My assistant will clean up everything here. Peter froze for a moment. Aren't you going to make this public? Anger said coldly, in the face of the zombie Superman's power to destroy the world, the efforts of mortals are meaningless. Opening the truth will only lead to meaningless chaos. I don't know if there will be a zombie Superman attacking. I must do the worst intent. The two Spider-Men were stunned for a moment, recalling D'Chow's overwhelming power on TV. They fell silent. Superman is an existence standing at the apex of the extraordinary on the earth. Judging from the superheroes that have appeared so far, the rest of the superheroes are not worthy of his shoes. Ange let the Lance sisters cover the evacuation of Peter's three daughters. In fact, with the help of director George Stacy to release the water secretly, the evacuation of ordinary people will be no trouble at all. Ange looked at the backs of Peter and Gwen going away, and put his mind back on the projection screen on the retina. Kill the Green Goblin, no surprises. After all, the Green Goblin's physical fitness is here, and it's not in vain to give him perception +1, will +3 intentionally. As for pumpkin bomb recipe, Green Goblin venom, and Devil Glider design, Ange just accepted them. Ange doesn't plan to use bombs and poisons. Glider can be considered as a means of transportation. Let's see when Tony is free. What Ange didn't notice was that after Peter left, there was still a small tail. Ben Parker and his wife, who were out of danger earlier, were reluctantly taken to the police station to make a statement. Here, after Gwen sent Peter home first, the Lance sisters sent Liz home first, and finally Mary Jane and Michelle to Peter's doorstep. No one is there except Peter. The two sisters wearing oval-shaped metal masks said so. Is this intentional? Still careless? No. This is intentional carelessness. Looking at the concealed door of Peter's house, the two women became short of breath. In this situation, if Liz had just lost her father, she would probably be infinitely entangled. Mary Jane didn't have any scruples. She was bold and unrestrained, and stepped forward to open the door of the porter in front of Michelle. "Wait. Peter is hurt, does this?" Michelle protested. "They said Peter was fine. And after today, we probably won't even have a chance to steal." Michelle was silent. "I don't care. If I don't do anything tonight, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. If you have an opinion, come and stop me from trying. Or, will you come with me?" Michelle gritted her teeth. "Huh. A good man is to be snatched. Don't say that Peter is not married, so what if he is married?" Under the evil eyes of the Lance sisters, the two daughters rushed in heroically. Sarah laughed. No mortal woman can refuse a real hero. Peter was seriously injured. After returning home, he ate and drank a lot. After eating half of the food in the refrigerator, he could clearly feel the muscles in his back growing back. The new skin and muscles are still very delicate, and it will take some time for them to really grow back. Now they are just superficial. Just when he burped in satisfaction and collapsed on his own bed, two beauties he couldn't refuse rushed into his room. "No. Wait. No." Peter was dumbfounded. "Oh, our Peter, you are so handsome and charming tonight. Don't worry about it, it's just our thanks." Peter did not resist violently after all. Rather, he is extremely entangled at the moment. Originally, Liz's father died, and he felt a little guilty. But when he came back, Gwen told him that Liz's father was not simple, and several of Adrian's subordinates were wanted criminals registered in the police station. Peter was a little lost. At this moment, Mary Jane, the destined lady, came to kill him, and Peter really didn't have much will to resist. Here, I have experienced extreme fear for the two women. The only person who can give them a sense of security is Peter. So, the high school student Peter, lost his integrity. A lot happened that night. Peter, who was caught in the pink vortex, didn't know that the TV was constantly broadcasting about the Osborne Group. Norman Osborne, the largest shareholder of the famous Osborne Group, and his son Harry Osborne, were identified by the police as the mastermind and culprit of the terrorist incident at the Empire State Building. They hijacked a group of innocent people and used them to this force Spider-Man to confront him. In the process, they brutally murdered more than 50 innocent people, including the security personnel of the Empire State Building. In the screen, part of the internal surveillance video of the Empire State Building was played, and it could be clearly seen that the exposed Harry casually killed the security guard. Recently, the Osborne Group has exposed many vicious incidents of illegal biochemical transformation of humans. From Dr. Connors the lizard who made a big fuss on the Golden Gate Bridge before, to the just concluded Electric Man destroying the power station, to this time the kidnapping and murder of the Empire State Building, all the existing evidence points to the Osborne and his son. Chapter 52 Join if you can't beat. The live TV screen changed again, and that was the screen of New York police arresting Harry. In addition to the successful arrest of Harry Osborne, the police also discovered the suspected body of Norman Osborne. Since the body was burned at high temperature, it is necessary to compare the dental records to determine its true identity. Not many people know that after Harry was arrested, he saw a black mask in the hospital under police surveillance. "You, who are you?" Ange didn't answer him, and said to himself, "I promised someone not to kill you. But it doesn't mean that you can still live a happy life in prison. Many prisons in the country are privately owned. Rich people can live in a villa-level prison cell for money. Except that there is no so-called freedom, nothing else is a problem." Harry, with multiple fractures in his hands and feet, suddenly screamed, "Police! Police! Come on, help! Scream!" No one will come to rescue you even if your throat is broken. The eyes in the black mask flashed with a cruel light. Ange stepped forward with the momentum to lift Harry's skull, and lifted Harry up like an eagle catching a chicken. Yang Ming shall greet you for me. In the next second, hundreds of volts of electricity shot out from Angie's palm. Whoa! As long as Ange wanted to, he could burn Harry's brain into a creme brulee. He controlled the voltage gradually and dealt with Harry's brain very gently, until Harry became incontinent and had a stench after spreading, the system prompts. The host successfully destroyed Harry Osborn's brain, and after a test, the person entered a state of dementia. Looking at Harry, who kept dripping saliva from the corner of his mouth, and could only make inexplicable sounds such as "Abba Abba," Ange left in satisfaction. No video evidence left. The next day, New York was really fried. Osborne Group's stock price plummeted from the opening because of the scandal of Osborne and his sons, plummeting 89% that day. Ange made a lot of money in this way. You must know that short selling uses borrowed stocks. Ange is equivalent to borrowing 4 lots of stocks with the money of 1 lot of stocks. If you earn 4 times, you will lose 4 times. He used all the shares of the Stark Group as collateral, and he directly made people numb. He is making crazy money, so naturally someone will lose money. Silicon Valley Bank went bankrupt directly due to huge losses because it held a large number of Osborne Group stocks. However, a dead fellow Taoist will not die a poor deist. Ange, who seemed to stay out of the matter, became a supernova recognized by Wall Street. He is a little brother with a gun. Ange burns one account book at a time. His success is built on the graves of Osborne and his son. However, anger rejected the so-called invitations from Wall Street and other investment funds, and appeared in a place that most people did not expect. MRS and Miss Toombs, this is all I can do for Adrian. What was placed in front of Liz and her mother was a sponsorship contract, which contained a series of business terms that were enough to make them stunned. They can only roughly understand that their mother and daughter have met a noble person. Due to the different timelines, the vulture in this life has not been able to make a name for himself. The only thing that is certain is, the villa under the name of Vulture was loaned by installments. If it is like history, after Adrian was caught by Peter, the mother and daughter of Toombs would be impoverished because Adrian's property was seized, and they would have to move out of the big villa, move back to their hometown, and completely leave Peter Parker vision. This is a tragedy in which a green love is defeated by reality. In this life, Ange solved all of this with his banknote ability. After losing her father, Liz had red eyes and huge black bags under her eyes. I don't understand, Mr. Anger, why did you help us? Peter Parker. Anger's name shocked Liz greatly. I think you understand what I mean. Liz stared wide-eyed, speechless for a long time. What should I do? It's nothing, just develop your relationship with him normally. Of course, don't be jealous. Ange said mysteriously. Liz seemed to understand something. Are you trying to control Peter? No, I want to do my job as an audience. Ange said something that he didn't even believe himself, but in fact, he needed an eye to stare at Peter. After all, the little spider is one of the cores of the zombie universe. Nothing keeps Peter in check more than the people around him. Toombs' mother and daughter have no reason to refuse. That afternoon, Peter felt guilty when he saw Liz who had killed him. Unexpectedly, Liz groaned and threw herself into Peter's arms, telling the grief of losing her father and her love for Peter. Unconsciously hugging Liz, Peter only felt that his merit had been reduced by 233. Everything seemed to be back on track until... On this day, Ange was taking a bath in his villa. The 30-square-meter hot spring pool is facing the beautiful lake view. Looking at the swaying maple forest outside the window, feeling the fragrance of birds and flowers, Ange leaning on the edge of the pool is very comfortable. The wealth brought to him by a wild father is not in vain. His current money is comparable to that of Ye Daddy, but when he thinks of Master Bat's disrespectful face, Nge gets angry. Under normal circumstances, no matter how he loses his family, he loses more than the small money of the Wayne Group. But, death is unpredictable. Wayne Group has had problems many times in its history. The water in the pool was undulating, and Ange was enjoying the pleasure of the underwater hydro massage. Suddenly, a hand wearing a white glove hung down from the roof on the side of the loose-leaf door facing the hot spring pool. Knock knock. A very polite knock on the door. Ange's left eyebrow twitched, but he still said, "The door is open." A female voice came from outside, "Kratos, can you let that lady leave first?" Ange patted the surface of the water, and the next second, Miss Canary emerged from the bottom of the water, glanced at the outside with complicated eyes, then wrapped the towel in a graceful posture, and floated away. Gwen came in climbing the roof. This scene was a bit frightening. A black and white Spider-Woman rushed in suddenly, and a normal person would probably scream. "When did you find out?" Ange stretched his arms comfortably and leaned against the pool. "I felt a little bit before. After seeing your two assistants last night, I confirmed this. After all, their voices are so recognizable." Gwen hung herself upside down with spider silk. Classic Spider-Man pose, holding the spider silk with both hands, and then a pair of graceful long legs hang upside down, sandwiching the spider silk in a diamond shape. The two looked at each other with their horizons upside down. I forgot to add a voice changer to them. Angle was not annoyed. "Okay, Miss Stacy, your sudden visit ruined my good business. How will you compensate me?" Gwen tore off her mask, revealing a very intellectual and beautiful face. "Can I pay for it myself?" "Oh? Is it because I'm Kratos, or because I'm the rich man Ange?" "For that Kratos who saved me so many times." Gwen gnawed on it unequivocally, but Ange held his red lips with an index finger. "You should know my condition." Gwen blinked. "Of course, I learned from Peter that good men are to be snatched." "Not enough. There is another one, that is join if you can't beat." Ange finally laughed. As Ange stood up, she gnawed lower and lower. Chapter 53. See you then. Ange, a senior spider researcher who has fully understood the female spider in 3 hours, had the following conversation with his female assistant. "How did your finger pop out of the barb? Aren't you thick-skinned? Anyway, I didn't scratch you. Wait, I heard that female spiders have the habit of eating their husbands. The main reason is that the lack of food leads to a strong sense of hunger, which triggers the hunting instinct. It is often because the male spider is too small. If the female spider wants to attack, the male spider can't resist at all. Do you think you are small? Well, Gwen's trapeze stunt is not only novel and exciting, but also quite tight. Ange had to admit that he was hooked, but he couldn't avoid the fear afterwards. Gwen's finger barbs popped up when he climbed the wall or when he was stressed, and he would kill ordinary people if he didn't pay attention. It is no problem to support a person who weighs hundreds of kgs when climbing the wall. Once it is pulled on the human skin, it will be a piece of flesh when it is torn. With heavy hands, even the main artery can be torn for you. If it weren't for Angie's tempered skin talent, he would be in trouble. When Gwen is stressed, spider silk is easily sprayed from his wrists. The room was easily messed up. Ange began to understand why superheroines often had to find peers, and ordinary men really couldn't stand it. For several days in a row, Nge lingered, until he heard a piece of news. Gwen broke an insider message from the New York Police Department. Following the pace of eradicating gangsters and evil in New York City, the Gotham City Police Department will start the largest eradication operation ever. Police Chief James Gordon will personally lead. Several tens of thousands of police officers went deep into the sewers to wipe out the criminals lurking in the sewers in one fell swoop. For this reason, Gordon even applied to transfer part of the New York Special Police. Ange was taken aback for a moment. He's been playing with Spider-Man Peter here for so long that he almost forgot about the thing in Gotham City. Since his strength has improved, Angle looks down on Batman's two life and death enemies Joker and Bane. These two big villains are just mortals, without any high-tech bonuses. I always feel that Batman and them are like chicken pecking at each other. Let his wild father play with them. Gwen's news touched Angie's heart. Tell your father that the criminal's lair is down below. Be careful that you can't get a quick fix and get trapped inside. Gwen was taken aback, and immediately understood. Okay, I will ask my father to ask his men to bring compressed biscuits, drinking water, and an emergency lighting system. I don't even mind letting them bring engineering shovels and blasting tools. Ange smiled. Talking to a talented girl with a high IQ is easy. Gwen became Aang's close person, which stimulated the Lance sisters. The world line has also quietly changed as a result. What? Do you have friends who want to see me? Anger felt a little strange. I'm seeing Mr. Ange. Dana emphasized. Oh? Why? One of the ladies was named Helena Bettinelli. As soon as Black Canary finished speaking, Ange's eyes narrowed. Oh, this really has a relationship. Ange will never forget that apart from his wild father's bank card, what really makes him a noble son is the diamond from the Black Mask. It was the money from the Bettinelli family in the diamond that enabled Anger to become a shareholder of Stark Industries, and finally relied on shorting the Osborn Group to become what he is today. Not relying on the Wayne Group, at this time Angle is also a wealthy son. Sarah took a step forward and gently hugged Anger's waist. However, our sisters think that it is best for Kratos to meet them. Oh. Helena also has a nickname called Huntress. Of course Ange knew that she, like Black Canary, was a member of the Birds of Prey in history. This origin is really interesting. Put it in front of him, perhaps Ange looks down on this kind of mortal hero to some extent. After the zombie universe started to spread, it was different. King against king, general against general. Ange needs some thugs to help him clean up the zombies. Then, let's meet. In an abandoned warehouse, two strong women stared at the three strangely dressed people in front of them with great vigilance. Pale-skinned god of war Kratos, who recently shined in New York City, and two female robots wearing close-fitting metal armor and oval-shaped masks. Who are you? Why are you here? It's no wonder they were shocked and vigilant, because the appointment was Black Canary, but three guys who didn't know came. Ange looked at the two half-masked female heroes in front of him with interest. Although they didn't introduce themselves, Ange recognized their identities at a glance. Wearing a blue and purple leather jacket and holding a bow and crossbow is naturally Huntress Helena. She was born in a family of a mafia boss in Gotham City, and she herself is a Catholic. However, it seems that from the day she was born, misfortune began to accompany her, and it didn't take long for her family to give Black Mask a pot. Instead of inheriting the family's wealth and status, he became a killer punishing criminals. In another history, Helena was even the daughter of Batman. No matter which version of Helena she is, at least on a mortal level, she can be called extraordinary in skill, calm in mind, good at tracking, and stealth. As for the other woman who is also wearing a mask and holding a Japanese samurai sword, it is another member of Birds of Prey Katana. Tatsu Toro was originally a very ordinary Japanese girl, the only difference may be that she came from a samurai family and has good fighting skills and swordsmanship. Her biggest characteristic is that she owns a katana sword, which was forged in the 14th century and can seal the soul of the enemy. She can also communicate with those sealed souls. Don't get excited, it's me. Black Canary first took off his high-tech mask, and the tense nerves of Helena and de Toro on the opposite side relaxed a little. Seeing the Lance sisters, Helena still had doubts. The person I want to see is Mr. Angle. Not Kratos. No, I think you should meet Kratos. Dana insisted. Ange smiled and raised the diamond in his hand. Miss Bettinelli, is this what you are looking for? Helena squinted her eyes, yes, and no. Oh. I'm not so interested in my family's blood money. I'm more interested in what the money is used for. Probably just cause. The expression on Kratos' face was full of playfulness. If Lord Kratos took the money, I have no objection. You have already proved your position with your actions. Helena's answer was a bit unexpected to Ange. Originally Ange wanted to tease them, but unexpectedly, Helena turned around and wanted to leave. Oh, are you leaving now? If not. Recently, whether it is New York or Gotham City, there are a lot of zombies. Are you interested in coming to me? I have established a new organization called Birds of Prey to deal with those who don't have eyes. No. If given a choice, I'd rather join Batman. Ange bared his teeth. I don't think Batman would be happy to accept a killer as his subordinate. Helena felt like being struck by lightning, recalling the past when she used all means to punish villains, and then recalling Batman's principle of never killing. Although she doesn't want to admit it, she has to admit that she is not the same as the Batman she longed for. Suddenly, she and the two Katana girls laughed at the same time. Want to control me? Do you have the ability? Want to be my boss? Ask about my knife first. Facing the two women posing, Nge's smile became more and more arrogant. The two of you go up together. Chapter 54 Attribute Rolling. Why are there various extraordinary organizations in the DC or Marvel world? To put it bluntly, it means that individual strength is not enough to deal with stronger and broader challenges. In this life, Anger probably didn't have a Birds of Prey team that he established spontaneously. After all, the Black and White Canaries are with him, and it is impossible for him to tolerate a crazy woman like Harley Quinn. But to get the Huntress and Katana done, what is needed is force persuasion, not pajamas. When Nge confidently expressed that he wanted to fight too, the two women subconsciously took a deep breath. Looking at the burly and domineering Kuei, they didn't feel nervous, but their hearts were stimulated by a kind of excitement. No matter how much you watch on TV, you will never know how powerful the real Kratos is. Although they already know the bottleneck of their own strength, it is a good way to test how strong they are at the moment on this hero who has been in the limelight recently. The two women couldn't help but feel eager to try. Tatsutoro raised his slender samurai sword, feeling every cell in his body burn. After dealing with a large group of gangsters, she was very curious about how far she was from the top heroes. It's just that she didn't expect to win such an opportunity by chance when she was helping an old friend to track down the whereabouts of funds. Although Kratos standing opposite her is obviously not a standard swordsman, de Toro is sure that his understanding of the art of fighting will not be inferior to anyone else. She raised her head, her eyes under the mask were as bright as burning flames, and she raised her soul-stealing katana in an attacking posture. At the level of samurai sword, the posture is not just a simple gesture. With a simple posture, the natural momentum has captured the Lance sisters behind Ange in an instant. Not to mention, at the moment when Katana took the stance, Huntress suddenly flashed back, and the whole figure blurred for a while, as if disappearing in the air. If you focus enough, you can still catch Helena's figure. These means of concealing the breath formed a sharp complement to the terrifying sense of deterrence of the samurai sword. One is an open sword, and the other is a hidden arrow. It is difficult to crack even if you know that the other party is such a combination. In fact, ordinary people really can't talk nonsense about this pair. Anger can. He just stood majestically in the center of the warehouse, letting the lights hit him, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. He didn't target the Lance sisters, so they naturally didn't feel it. His figure in the eyes of Huntress and Samurai Sword has another meaning. Helena's scalp was a little numb. She had always had absolute confidence in her assassination methods, but unfortunately her action seemed meaningless in front of Nge. Even though she had flashed to the left rear of Nge's body, she still felt that her body was locked, as if there was a big eye staring at her in the void. This feeling made Helena very uncomfortable. This is Nge's current super high perception of 40 points, plus the suppression brought by the heat sensing skill. Unless Helena can completely shield the heat emitted by her body and escape anger's 5 senses, which are 4 times that of ordinary people, it is meaningless for her to dodge. Helena was a little anxious. She winked at de Toro. The two of them have not worked together for a long time, but every time they cooperate, Samurai Sword is responsible for the main attack. This time, Toro hesitated. The aura of this Kratos, she has only felt from her master Japanese martial arts master Tadashi Masashi. No. Her master is even worse. When she apprenticed to the master was already old. The man in front of her at this moment not only has a sense of suffocation that makes her feel as if she is facing a cliff, but also has a strange look in his eyes that seems to be able to see through all her secrets. This feeling of being thoroughly penetrated from top to bottom is very bad. This made de Toro feel inexplicably anxious. Finally, under the pull of the mysterious air mechanism, she shouted. Cut. Drawing knife technique activated. With a soft scold, the samurai sword in her hand swung over her head like a silver sword and hung upside down. A second ago, there was a distance of about 5 meters between her and Nge. As far as sword fighting is concerned, this distance is even a bit far, but in an instant, the bleak sword edge, with a strange soul buzzing, has come to Nge's head. Nge didn't even need to raise his head to understand how sharp the sword was. Guys who don't have enough will can't stand the mental threat issued by the soul-destroying katana at all, and will be easily deprived of their souls. Perception is too low, and the trajectory of the knife light cannot be captured. And taking this knife, there are double rigid requirements for strength and agility. The samurai sword lady in front of her is a basic attribute test benchmark. Once a certain attribute is too low, she cannot hit it. With a single strike, it was as if a building collapsed overhead, and 100 tons of boulders rolled down. Before the sword arrives, the aura is already overwhelming. This knife is definitely the pinnacle of mortals. It's a pity. Nge sighed softly. Why is it a pity? This knife is, after all, a mortal knife. Without even pulling out the blade of chaos, Nge slapped horizontally with his right hand very lightly. What? Toro froze for a moment. In her opinion, Nge is absolutely crazy. Her knife is definitely cutting gold and jade. Once the knife is solid, Nge will not want to use one hand. But the saber's momentum is so far, it's not something she can stop if she wants to. If something really happened, blame Kratos himself for being too big. Twisting his wrist a little, trying to avoid Kratos' vital points, is the greatest mercy of katana. Unexpectedly, when Kratos made a move, the generous palm made her feel like a shadow and an inescapable feeling. She has never experienced such a weird method, especially the acceleration of the opponent's palm, which suddenly made her knife seem to actively send the side of the blade to the opponent's palm. The samurai sword fell according to the predetermined trajectory, but a dazzling spark was pulled out at the intersection of the palm and the side of the blade. The sharp samurai sword that had killed countless villains screamed as if it was about to curl. She even saw that the blade was bent outward as much as possible immediately, just to avoid being interrupted on the spot. This man named Kratos kept adjusting the strength of his hand, and de Toro felt that what was pressing was not a human hand, but a main battle tank, and the incomparable surging force was along her knife inch by inch. The handle penetrated into her arms. What was even more frightening was that the other party actually clamped her knife with just 3 fingers in the backhand thumb, index finger, and middle finger. Toro immediately found that there was no way out, no way out. Either withdraw the knife, or switch to hand-to-hand combat to win. Otherwise, she is doomed. If she was the only one in the past, she would have rushed forward and fought with fists and kicks. Fortunately, she has teammates now. Just as she slashed at Kratos, the huntress' cold arrow shot right at it. Helena didn't expect the arrow to injure Kratos. From what she knew, Anger had to at least rely on instinct, leaning back, or sliding his body slightly to the side. As long as he changed his body's center of gravity, Samurai Sword can get out of trouble. Unexpectedly, even such a small calculation fell through. Crack sound. Ange didn't even look back, but just stretched out his left hand, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and miraculously caught the incoming cold arrow with 3 fingers. He exerted a little force with his fingers, and in an instant, the shattered sawdust from the crossbow arrows flew like butterflies. Quiet. Quiet. So quiet. Everyone realized that Ange didn't try his best at all. It is obvious that as long as he wants to, Katana Sword and Huntress will become dead in an instant. Okay. I'm done. You are my boss now. Chapter 55 The Great Dutiful Son. No matter what happens in the chaotic Gotham City, it is not surprising. For example, Bruce Wayne's mansion lost a valuable necklace, and it's like an unlucky congressman who messed with a Catwoman who shouldn't be messed with after attending a dinner at the Wayne Charitable Foundation, and was shot by the Catwoman, was shot miserably, and half his life was lost. None of this compares to the two at a charity ball hosted by Miss Tate. Oh my God. It's Bruce Wayne. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but after the clown made a fuss, the famous Bruce Wayne lived in seclusion for a while, and suddenly appeared in a sports car tonight. His appearance certainly attracted the attention of the reporters squatting at the door. At this moment, a little accident happened. Oh! Praise God! It's Angus. As the most famous Gotham after Bruce Wayne, Angle himself is a walking sign. A nightclub he hasn't been to is ashamed to call itself the top nightclub in Gotham. Not to mention that recently he first took a stake in Stark Industries, and then publicly shorted the Osborne Group, becoming the new darling of Wall Street. Since his massive operations with various banks are business secrets, no one knows how much money he has now. The only thing that can be confirmed is that, excluding his shares in Stark, his cash flow is definitely $1 billion this level of US dollars. Anger's appearance immediately caused commotion among the reporters, and they even gave up on Bruce Wayne in front of them, and rushed to the parking space next door to press the shutter of the camera on Anger, who got off the McLaren sports car. Bruce is no stranger to the constantly flashing spotlights, and he doesn't care about it. Isn't he tired of these reporters after his recent seclusion? When he saw that face that was vaguely similar to him, but younger and more handsome than him, his Gujing Weibo's heart seemed to fluctuate a little. Oh! What a coincidence! You are the famous V, no, are you Mr. Bruce Wayne? It's our first meeting. My name is Ange. Oh, Chinese people have a special surname, my surname isn't. On the surface, Angle, like all groupies, extended warm greetings to the old seniors, and was even nervous enough to tie his tongue and say the wrong thing. Bruce is so sophisticated, just listening to Ange speak, he confirmed that this definitely knows a lot of things. The question is, how much does he know? When wearing the bat mask, he can ignore Ange. In public, as the head of the top chaebol in Gotham City, no matter what his position is, it is not suitable for him to ignore a major shareholder of the Stark Group. Hello. Mr. Ange. Facing Ange's extended hand, Bruce reached out and shook it. Ange didn't deliberately give his wild father a shock from Lord Quay, but he could tell from the slight twitch on his face that his strength had been fully perceived by his father. The most unique thing is not this, but the system actually came to prompt. Special Mission, Betrayal against the Magnificent King, released a request from the remnant soul of the original owner. The original owner of this body has deep resentment against his father Bruce Wayne. If the host can launch a gorgeous revenge against his father, according to the degree of revenge, the host will be rewarded with different degrees of soul enhancement. Ange was embarrassed on the spot. Why is this still coming out? He personally doesn't have a bad feeling for Batman, he spends money from Batman, to be honest, as long as he doesn't mess with him, he doesn't mind treating Batman as his own father. As for revenge, there are many ways to get revenge, and GE figured out what the original owner was thinking, probably he didn't want to really kill his father. Then, Ange smiled mysteriously, also as rich people in Gotham City, we have the responsibility to contribute our part to charity and peace. Bruce could of course feel that there were 800 intentions hidden in the words of the in front of him, so he was not annoyed, he withdrew his hand, and smiled smartly, of course. Under the witness of reporters, it is impossible for them to talk about anything. This is just a simple, friendly, and cordial first meeting. Charity balls are a glamorous place for the wealthy to show off their wealth, grace, and kindness. By bidding for things that may or may not be valuable, they openly invest at least part of their wealth in charity, balancing society. As for how many rich people avoid taxes through charitable funds, or evade inheritance tax and give money to their children, this is another story. For Ang, the charity ball itself was boring. Casually donated a day's pocket money, Ange took advantage of the wild father and ran up to chat with the prom organizer Miss Tate, and found the real protagonist of the prom. Ange once thought that if the Catwoman in this world is an 18-year-old and 240-month-old girl with yellow flowers, he would be a dutiful son no matter what he said, and leave the Catwoman to the wild father. The Catwoman who appeared in front of me is 18 years old. All right. Men have always been very specific. In the name of that dead ghost Ange, I am really a dutiful son. Yo beautiful lady, has anyone ever said you look like Anne Hathaway? Wearing a mysterious butterfly mask, revealing a sharp chin, red lips, a typical European lady with a round head, a slim black dress, and just the right low cut, the Catwoman in front of her is undoubtedly the brightest star on the dance floor. Ange casually stuffed his parking ticket into the back of a statue in the dance hall, then smiled, leaning over like those fly-like men, using the same cliched dialogue. The biggest difference between him and those men who are destined to be rejected is, that is, he is Angle, the only hot top rich man who can be compared with Bruce Wayne in the entire Gotham City. If I have to say it bluntly, he is younger. As a thief, Miss Catwoman is a professional. Even though Ange also wears a masquerade mask on his forehead, she recognized Ange at a glance. Sir, I am quite pleased with your compliments. Did I have the honor to dance with you? And GE stretched out his hand. It's my pleasure. Almost at the same time that those slender arms were on Angie's shoulders, Angie's super high perception told him, he lost something. Ange convinced himself that what was stolen from him was his integrity. Melodious music sounded, a professionally trained thief and a soul-wearing fake nobleman showed unexpected coordination and gorgeous dance postures. Ange stared at the man's chest a little disrespectfully. Oh. This necklace is really big and white. Catwoman rarely showed an unexpected expression. I really like this necklace. Ange smiled, however, I have a necklace that suits you better. These words sounded clear to please. Ange seemed to be of the same virtue as those dignitaries who coveted her beauty. Catwoman responded tactfully, it's a pity, I would be happy to wear it when I have the chance. Just as the dance was over, Bruce Wayne came to the two of them. Obviously, Master Bat found the Catwoman who stole his necklace, and he was a little impolite to Ange, can I be her dance partner in the next song? Of course, but I suggest that you better count your fingers now. Bruce? Catwoman? As expected, Bruce and Catwoman confronted each other. Bruce first pointed out Catwoman's real name, and then ungentlemanly peeled off the necklace worn by Catwoman. As a prize, his parking ticket was taken away. Shock was written all over Bruce's face when he was told by the parking guy that your wife took your car as he left the prom. A few kilometers away, Catwoman smiled happily. She drove the steering wheel with her left hand, and with her right hand, she took out another trophy of the night. When she opened the box that was taken out of Aang's pocket, she was overjoyed at first when she saw what was inside, and then shocked, and almost slammed the steering wheel and caused a car accident. The necklace is undoubtedly extremely valuable, and it is a diamond necklace that costs at least $50,000. The problem was with the sticky note attached to the necklace box. To my dear Miss Selena * Kyle, this necklace is dedicated to you, beautiful. Signature is Aang. Chapter 56. The father screams and the son screams. Surprise or not? Accident or not? If Angus had given this necklace to Selena himself, the beautiful Catwoman would only regard him as the licking dog. No. After accepting the things, as soon as he turned his head, he laughed at his stupidity and mindlessness behind his back. Aang did not give a necklace from the beginning to the end. After all, when they were dancing, Selena already had a necklace around her neck. It's obviously inappropriate to give the same gift. The problem is, the sticky note in the box is marked with her real name, which means that Aang knew she would steal his things, and even counted on Bruce Wayne to take back what she stole necklace, and give this necklace a real gift. Her meow is scary, okay. On the exposed skin on Selena's chest, back, every slender sweat, cat, hair stood up in fright. Steal. Die laughing. And GE obviously didn't care about this small amount of money. But is this a good show? Or some other reason? Professing that she can always play with the lecherous in her hands, Selena, who walks between the blades, feels for the first time that she has messed up and lost control. The thrill of stealing Bruce Wayne's luxury car tonight also disappeared at this moment. Even, she felt that there was something dirty on the necklace, and she didn't want to touch it. For a moment, she wanted to throw the necklace out of the car window with her hands. She held back. As a thief, she has never had the habit of wasting money. If she does this, what is the difference between a prodigal like Bruce Wayne? On the other side, when Mr. Wayne walked out of the gate of the charity ball, he groped left and right, but couldn't find his parking ticket, until he confirmed from the waiter that his luxury car was taken away by Catwoman. His face finally, he showed an embarrassing expression. At this moment, NGE drove over in a luxury car. Yo! Mr. Daking St. Wayne, don't hesitate to give a sports car worth more than $100,000 to the girlfriend you just met, and then take a taxi home by yourself. Angie's mouth full of sarcasm finally loosened the indifferent face of Master Bat for thousands of years. He held back. Young man, you need to learn what a gentleman is. I reminded you, Mr. Gentleman, that you should count your fingers before hugging the kitten. Don't realize that it is a Siberian golden gradient after hugging the kitten and find that you are missing a few fingers. Not good. Ha 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 ha. After finishing speaking, Ange stepped on the accelerator, and the McLaren sports car let out a low roar. The powerful power of the sports car engine allowed the car to go from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3 seconds. The point is, the exaggerated car exhaust sprayed Mr. Bruce Wayne. Looking at Anger, who was in a car full of dust, Bruce had the urge to slap Anger to death for the first time in his life. Regardless of how Ange listened to Zanjin's little song, he happily rolled back to the villa given to him by Ye Daddy. Bruce is forced to wait until the Bentley driven by the butler Alfred, and as soon as he sits on it, he hears the butler's concern, teasing, hard, teasing. Master, are you alone? Noticing Bruce's dark face, the butler comforted him, don't worry, it won't be long before you will be able to hug left and right again, Master. Bruce was obviously choked, and he decided to change the subject. I just met Aang. He saw through Selena Kyle's identity. His insight is definitely not at the level of ordinary people. Raise his file level to grade C. C level, many gang bosses in Gotham City are at this level. Except for Batman's true love like the Joker, there are not many who are qualified to reach the A level. Alfred frowned when he heard that, and subtly changed his address. Master, I have no intention of questioning your decision. I just remind you that if something happens to you, the head of the Wayne family, you are the only one who is qualified to inherit Wayne. The group is the C-level suspect you mentioned. I have no intention of leaving the company to this man. Then you have another child. It doesn't matter if you have a legitimate child or an illegitimate child. I, an old bone from the old times, will recognize this. Rarely, Bruce was stunned speechless. He can be cruel and indifferent to anyone, but he can't say any indifferent words to the old housekeeper who has served his family for 3 generations. Sure enough, no matter which world, urging marriage and giving birth is something that even great heroes cannot avoid. Driving the car, after a long silence, Alfred said, Mr. Fox is looking for you. You'd better go tomorrow. The next morning, Wayne Building. Bruce met Lucius Fox, his most trusted subordinate. When Bruce ran away from home, Lucius encountered great injustice. It was Bruce who came back and saved his career, so Lucius became Bruce's most die-hard supporter in the Wayne Group, providing him with various unbelievable high-tech support for outsiders. The key is, Lucius is equivalent to Bruce's personal treasurer. Oh, Mr. Wayne, what a rare visitor, what woke you from hibernation? Bruce said expressionlessly, you lost my money. Not me, but yourself. Bruce spread his hands. Lucius continued, you throw all the research and development funds into that energy project, and then put this project on hold. How can the company make a profit like this? Then what should I do? You can choose to start that machine. Bruce refused, no, that won't work. As the owner of the machine, Bruce clearly knows that the thing has obvious flaws, and if one is not careful, it will blow up the whole city. Then you can do nothing, you are the major shareholder, and even Daggett, the second largest shareholder, cannot shake your control over Wayne Group. What if I need money? You can choose to cooperate with Ms. Miranda Tate on the energy project. Or, accept the application from Mr. Anger. What did you say? That Wall Street star guy Anger. He recently publicly purchased the odd shares of Wayne Group in the stock market, and then applied for the acquisition to other minority shareholders of Wayne Group. Well, it is 20% higher than the market price. The latest news, he is right, Wayne Group's holdings have reached 4%, and it has officially become a member of the board of directors. Bruce's mouth twitched rarely. What does that little want to do? Lucius shrugged, I don't know. Maybe it's another short-selling show? Or take the opportunity to take over the Wayne Group. If it is a short sale, the Wayne Group is not so bad that he will play to his death. If he just wants to grab the control of the Wayne Group, once he agrees to replace it with the shares of Stark Industries, then few shareholders can refuse Stark stock with a rising stock price. Bruce calmed down completely, so calm that he wished he could shoot some brat against the wall back then. Lucius leaned over, Mr. Wayne, I have no right to interfere with your family's private affairs. Considering that Mr. Anger's elementary school tuition fees were all smuggled from me, I don't think you need to get so stiff with him. If your own family engages in a share war, it will only benefit outsiders in the end. Please pay attention, Mr. Wayne, your cash flow is running out. A company has assets and cash are two different things. Most of them are large banks with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars, which have closed down due to capital turnover failure. Wayne Group is after all engaged in industry, which is different from guys like Ang who are equivalent to financial snipers. And GE is now full of cash. Master Bat hasn't been this angry for a long time. He has really ignored this illegitimate child all along, only giving money, not any family affection. It is reasonable for Ang to be angry. It would be fine if this kid was a waste, but at some point, the kid became a colossus capable of shaking the general situation, and he openly asked his father for an explanation. Now there are two paths clearly in front of Bruce. Either admit that Anger is his own son, and publicly announce that Anger is allowed to change his surname to Wayne. Then for Bruce's supporters, this is a happy thing. Even if Anger's wealth is not used, it is the biggest support of the Wayne Group. Whoever dares to move the shares of Wayne Group must first ask Ange. The Stark stocks in Anger's hands and the billions of dollars in cash are a financial nuclear bomb that is unlucky for anyone who touches it. Either Bruce will hold on to the end and deny Ange his life and death. Who knows how this Angry will deal with this father who abandoned their mother and child. Before that, Anger caused the Osborne Group to go bankrupt and liquidated, which fully proved that he was not a soft-hearted guy. Once the father and son turn against each other, it will be wonderful. Take 100 steps back, even if Ange doesn't do anything malicious, when he becomes the second largest shareholder after Bruce, he has the right to ask about the company's funds and interfere with Bruce's various investments. The key point is that no one wants to spend a lot of money to develop some bad plane under Anger's nose. This also broke Bruce's lifeblood. How could he bear it? Chapter 57 In the Name of the Father. At this moment, suddenly Lucius' secretary called. Lucius listened for a while, then looked up at Bruce. Ange wants to see you now. The corners of Bruce's eyes kept twitching. 10 minutes later, in the conference room next door, there were Bruce and Lucius on one side of the long table, and Ange on the other. By the way, this typical negotiating table is 10 meters long. What do you want to do, Mr. Engel? Bruce leaned his elbows on the table, made a palm-like gesture with his hands, and pressed his fingertips against his sharp nose. Interestingly, the guy on the opposite side made exactly the same gesture as him. The movements, and even the styles of the suits they wear are very similar. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one person opposite, Lucius, who was watching, felt that his boss was looking in the mirror. Lucius suddenly felt that he was a superfluous existence in this kind of father-son situation. Ange said, Mr. Wayne, I know your scruples. You have developed a nuclear fusion reactor that does not need to consume more energy, but you are afraid that it will send the entire Gotham City to the sky. I can promise you just need all shareholders dilute the equity in equal proportions to me, and I will inject 3 billion liquidity into the group and seal up your reactor. In this way, Wayne Group will continue to operate normally, and you will have new funds to do your research game. Generous. This condition is too generous. Even Lucius, an outsider, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard it. This is not an acquisition offer from a commercial competitor at all, but a support. The fact that the Wayne Group's funds are not functioning well has been revealed to the outside, and soon the stock price will plummet. At this time, running to inject capital is an out-and-out behavior of a white knight. Unexpectedly, Bruce was unmoved, his lips trembled mercilessly behind his fingers, and he spit out a few words, So, what's the price? It's nothing, all I want is a respect, an apology. Anger paused, apology to a woman named Anne who has been dead for many years. Majestic and upright, as a son of man, NGE's request is reasonable. Unfortunately, what flashed through Bruce's mind at this moment was something else. Sorry, Mr. Engel, I don't know what you're talking about. Ange put his hands down and stood up. His posture of pressing his hands on the table showed a kind of courage without anger. Okay. Negotiations broke down. Anyway, Mr. Wayne is such a person who would rather trust women than himself. I am not surprised by your stupidity and stubbornness. Since the helm of the Wayne Group expressed absolute distrust of me, I don't intend to be this villain either. Then from now on, I will clear my shares of Wayne Group. Bruce and Bruce were surprised by Anger leaving the field so simply. Bruce remained calm. Thank you for your support, and I hope that the shares of Wayne Group haven't cost you much. Mr. Fox, help me see off. Facing Lucius Fox, who came over, Anger suddenly said, Mr. Fox, I am very satisfied with my house and car in Gotham. Are you interested in parting with me? I will buy it at the market price. If you don't mind, I will pay you back. I want a bill from the age of 7 to the present. In modern society, everything is recorded by computers. Just as Bruce can easily find out who Catwoman is. After Aang has enough power and wealth, he can also easily find out the source of his funds in reverse. The atmosphere of the scene is very cold, freezing cold. This is about to be cut. Lucius spied in his heart, he could feel the indifferent gaze from his back. As you wish, Mr. Aang. When Anger stepped out of the door, until the door was closed heavily, Lucius turned his head and stared at Bruce. I'm just a part-time worker, and I don't intend to question your decision, Mr. Wayne. But I must remind you that what you do is not a good idea. Even if he doesn't short Wayne Group, other Wall Street predators will rush in. Bruce was silent for a few seconds. I have enough reasons to suspect that Anger killed the Black Mask. The person who kills Black Mask can be called a hero. It is the job of the judge and jury to punish the villains. I am only responsible for sending them to court. Lucius was silent. This is not just a private matter between father and son, but a dispute of righteousness. Even if Bruce Wayne was killed, he would not approve of a random murderer inheriting his family business. In his eyes, anyone who lynched was an executioner. There is no doubt that Bruce is a great person, but unfortunately, people like him are destined to only be admired, and his ideas cannot become universal values accepted by everyone. Lucius sighed, let's talk about the new stuff I fiddled with in the Department of Secret Science. He took Bruce into the secret warehouse of the group building. On the other side, just after leaving the Wayne building, Aang got into his Rolls-Royce, and saw Miss Black Canary sitting in the back row holding a laptop. Dinah's eyes fluttered and she winked. Failed. Aang shrugged, as expected. Sarah in the front row turned her head. So, follow the plan. Aang nodded. No way, I don't do it, most people do it. It's better to make me cheaper than others. Even if Aang didn't intentionally attack the Wild Father, a large number of Wall Street predators have long been eyeing the Wayne Group, which has recently been in a bad financial situation. Anger suddenly withdrew his capital and sold the shares of Wayne Group, and turned to short selling. This was undoubtedly the cruelest starting gun. The stock price of Wayne Group plummeted almost instantly. In one afternoon, the stock price plummeted by 30%. Just when Aang took the lead in tossing the Wayne Group, he couldn't die. Early the next morning, the famous Bane led a group of men to the Gotham Stock Exchange. Chug chug. Bane led a dozen gangsters, grandly killed the guards at the door, rushed into the overcrowded hall of the exchange, casually killed a few unsightly stock traders, and immediately shot a barrage of bullets at the stock trading screen above his head. The screen exploded and flames splashed everywhere. The stock practitioners in the exchange were all stunned. A trader looked at the vicious Bane and tremblingly said, "This is the stock exchange, there is no cash for you to grab." I know. What Bane wants is not limited to money. A hacker forcibly accessed the operating system of the exchange from an internal line, and used the fingerprint obtained from the safe of Bruce Wayne's home when Catwoman pretended to steal the pearl necklace to play a big ticket instead of Bruce. No one knows what these thugs did when they risked their lives and were hunted down by hundreds of policemen and rushed into the exchange. Even if Batman himself joined the hunt for these thugs, he did not get any useful intelligence until the sun rose on the third day. Lucius knocked on the door of Master Bat. "Mr. Wayne, someone stole your electronic signature and your fingerprints, and used all your shares in the Wayne Group as collateral to help you speculate in stocks. In the eyes of outsiders, your investment in futures yesterday completely failed. And you all shares will be used as collateral and will be confiscated by the bank today." Bruce Wayne was struck by lightning. "You mean? Unless sufficient evidence can later be found to prove that this was a fraud, I can only tell you with regret that you are broke. From billionaire to pauper, life is full of ups and downs." Bruce took a while to recover when his phone rang. Lucius glanced at the caller ID. It's from Ang. I suggest you pick it up. Bruce answered the phone speechlessly and turned on the speakerphone. Mr. Engel, are you here to deliver the winner's declaration? Angie's voice came from the phone. Mr. Wayne, I'm frank with you, yesterday I did have a stake in Wayne Group's stock. But my conditions remain the same, I just need an apology. Another person, Bruce may even be able to deal with the threat of bankruptcy calmly. To Engel? No. Annoyed Bruce interrupted Anger, come on, put away your tricks. No no no. I swear on my father's name, I have nothing to do with Bain, and I have never supported Daggett. If I break this oath, my father will be struck by lightning, divided by horses, and die a terrible death, will never be reborn in hell. Chapter 58. Our father and son talk about each other. Without waiting for any reaction from Bruce, Ange hung up the phone directly. All that was left was a petrified Bruce Wayne, fluttering in the wind outside his home. Over there, Ange put down the phone, and the Lance sisters who leaned on him thought they were professionally trained, and they couldn't laugh no matter how funny they were. Unfortunately, they couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. Ange, you are too bad. Ange would not blame them, but smiled along with them while touching their conscience. Black Canary was very curious. Ange, will Master Batman believe you? Or not? Facing the fiery eyes of the two sisters, Angie's smirk remained unchanged. Master Bat is good at everything. But the only lesson he has learned from women over the years is that he never learns from women. This sentence is the best interpretation of the many troubles around Master Bat. At the gate of Bat's old house, Lucius was holding back so hard. The child does not teach, the father too. Even if it is placed in Laome, it is also applicable. Bruce only talks about money with his son, and if he is willing to talk about feelings with you, it is already giving face. Lucius will not persuade his boss, this is someone else's business. To be honest, at this moment, Bruce Wayne was really angry, and somewhat moved. It's a pity that when he recalled Angie's past, his heart became cold again. Since he was a child, Ange didn't do business because of lack of discipline. The worst grades, the most indulgent life, and crazily causing trouble. Even though Bruce understood that the kid was trying to get his father's attention, Bruce had a more important cause of justice himself. It is indeed his father's fault. But that's not why Angle colluded with Tony Stark to take over the Wayne Corporation. The shares that Ang got inexplicably, this kind of illegitimate child's counterattack drama, is difficult for Bruce, who is the head of the family, to tolerate. At this moment, Bruce turned around and saw his old butler inadvertently. Bruce's voice finally trembled a little. Alfred, do you know? The old housekeeper nodded heavily. I'm bankrupt, and if there is no accident, this house will also be confiscated. I'm sorry. If Bruce has any guilt towards anyone, it must be towards Alfred. Master, there is no need to say sorry. I just received a notice that this house has been redeemed from the bank immediately. What did you say? Could it be? Yes. It's Ange. But, sir, your name is still on the title deed of this house. The news caused Lucius' mouth to open slightly, and Bruce, the person involved, stared as big as a copper bell. The pattern is opened. If Ange is a narrow-minded person, he can take everything from Bruce, and then grandly ascend to the throne of the head of the Wayne family. This kind of operation is not uncommon in the history of European aristocracy. Ange refused to steal the position of patriarch. This operation undoubtedly won the favor of all the elders in the Wayne family. The old butler lowered his head and said emotionally, counting him, I have served 4 generations of the Wayne family. I have heard the cry of your birth, and I have heard his. Sorry, but he was not 7 years old. She was brought here. Misson found it here when she was pregnant, and I hid her. Master, you'd better talk to Ange. Bruce felt a little short of oxygen. There is no doubt that Alfred's loyalty is absolute. However, his allegiance is to the Wayne family, not to an individual named Bruce Wayne. Bruce can do whatever he wants when he is the head of the family. If the family is defeated, then if there is a choice, in fact, even if the retainers are very helpless, it is not unacceptable to change the head of the family. You know, after Bruce beat the clown, then he didn't care about the shit, and spent a lot of money to make the group's operation not working, which has already made his followers complain in private. The most loyal Alfred is like this. You can imagine how other people are fluttering. The only luck is that anger didn't force Alfred to choose between father and son. Even so, Alfred's statement ignited the arrogance in Bruce's heart, and he suddenly turned his head to stare at Lucius. The old black man with spots on his face bowed deeply. I am playing for Bruce Wayne himself. Good. Contact Miss Miranda Tate immediately and I will show her my energy project. Then, contact all shareholders on the board who support me. The Wayne Group cannot fall into Daggett's hands, nor can it fall into the hands of that bastard. Just like in history, Bruce was in a daze. He thought he was calling for a rescuer, but in fact he grabbed a well-disguised beautiful snake into his crotch. Handing over the nuclear fusion reactor to Miranda, Bruce bit the bullet and went back to the group building. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the face he absolutely didn't want to see at this moment. In the spacious conference hall, an exaggerated long table with a width of 2 meters and a length of more than 20 meters was full of well-dressed men and women. They are large and small shareholders of Wayne Group. Bruce saw that Ange chose a suit of the same style as him like a prophet, and sat in his original seat. Before he came here, he had already learned that his stock was forcibly auctioned by the bank. His stock was divided into 3 shares, and the largest share was auctioned by Ange at a high price. Now Ange is the largest shareholder of Wayne Group, accounting for 18% of the shares, followed by Daggett with 15%. Today's general meeting of shareholders is Daggett's proposal of no confidence in Bruce. Nothing to say, Bruce lost his fingerprints, and Bain directly entered the stock exchange to help him lose money. When Daggett said that Bruce led all shareholders to lose money together, this statement was very damaging to other shareholders. Without any suspense, all the shares were sold by the bank, and the bankrupt Bruce was kicked out of the board of directors. And Miranda Tate, who was supported by Bruce, unexpectedly became the new president of Wayne Group. The reason why it was called an accident was because Angle neither supported Miranda nor Daggett. He just stared at Bruce and finally abstained. Bruce originally thought that even if he mobilized all the old people, Miranda would be very reluctant to pass. Who knows, Ange really let him go. Bruce couldn't understand. He came to the gate of the group in a daze. The reporters here had already formed a group. If there were not a large number of security guards blocking him, Bruce would be drowned by the reporters' saliva. Mr. Wayne, how does it feel to be an ordinary person when you are poor? I like to let beautiful women into the sea, and watch the rich become beggars. No matter where people are, they have this virtue. Every reporter's eyes were full of mockery, and these scorching eyes made Bruce somewhat uncomfortable. The parking boy trotted over. Mr. Wayne, the people from the bank said they would tow your sports car away. Bruce shrugged. Just as the acquainted policeman John Blake came over and was about to propose to take Bruce for a ride, the crowd suddenly became commotion. Mr. Ange, how does it feel to become the major shareholder of Wayne Group? Anger has a face similar to Bruce's, younger and more handsome, and has 2 female secretaries with blonde hair and big waves. Bruce looked at Ange as if he saw himself in his youth. Bruce didn't move. He was waiting for Ange to come over and deliver the winner's declaration. As expected, Anger came over and whispered in Bruce's ear, "In my memory, on my 18th birthday, my father didn't even give me a message, let alone a birthday present. This is the most rare birthday gift ever. But I remain grateful to this dad who never left me short of money. What do you want to say?" Mr. Engel. Bruce still held his breath, with his hands in his pockets, still chic, with the word invincible written all over his face, as if nothing in the world could break his defense. Eng snapped his fingers smartly, and greeted the bank staff. "Hi. Leave the car to Mr. Wayne. The money is mine." His actions immediately caused another wave of commotion at the scene. Some would say it's humiliating. Some would say this is the mercy of the victor. Anyway, Eng was once again at the center of the topic storm. He smiled and brought his mouth closer again, and covered his mouth with his hand to prevent the possibility of his lips being read. "It's nothing, I just want to say from now on, I will call you Dad. You call me Jinzu Dad. How about it?" Chapter 59 Conjugated Father and Son. Is this the conjugated father-son relationship similar to the Daying Empire and Eagle Sauce? Eng took this topic to a level that it shouldn't have in one sentence. No bragging, no blackmail. With his 40-point perception, he was absolutely sure that the wild father in front of him had hardened his fists. Almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he received a system prompt. "Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the mission, rebelling against the magnificent king. The host's soul integrity is now 100%, and he has officially integrated into this world. Added special attribute, soul strength. The host's current soul strength is 18. If the host can carry out the second stage of revenge against Bruce Wayne, there will be an opportunity to further increase the strength of the soul." Eng felt embarrassed for a moment. Sure enough, his operation was correct. The original owner had that kind of love-hate relationship with this father. In fact, this stuff is also miserable. For example, the father of the Huntress is also another history of Bruce Wayne. The grandfather really worked hard to teach the children, at least to teach the Huntress a martial arts. Eng made some calculations, and if Master Bat is to be beaten, there will be a lot of opportunities. Master is a very well-mannered person. Even if he wished that he hadn't shot someone on the wall, his face at least maintained the demeanor on the surface. "Your proposals are worse than the last," he replied in a low voice. "It's an honor. I thought you said I was committing a crime, and you wanted the police to arrest me." Looking at the sports car that the bank clerk was nodding and bowing down to unload again, Bruce raised the car key in his hand, intentionally changing the topic, and the words didn't convey the meaning. "Anyway, thank you for this, Mr. Engel." He didn't mention any words about the sponsor's father. Of course, this is Batman. Personal gains and losses are always secondary. Even in the face of such adversity, with a strong sense of justice, the first priority in his mind is to continue to track down the matter about Bane. Two fathers and sons can win or lose, regardless of life and death. Seeing Bruce recede deflatedly, Justice Detective John Black couldn't help it a little bit. He stepped forward. "Hi. Mr. Engel, Mr. Wayne is a good man. There is no need to humiliate him like this." Eng was stunned for a moment, looking at this Mr. Police, who was useless in the original history and was a light of righteousness anyway. He leaned over and covered his mouth as well. "I am Bruce's illegitimate son." At this moment, John's expression was wonderful. Well, I'm busy." In the past, if Eng dared to do this, he would probably shoot the master to death on the spot. Times are different. It will be more convenient for him to join the Wayne Group if he half discloses this matter. Batman without money ability, at most, his strength will be greatly reduced. Without Bruce, the Wayne Group would become an empty shell full of copper smell. Under the threat of the zombie universe, this thing is meaningless. Eng didn't intend to force his wild father to death, and it would be enough to return some of his powers to Master Bat at an appropriate time. Next, wait for things to ferment. Just as Eng was showing the victor's mercy at the main entrance of the building, Daggett, the second shareholder of the original group, was furious in his office. You know, he was the one who asked Bane to engage Bruce Wayne in order to seize the Wayne Group. What the is this? Bane. You robbed the exchange, but I still can't get the Wayne Group. Bane's 2-meter 20-meter tall giant-like figure enveloped Daggett, especially when that big bear-like hand rested on Daggett's shoulder, and Daggett's volume suddenly decreased. Sorry, I was the one who spoke too loudly just now. Daggett, I struck down Bruce Wayne's absolute controlling stake, and then you didn't have enough money, so you lost to Angle at the bank auction. What's there to say? You can help me clean up even anger. No need, your engineering team hollowed out the entire city for me, and then my plan was completed. Wait. I gave you a lot of money. Daggett looked at Bane with fearful eyes. Give me money, and I will listen to you. Without waiting for Daggett to answer, Bane made a twist the neck right movement with that bare paw. Bruce Wayne, on the other hand, did something as stupid as someone expected. Probably this is beauty's abused me thousands of times, and I feel like first love for every beauty. In the case of bankruptcy, facing Miss Miranda who came to his door and has always supported his clean energy cause, Bruce has no resistance, and has with her in a few moments. Of course, this time is better than in history, at least Alfred and other butlers and servants are still there. The old housekeeper was very happy to see Bruce was in spring again, and felt that if he could give birth to a boy and a half-girl, it would not be unacceptable for Wayne to have multiple heir candidates. At this time, Catwoman received a call, and a strange male voice came from the opposite side. You know what happens when you play tricks. After speaking, the phone hung up. Selina Kyle lost all color on her face. On the other end of the phone, Sister Lance looked at the mysterious Ange. What? I'm pretending to be Batman, like. Sarah carefully, won't this make Catwoman misunderstand? No way. Ange clearly remembered that Catwoman sold the Master at the time of The Dark Knight Rises, and this was the reason for Batman's disaster. Now that there are so many moths, he dare not let the Master be captured. Whether it becomes the Laughing Bat in another period of history, or becomes Master Zombie like in the zombie universe, the loss of Master Bat, who is the core of the Justice League, is not acceptable to Aang. Catwoman is eager to get a computer program that can clean up all her past criminal records, so that she can get rid of the shackles of the underworld and start a new life. This was used by Daggett and even Bane. Master Bat asked her for help and betrayed Bane with the same bait. Ange felt that this bait was not good enough, so he added the scene without authorization. Now it seems that it is a bit unsafe. After thinking about it, he still sent a group text message. One day and night later, one of Gotham's subway network lines. Miss Catwoman in a tight black leather jacket sat cross-legged in the middle of the aisle. Her excellent perception made her aware that the man was coming. Say it when you come, don't be shy. Catwoman's frivolous voice was full of flirting. This is her, a sexy, versatile and charming cat. Batman steps out of a shadowy hallway. This is not the first time Catwoman has dealt with Batman. She raised her jade hand lightly. Where is the thing I want? Catwoman refers to the computer program that erased her criminal files. Just this day, Bruce Wayne killed Catwoman's house as a deity, implying that Batman would help her. It depends, I don't want it in the wrong hands. That means you don't believe me. Batman said in that deep and indifferent voice, take me to see Bane. Huh. Catwoman turned around smartly, took a standard catwalk, and showed her exquisite figure and slim curves to the wooden man behind her. Along the way, the two lightly let go of a few thugs who were in charge of the guards. Unknowingly, I came to a gate. Batman just took the lead through the gate when Catwoman behind him pulled the gate. The heavy jack was lowered suddenly, and through the iron fence, Catwoman's red lips seemed to be completely pale. If I don't, they'll kill me. Accompanied by her voice, the lights opposite Batman were all turned on. This is a huge underground dome. The burly Bane is standing at the other end of the narrow passage in front of him. In every corner of the dome, Bane is standing Anne's gunman. They watched their leader Bane with feverish eyes, longing for a grand duel. A trap? Batman's eyes half closed. He was tricked by a woman again. Now is not the time for him to regret. Without hesitation, Batman launched a fierce attack on Bane. Half a dozen bat darts at the flick of your hand. These sharp metal darts, like real bats, drew strange arcs in mid-air, and attacked Bane from an unimaginable angle. There was even a dart that seemed to be cut close to the ground, but it was suddenly pulled up when it was about to reach Bane, and it went straight to Bane's throat. Bane made an agile movement that was not commensurate with his burly body at this moment, and he took 3 steps forward. With his size of over 300 pounds, he hardly made any sound. His figure is perfectly staggered with the trajectory of all bat darts. As soon as Batman gritted his teeth, his whole body turned into a gray-black streamer and attacked Bane. At this moment, his movements were light yet swift, like a pouncing goshawk. The momentum is like a goshawk, and the damage is like a fly. Just the first kick, Batman realized something was wrong. The Bane in front of him is not like a human being at all. He kicked up with a force of more than 500 kilograms, as if he had kicked a thick stack of tires. This is not a power-level confrontation. Although Batman fought very hard, he was beaten unilaterally. In less than 10 minutes, what caught everyone's eyes was a Batman who was beaten to the brink of death. Bane. 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 The gangsters held up their guns and called their leader's name. The fanatical atmosphere seemed to be able to penetrate this underground kingdom and lead directly to Gotham City on the ground. Catwoman exited without a sound. She completed her task, and naturally no Bane's men stopped her. Just when she came to an underground passage far away from here, a cold voice full of murderous intent suddenly came from a dark corner. I said, you know the end of the trick. Catwoman suddenly paled. Wait. Aren't you from Bane, and you specifically warned me not to betray the dark world of Gotham? Chapter 60. Look. Your idol. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. This is a big misunderstanding. For a moment, the Lance sisters behind Ange were all ready to show their professionalism, and they couldn't laugh at anything. But the key difference between pretending to be a failure and being awesome is whether you can turn the force back. In the darkness, Kratos' burly figure stepped out suddenly, and a terrifying aura that was as strong as real filled the entire underground passage in an instant. The fierce and unparalleled eyes stared at Catwoman. The rough goatee and the scar on the right eye that symbolized cruelty squirmed in sync, like an ancient beast chewing the flesh of its prey. Selina Kyle. How you interpret what I say is one thing, how you do it is another. Simple truth. If Catwoman yearns for the light and is determined to help Batman, then she will naturally tell the whole story of her safety and pray for the protection of the Guardian of Gotham City. It's a pity that Catwoman had already made her choice before meeting Batman, so even if the words of Kratos caused a misunderstanding, even if it had the effect of pushing hands, in the end all the responsibility still rests with Catwoman. Catwoman trembled all over. Of course she knew that the terrifying man in front of her was the recently famous Kratos. She will never forget how Kratos violently killed Dr. Lizard and Electron in full view, and beat up Harry Osborn, who was the second generation of the Green Goblin. For acquaintances. Laymen watch the excitement, while insiders watch the doorway. Even after only seeing the blurry image on the TV, Catwoman knew that she was definitely not Kratos' opponent. Batman is famous for not killing people. In a sense, the price of betraying Batman is not too serious. His moral cleanliness made him and restrained him. At least betraying Batman won't kill him. Kratos is not. This lord may be considered a righteous camp, but he is a murderer without blinking an eye. At this time, seeing Kratos' look of "I wash my ears and listen to your sophistry," Catwoman certainly would not pin her life on whether the other party will show kindness and mercy. No longer showing off her figure, Catwoman's movements are more agile than others imagined. A flash bomb slammed into the ground, and the next moment, the passageway was like daylight. Catwoman rushed towards Bane's secret stronghold without looking back. Although the other party doesn't want to see her, he certainly doesn't want to see Kratos. It must be admitted that Catwoman's natural sense of danger allows her to make a perfect judgment that can be called a textbook. Unfortunately, she judged the right path, but misjudged the difficulty. Catwoman has let go of all her senses to identify possible traps in the darkness, but sadly, she was still caught. Ah! Catwoman uttered a scream, staggering and falling to the ground. With her agility, this was originally impossible. Her performance was extremely funny. After some dancing, the whole person's body forms a strange 45-degree angle with the ground. The more she struggled, the slower her movements became. After struggling for just a few seconds, she gave up because she finally found the culprit who restrained her. Spider Silk. Her voice was full of desperate trills. Is Spider-Man yours? It's Ghost Spider. Accompanied by a proud female voice from not far above her head, Catwoman barely raised her still movable head, and saw the slim female figure hanging upside down on the ceiling of the underground passage. Catwoman's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss of despair. She has been feeling guilty since she decided to betray Batman. She worked hard to clear her criminal files. Isn't it a sign of a bright heart? The real strong don't care about the appearance on their arrest warrant, they only care about how many zeros there are in the bounty. The higher the bounty offered, the more valuable it is. No matter how many crimes I commit, as long as the police can't catch me, no matter how high the reward is, it's meaningless. She cared, so she said she could be saved. Unfortunately, there is no conflict between yearning for the light and yielding to the darkness. She lacks strength and has the weakness that almost all girls in the slums share. This is why Catwoman is often double-faced, wandering between good and evil. At this moment, Catwoman felt that she was finished. Aquaya can't deal with it, but a hero like Spider-Man who is also highly sensitive and has the ability to control Tien can overcome her. There were small footsteps behind her, and it was clear that Kratos was not alone. Besides him, there were several female footsteps. Right where she couldn't see, Ange snapped his fingers. You two shifts, keep an eye on Batman. Don't save him unless his life is in danger. Since he's failed, it's good to let him sober up. Use him as bait for the time being. Yes. Katana and Huntress nodded at the same time. When Ange called them over, they thought about many possibilities, but they never thought that they would witness Bane being captured by Bane with their own eyes. What a disgrace. At first, they felt a little bit of Batman's failure. Secondly, they feel that their boss is demonstrating to them, as if saying, look, your chosen idol. You know, before they joined Ange, they always wanted to hang out with Batman. Now both of them have nothing to think about. After the two of them disappeared, Ange continued to arrange, Miss Ghost Spider, please wait until Bane is away and thoroughly investigate Bane's lair. I feel a strange aura. Gwen's eyes flashed coldly, and she suddenly realized, got it? When Gwen left, Catwoman knew that it was finally her turn. The only thing she didn't expect was that this Kratos also had the ability to manipulate Spider Silk. He doesn't seem to be as fluent as Spider-Man, but he seems to have sufficient experience in dealing with Spider Silk. First, two thick iron chains bound her body tightly, and then a cloth full of anesthetics covered her mouth and nose. After a while, two women who looked like female robots with a rather hot figure came up behind him and burned the Spider Silk in the passage with a small flamethrower. I don't know how long it took, but after Catwoman came to her senses, she found herself in a basement. And then, it's also full of Spider Silk. As soon as she woke up, all the 100,000 pores all over her body stood up in fright. Etc. Spider-Man's real body shouldn't be a real big spider, right? Are they dragging me back to the lair to eat? There will be terrible poison injected into my body, and then all the organs in my skin will be liquefied, and the last tube will be sucked clean? Don't blame Catwoman for thinking too much. After all, this bizarre world is so outrageous. At this time, Kratos' voice came again, "Are you awake? P.S. I feel a little uncomfortable tonight, the next update will be at noon tomorrow. Sorry. I feel a little uncomfortable tonight, the next update will be at noon tomorrow. Sorry." Chapter 61 Follow Father's Way. Catwoman can take advantage of a man's affection for her and wantonly play with him in her hands. No matter how many dignitaries she has played, including Batman, they all have a common feature: the other party is polite and gentlemanly. To be honest, she is very powerless against seemingly unruly killing gods like Bane or Kratos. Hearing Kratos' voice, Catwoman's mind raced after a jolt. She shouted coldly, "Mr. Ange. Is it really good to do this?" Being called out by his real name, Ange didn't panic at all. Catwoman has never been an idiot, and her real name is written on the note of the expensive necklace he gave her, which will reveal some information. Ange is very sure that she has no evidence. A generous big hand touched Catwoman's neck from behind. Catwoman, who was hung in the air in a large character by spider silk, twisted her body and gave up resistance. Her slight trembling betrayed her inner fear. "You know, that idiot Daggett once thought that he could control Bane with money." When Ange said this, Catwoman's hair was standing on end, and he continued, "Guess," facing Daggett, "what did Bane say?" I can't guess." Bane asked back, "I have to listen to you after spending money." Then, after Mr. Daggett twisted his neck to the right, he never reset it in his life. The amount of information is too large. Catwoman was once hired by Daggett to steal Bruce Wayne's fingerprints. Daggett took the goods and didn't give money, and didn't give Catwoman the procedure of whitewashing criminal records. She was forced by Bane to dare to trouble Daggett. Now that Daggett killed Bane, Kratos actually knew the whole process. Calculating in this way, anger, a rich man, is probably just of Kratos. Then she, Daggett, Batman, Bane, Angle. Isn't everyone in this game under the control of Kratos? Ange spoke very slowly, his voice was low but gentle. In Catwoman's ears, there was no doubt that the level of horror suddenly surpassed the fear that Bane brought to her. Kratos is no longer a reckless man, but a great devil who controls the overall situation. Rubbing the skin on the nape of her neck with her thick palm, Catwoman had goosebumps all over her body, and she couldn't hide the chaff-like shaking at all. Her brain is like an overclocked CPU, spinning so fast that it is almost burning and smoking. Ultimately, her decision was to pout. A perfect S-shaped curve, telling her decision. Don't kill me, as long as I can get me out of the dark world of Gotham, I'm willing to do anything. The dark world of Gotham? Huh. Those guys are nothing. Anger seemingly casually threw something on the spider thread directly in front of Catwoman. It was an ebony mask with a strange luster on it. Catwoman swears that she will never forget this thing in her life. A shocked expression appeared on her face. Her expression is very exciting, as if within a few seconds, what is called the ups and downs is staged. After the extreme shock, every line of her face softened due to relaxation, and she let out a series of soft laughter like silver bells. This is not a seductive laugh deliberately teasing men. It's all from the pleasure of the heart, and there is even a hint of relief. Ha 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 ha. It turned out that the person who killed Black Mask was Mr. Kratos. Didn't you say it earlier? If you brought this out earlier, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings. The waist arched because of continuous laughter, her limbs bent down again, she pouted again, and turned her neck slightly, her eyes exuded a strange brilliance. Perhaps Mr. Kratos, you have killed a lot of people, and you don't know what Black Mask Siamese did. What have you been? I once inadvertently sabotaged Black Mask's business. Black Mask didn't catch me, but found out and caught my sister and brother-in-law. That damned first made my sister face someone, smashed every bone in my brother-in-law's body with a baseball bat for 3 hours before he died, and then my sister ate her husband's body. My sister was driven crazy. Catwoman's eyes showed a frantic look, with both the deep-rooted hatred for the Black Mask and the relief of revenge. After Black Mask sent me the videotape of the execution, I only had the courage to watch it again. She cried and babbled about this tragic past. After saying this, her whole body collapsed. Ange put her down. There was no need to tie her up anymore. Fate, it really is a wonderful thing. He made his fortune by killing the Black Mask. Who knows, after a round trip, there are other gains. Catwoman took off her mask, revealing the perfect face that was hard for a man to refuse. She gently climbed onto Kratos' shoulder, tentatively nibbling on that pale tiger lip. Ange did not refuse. On the contrary, he had a faint premonition. If we really want to follow the history and the setting of this world, he, a dutiful son, is now robbing the wild father of a girl. Almost as soon as he touched the rose petal-like lips, the system prompt came. Congratulations to the host, the second phase of rebelling against the magnificent king has been completed. The host's soul strength has soared to 25 points, and the soul plundering ability is officially activated. Soul looting: the host can plunder and devour their souls by killing strong men with similar attributes to achieve the effect of strengthening themselves. Remarks: some high-level artifacts have rigid requirements for soul attributes and strength. Ange suddenly remembered the red soul he harvested when he killed the enemy. Dare to feel that this is not only to strengthen strength, but also a stepping stone to master high-level artifacts. The scariest thing is yet to come. Initiate a rebellion against the magnificent king. The third stage is open. Mission objective: the host becomes the leader of Justice League. Is there such a task? ER smashed out of his own way, and then left Dad with nowhere to go. How embarrassing this is. However, whether it's anger or Bruce Wayne, they have no turning back in this life. Master Bat is bankrupt. How can he still have the ability to make money? Without the ability to make money, even if the Master has the best brains, he can't make a lot of black technology weapons. Don't want the Master to be weak, so Ange can only take over the leadership. Sure enough, everything is linked together. Ange was thinking, while Catwoman was attacking, and soon both sides felt each other's absent-mindedness. Ange smiled. Cat lovers, dog lovers. Cats often don't care who the owner of the house is. The same is true for Catwoman. Ange helped her avenge her sister, which of course aroused her goodwill towards Ange. But is there really a sudden mad love? But how many? Maybe even Catwoman doesn't know how much of her kisses are acting skills and how much is sincerity. Nge patted the cat's ass. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Let Bane jump around for a while, and when the dust settles, you can examine your heart carefully and decide whether to follow me or not. On the other side, after Bane captured Batman, he finally officially launched his grand plan to destroy Gotham City. Chapter 62: Playing Secretly. In the original history, before Bane started his Gotham destruction plan, he took Batman to Pinagero's prison in the Caribbean Republic of Santa Prisca, where he grew up. A pregnant woman was brought here many years ago and gave birth to a boy in prison who will bear all the consequences for the crimes his father committed. This boy is Bane since he was born. He was trapped in this dark and sinful prison forever, until he escaped from birth and came to Gotham to start his domineering career. In the duel, he defeated Batman, the only guardian of Gotham, and broke Batman's spine. This is known as the Broken Back Battle. As a troublesome villain, Bane decided to let Mr. Guardian of Gotham taste his pain back then, so it was right to throw Bruce to this prison. In this life, it seems a bit different. What? Batman is still locked in a cage underground. Ange frowned when he received the communication from Huntress. Sure enough, This is not a simple Gotham riot. Eng decided to stand still, but Bane over there began his grand performance as brazenly as in history. He first led his troops into the headquarters of the Wayne Group, and after killing several guards, he took Lucius Fox, who was the chairman of the board of directors, and Miranda Tate, who was disguised as a victim, and an ordinary shareholder in a whirlwind. Kidnapped to the underground world in one go. This undoubtedly triggered the mayor of Gotham's rebellion, and immediately ordered the hard-working Chief Gordon to lead all the police into the sewer to save people. This is a shame. If so many patriotic businessmen are taken away by criminals and the police do nothing, will there be any businessmen coming to Gotham City to invest? Let's not say that the official rank crushes people to death. Even with such a big influence on public opinion, Gordon can't do nothing. Originally, he had a plan to second the New York City police to help clean up the gangsters in the sewers. Now, after discussing with several police chiefs, he immediately decided to act according to this plan. So, tens of thousands of policemen stepped into Bane's trap magnificently. Boom, boom. Most of the openings of the lower tunnels are constructed with cement additives. It usually looks like cement, but it can actually be detonated. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of police officers were trapped in the sewer. It's just, slightly different from the history. Hi. Dude, how did you prepare everything so well? The policemen in Gotham City looked dumbfounded, watching their colleagues from New York take out more than n things from their backpacks. Oversized charging treasure, emergency lights, plastic film for flooring, a large number of compressed biscuits of different flavors, canned vegetables, water purification tablets for purifying sewage. Damn meow. People who didn't know thought they were going camping in the primeval forest. The police in New York City were also somewhat confused. We don't know. Anyway, this is the order from above. Each person prepares food and water for 2 people, at least 15 days. Gotham Police. On the ground, there are no more than 90% of the police, and there is no existence that can check and balance Bane. He took a large number of younger brothers, rushed into a stadium where the Super Bowl football game was being held, and directly announced that he would kidnap the entire city. This is a nuclear fusion reactor. It is also a big baby that can send you all to the sky. I, Bane, hereby announce that I will take over Gotham City. No one can leave the city, and who dares to step on it without my permission one step out of the city, and I will reduce the city of 12 million people to ashes. Bane launched the nuclear scientist he kidnapped, and the rising radiation level at the scene also told the old US government that this thing can be used as a nuclear weapon. Thus, the most outrageous scene in Gotham City happened. The National Guard blocked every bridge to Gotham City for the Mafia. You know, Gotham is a city built on a large island. Once the bridge is blocked, only waterways can leave Gotham. Actually, winter is starting now. Much of the waterway between Gotham and the mainland is frozen over. The ice layer is not thick. People will definitely fall into the ice cave and drown if they walk up. But the ice layer gave the defenders an excellent view. Anyone who tried to run out would be seen. They would either be caught and sentenced to death, or let them fall into the ice cave and drown. Bane and his people began to run amok in the city. They incited the people's hatred of the rich, encouraged the poor to plunder the mansions of the rich, and hanged the social moths they called rich and unkind to the street lamps, or exiled them to ice. Fell into the ice cave and died. Everything seems to be the same as the original history, except for a few intruders. Hey, Ange, it seems that you are really wise to put your home in the suburbs of Gotham. Gwen hung upside down on the spider's thread, as if playing a boring time, swinging from side to side, floating over to nibble on Ange from time to time 2 bites. Ange ignored Gwen, but focused on the image from Huntress. In the center of the picture is a very scary door frame located in the underground space of Gotham. This terrifying door frame is 10 meters high and 4 meters wide, and the whole body is made of human bones. It's not the white bones dug out from the cemetery, but the bones that were peeled off after killing a living person, and still have bloodshot bones. The victims were the rich who were executed by the people under the instigation of Bane. Among them is Mr. Daggett, an old acquaintance of Catwoman and the former second shareholder of Wayne Group. Ange didn't even send a video of Daggett's end to Catwoman. After describing it, the big beauty vomited tragically from the other end of the phone. Enough. Kratos, don't you know what it means to be sympathetic? If you're really a little girl who doesn't understand anything. Humph. Catwoman hated Kratos so much that his teeth itch. In her heart, she had to look at Kratos a few times. As long as Bane is killed in the end, it will prove that Kratos is the most skilled chess player who controls everything, and even Batman is just on his chessboard. Kratos, what are you waiting for? A shock? Or an accident that is destined to happen? Ange started to be a riddle again. Hope you're right. Catwoman hung up the phone. Beside anger, Gwen continued to dangle in the air, while Sarah put a peeled grape into Anger's mouth. For them who have experienced several zombie incidents, it is not surprising what happened next. It's better to say that this time it was purely Ange fishing on purpose, wanting to see how the guy from the zombie universe came to this world. For 3 days in a row, Bane has been doing all kinds of anti-human and anti-social things on the surface. He even got the secret workshop where Batman and Lucius work together, and got several high-tech tanks on the same level as the Batmobile. While Bane ruled Gotham for the time being, he was also very happy to hate the old and beautiful commander. Secretly, the door at the bottom of Gotham is finally about to open. Chapter 63 What should you shout, you know? There is almost no light in the dim dungeon, except for the occasional flickering of a sleepy yellow light in the farthest distance, letting Bruce Wayne know that he is still alive, not sleeping in a boundless dark world. The tingling sensation from the lower back from time to time made Bruce secretly happy. This means that he is not really paralyzed, because in real hemiplegia, the lower body is completely unconscious. Bane's attack is absolutely ruthless. That knee almost broke Bruce's old waist. Bruce's current situation is still not good. He lost all his equipment as Batman, and the lack of nutrition also left his body in desperate need of self-repair extremely weak. Just then, a series of footsteps sounded. 3 very fancy-looking men arrive with a dozen gunmen. Bruce glanced at them, and recognized the first 3 as Bane's loyal men Zombie, Bird, and Caveman. Without further ado, they dragged Bruce out of the modified cage. They were very careful. Not only did Bruce have his hands tied behind his back, but in addition to handcuffs, they also tied every finger of Bruce with something like tendon. The famous Batman, a heart is sinking. Not long after, he was brought to a huge pool of blood. The scene in front of him stunned Bruce. Too scary. Too cruel. Hundreds of thousands of people were like slaughtered chickens, ducks, and geese. The arteries on their necks and thighs were cut open, and they were thrown into the funnel-shaped pool to let their blood out. The gurgling blood spurted out, flowed along the sloping building facade, and finally merged into the large blood pool with a diameter of 10 meters in the center of the site. If a person drains all blood from his body, he can have about 4 liters of blood, which is about the same volume as 3 1.25 L Cokes. Actually, this simple and crude bloodletting method cannot release so much blood, often less than half, because of problems such as death and wound coagulation, it cannot be released. Their bodies were taken away by a large number of well-dressed slaves, and they were thrown directly into the waterway and discharged into the sea. The tragic thing is that often after the corpses are disposed of, these once well-dressed superior people will also be killed by bandits and thrown to the edge of the blood pool to let blood. In this huge underground cavity, the wailing and crying for mercy of the victims echoed all the time. What a purgatory on earth! Bastard! How can you do this? Bruce was almost out of anger. Even an Arkham leader like the Joker never used such a cruel method. Bane's burly figure appeared behind Bruce, and he mocked the former Gotham Guardian indifferently, "Don't worry. You are the main course of this sacrifice, and you will not be missing." Before Bruce could react, he was roughly pushed under the pool of blood. Cuckoo! Cough cough! The thick, foul-smelling blood almost drowned Bruce on the spot. After struggling to get up from the sticky and slippery bottom of the pool, Bruce leaned against the 70° of the pool, and Bruce took a big mouthful of stale air. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he felt that after struggling like this, his lower body seemed to feel a little bit. He tried his best to conceal this, making himself look like the tortured prisoner whose lower body was paralyzed with his hands tied behind his back. "It's really ugly. Batman." Bane also threw Bruce's Batman headgear into the pool. This scene caused more prisoners waiting to be tortured around to let out desperate wailing. "My God! Is Batman going to die here? We are hopeless." Maybe some men were resisting a moment ago, but now they all gave up struggling, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Bruce yelled, "Bane! What are you trying to do?" "It's nothing, it's just to bring pain to this hypocritical and selfish world. Enjoy your last time slowly, Batman, Mr. Bruce Wayne." Bane waved his hand domineeringly, and then handed over this ghostly place to him. The gangsters under him even took away 3 cronies. It stands to reason that such a Batman should be dead. Under the pool of blood that no one noticed, Bruce took advantage of the lubrication brought by the blood, first quietly broke free from the tendon tied to his arm, and then made a very painful move. He actually broke his left thumb and dislocated it up. Unless it is a very professional interrogator, it is rare for anyone to have the serrations of the handcuffs deeply stuck on the prisoner's wrist, which gave Bruce a chance to break free of the handcuffs. It took almost 2 minutes for him to break free from the handcuffs. Of course, in the eyes of the prisoner guarding him, he was no different from other prisoners who were dying. Bruce broke free from the handcuffs, but he also clearly felt that the perception of his lower body was recovering. It's just so amazing. Although everyone says that Batman is just an ordinary person, don't forget that in history, he was a man who was tough and did not die in hand-to-hand combat. Even in the mortal domain, his physical fitness is unique. He told himself silently, "Bruce, you only have one chance." He wasn't agitated at all. He snapped back his dislocated finger, and let the blood level of the terrifying blood pool rise to the brim, soaking his neck. As the ceremony progressed, he clearly felt that the nerves of the bandits began to relax. There is a TV in this blood-type hall, which broadcasts Bane's public trial going to the city hall, and he is executing those rich people again. The rich are the cancer of the world. Every rich person has original sin. They should all be executed. Yes, including Iron Man. Bane waved the remote control in his hand as if showing off. Such a big event must have shocked even Iron Man. In fact, Tony Stark came back on the first day of the accident. It's just that the big baby of nuclear fusion made him, as Iron Man, be wary. If one fails, not only 12 million Gotham people will die, but even New York next door will suffer along with it. Obviously, Bane is using this arrogant way to divert the attention of outsiders. Bruce watched the TV intently. In the private trial court, hang the nameplates of rich people who were executed. He looked around carefully, and was suddenly a little fortunate that the name of his hateful illegitimate son was not on it. Since this is the case, he is about to do it. Like a cheetah about to hunt, Bruce closed his eyes, seemingly giving up, but in fact he half closed his eyes, observing the position of the bandit guard from the corner of his eye. Ah! Just in time, another victim was killed, and his screams attracted the attention of most gangsters. Bruce jumped up suddenly. This scene looks outrageous. A moment ago, he looked like a dying man. In the next moment, he turned into a cluster of agile blood shadows, and ran around the smooth wall of the blood pool, quickly running in circles. In just a blink of an eye, he had reached the edge of the pool. A swift shoulder fall, and a gunman was thrown under the pool of blood by his backhand. And because the screams and wailing of the victims were everywhere, the guard was brought down, and the other gangsters didn't notice it in the first place. It wasn't until Bruce knocked down the fifth gangster in one breath that a gangster used an AK to sweep out a shuttle of rifle bullets. Da-da-da. The dense gunfire finally alarmed all the gangsters. At this time, Bruce had already descended like a tiger and rushed over. The limit of human beings is very mysterious. Bruce Lee can kick 1,680 pounds with one kick, and he can kick 6 kicks in 1 second. Batman wouldn't be so outrageous, but when he maxed out his attack speed and mobility, he was still too fierce to be human. Unfortunately, something happened when he knocked down the fifth bandit. Boom! The earth is trembling. The only thing Bruce didn't expect was that there were 2 blood pools in total, and the one he escaped from was the small one. And the entire slaughterhouse is a bigger pool of blood. A gangster pulled the mechanism, and the floor under the feet of Bruce and the gangsters suddenly deformed, turning into a large hole with a diameter of 40 meters and completely perpendicular to the ground. Bruce, who was in it, didn't have any equipment at the moment, so he couldn't even fly if he wanted to. The moment Bruce's body plummeted, an iron chain flew over his head from nowhere, and he grabbed it instinctively. However, when he looked up, he was surprised to find that the person pulling the chain turned out to be a face he was familiar with: Angie's face. Bruce's mind went blank on the spot. Why are you here? It doesn't matter why I'm here, the important thing is that you want me to save you, you know what you should shout. Angie's face was full of smirks. The screams of the culprits and victims were all around his ears. Bruce had already heard the sound of pulling the bolt of the gun. Perhaps he could die heroically like this, but Bane would not kneel down and save 12 million Gotham people from the fire and water. How could Bruce swallow this breath? Thousands of thoughts and thousands of words in my mind finally converged into one sentence. Fund Master. Dad. Good. The next moment, Bruce felt himself flying up like a cloud. After taking a few breaths and looking around, Bruce discovered that this was a small secret passage on the upper floor. Escaped from the tiger's mouth, still in shock, everything was going to be good. It was just someone's words, which instantly made Bruce's fists hard again. Dear Father, originally I just wanted you to call me son, since you are so upright, I reluctantly accepted the name Gold Master Dad. Chapter 64 The Visitor from the Opposite Side of the Door. Excuse me, can cheating be punished by death? Urgent. Wait online. The old father of Bruce Wayne, with black lines all over his head, his fists were hardened, and his teeth were clenched tightly. If it wasn't for Laome's unpopularity of sticks and filial sons, old Bruce would have beaten up some sloppy traveler anyway. He stared at Nge with piercing eyes. Who knew? This abominable unfilial son pressed his 4 fingers on his chest and opened his mouth. Have you heard the screams of the children? Have you ever felt the city is falling apart? Have you ever noticed the grinning smiles of those who succeeded in the conspiracy? Have you ever thought about, friends are no longer friends, and homes are no longer homes? Eng was full of emotion. The 4 consecutive questions of emotion sounded magical and brainwashing, and Bruce was speechless. When a certain traveler put something commonly known as Kinley virus on Gotham City at this moment, and Bruce, who was tricked by Miranda, not long ago, and handed over all the nuclear fusion reactors, he was extremely stunned. Appropriate. Bruce is a person who is so calm that he is almost indifferent. He knows that Eng is teasing him, but he knows better. Eng is right. Compared to the not worth mentioning conjugate father-son relationship between him and Aang, isn't the safety of the 12 million people in Gotham City more important? Just then, the bandits below them were apparently attacked. There are constant screams, but the area of silence is obviously spreading. It's not one person, but a mysterious team whose strength surpasses that of the special forces, somehow clearing the scene. He concentrated on it, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Ange maintained his demeanor, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. "Who are you? Gotham's richest man, Bruce Wayne? Or the famous Batman?" This kind of soul torture made the old father somewhat uncomfortable. Adult is an existence that wears a mask to live. Everyone has two sides, superficial and real. The biggest difference between Bruce and ordinary people is that he plays a lot behind the scenes. He has a moral and legal detachment of cleanliness, which has allowed him to carry out actions that are above the law in many ways. Because of this, after the Joker incident last time, Director Gordon had to smash the bat lamp calling for Batman in public, and he fell into silence for a while. This is self-exile and a serious self-psychological examination. He hates the existence above the law, and hates those gangsters who have not been punished by the law. So there was Batman. When he looked at the illegitimate child in front of him, he suddenly found that the other party was also playing a lot behind his back. What does this make him do? Collect Anger's evidence, and if it is found to be wrong, send his only son to prison or Arkham Asylum. He doesn't want favoritism. I also feel that I will never be favoritism in my life. Now he finds it very difficult. Above his head is the nuclear fusion explosion that he developed by himself. If this thing detonates and kills even an innocent civilian in Gotham City, he will not forgive himself even if he dies. Under the feet is an obviously extremely strange alien portal, which also requires one, or even a team of extremely strong people to deal with it. There is only one Batman. I still don't know how to do avatars. Even if he recruits Robin urgently, there is a high probability that he will not be able to handle both sides at the same time. Bruce as Batman is silent. At this time, Anger said, "Let's do this. I don't want to embarrass you. In the future, try to leave it to you. But it's not a thing for people, so don't worry about Kratos' methods. Try to do it, but not guaranteed." But this is already the maximum limit that Bruce's moral cleanliness can accept. Wiping off the plasma on his face, Bruce walked past Ange without saying a word. Silence is tacit consent. When he was about to leave this passage, a disobedient voice came from behind him. The Wayne Group is still named Wayne after all. After this time, I will leave the voting rights of the stocks in the group to you or Mr. Fox. I don't have time to ask about the secret science department. This is exchange. In this life, it is unlikely that Batman will continue to have money ability. Batman can still be Batman. At the end, Angle added the last sentence lightly, "Yes, 001-917XXXXX, this is Tony's number. Some people, a person is an army. If he could, he wouldn't make this call even if he killed Batman. His pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Just the lives of the citizens of Gotham, forever above Bruce Wayne's ego." Bruce still remembered the number. Looking away from the direction where Ye Daddy's back disappeared, Ange put on Quay's headgear. "Okay. Let's see what kind of surprise Bane little cute brings me." When Anger jumped off in the appearance of Kratos, the scene had been suppressed. "Hurry up, get out of here." Sister Lance organized the evacuation of innocent people. Catwoman, Huntress, Katana, and Ghost Spider gathered in front of the huge portal. The Huntress said, "Boss. It's not good. This thing doesn't seem to stop." Bruce, who was the main dish, was rescued, but the pool of blood was still there. On the surface, this is a large pile of waste that is fine to pour into the sewer, but in fact, it is not difficult to find a mist rising from the blood pool. Because the smell around the blood pool was too strong, a curtain like a real one was formed around the portal. Ange, who has elemental inspiration, can easily see the runes glowing with a strange red light from the curtain. "Throw all the incendiary bombs." Ange gave an order, and everyone took out the prepared incendiary bombs, turning the area around the blood pool into a sea of flames within a few seconds. Only the blood pool is not included. The entire blood pool is like a living unknown organ, which starts to the blood in the pool continuously, and it seems to be quite angry because some of the sacrifices were taken away. In the middle of the seemingly empty door, there was an inhuman roar of a beast. Roar dash. This is not an auditory hallucination. This is an existence from another world, who roars to show his desire for flesh and blood. He. This is not enough. Anger sneered. Gwen gouged Eng with a look. Such an evil thing is not qualified. Of course, I originally thought that the most magnificent script in Bane's hands was to detonate the nuclear fusion reactor, and then use the lives of 12 million people as sacrifices to open the door to annihilation. This can be called a real masterpiece. Now well, Xiajiazi is a little angry. The 6 girls around me were all speechless. Boss, don't talk about it. What should you do if you are heard by the other side of the door and they follow suit? Unexpectedly, Anger added, now it seems that Bane doesn't want to do it. It's that what this cross-boundary portal needs is not scorched acquaintances, but fresh flesh and blood. This is also a temptation. Suddenly, the seemingly empty portal responded. The thick blood mist in the door frame began to form an image. Although it was a bit blurry, he could still see the sewers of Gotham on the opposite side. But version. Countless scarlet human bones were scattered on the opposite side of the portal, and a strong stench of corruption poured out of the door. At the same time, there was a low and resentful murmur of horror, as if there were countless ghouls, who were eating on the opposite side of the door. When the figures of different shapes on the opposite side of the door stepped through the blood-colored door, one could clearly see that the blood light on the door suddenly dimmed, and the huge cloud of blood-colored mist also shrank like a star after those guys passed through the door. At one point, disappear without a trace. Obviously, all the energy of the door was exhausted. Looking at the opponents in front of him who affected the appearance of the city, Nge's facial muscles twitched slightly. Suicide Squad. It's just a zombie version. Chapter 65. Start a group. The weird and red light formed a big hood, enveloping the twisted and evil figures inside. Eng gently raised his left hand to hold back, stopping the girls behind him. It seems that the other party has come to this world, but it is not. This scarlet hood cuts off all of Ng's perceptions, and it can be determined that at least at this moment, the opposite side has not yet connected with the space here. Death Shooter, Captain Boomerang, Bronze Tiger, Killer Frost, Copperhead, Count Vertigo, Bunch, and Julie, and Hawkeye. What combination is this? The members of the Suicide Squad in history were mostly villains who were arrested by superheroes. The names of several versions of the Suicide Squad members add up to write several A4 sheets. The team leader is government agent Amanda Waller, who orders them to perform tasks by planting bombs in members. Obviously, the large holes in the necks of several zombie heroes prove that the Waller of that world made at least a last-minute effort to clear these guys. It's just, why would Mao add an eagle eye? No matter how glorious their past was, they are destined to be the enemy of all living beings when they come to this world in a twisted and depraved form. There is no time to talk nonsense to Aang. He was very brief. The one with the red eyes is for the ghost spider. The huntress suppresses the other party's long range. I'll get the one in the cape. Originally, he wanted to order more, but at this moment, the shield covering the portal exploded. Who? The scarlet mask instantly turned into a foul-smelling storm, and the foul-smelling breath was spurted out violently. The hearts of the girls who besieged them suddenly became dense and chaotic. They couldn't help asking themselves, can we really suppress these zombie heroes from another world? Eng gave them an answer first. It was a large iron gate that collapsed. Just looking at the huge size of 4 meters high and 2 meters wide, plus the iron branches as thick as a baby's arm, it is completely conceivable that this thing can easily crush a car. However, under Ng's giant throwing, this huge iron gate has become the most violent battlefield divider. It is true that zombies do not suffer from pain, but if they are dismembered, they will also lose their fighting power. What's more, this iron gate is not a simple iron gate. In the eyes of ordinary people, this thing is nothing special except that it is heavy. In the eyes of the undead, this iron gate that has been injected with a lot of red souls is an oversized soul bomb. Boom! Bricks and stones splashed everywhere, and the long rusted iron gate smashed into the zombie heroes, and it was transformed into splashing and whirling iron blocks in an instant, which was no different from the slamming of the battleship's main gun. The incendiary bomb attached to it earlier exploded, and the entire front of the door was filled with flames from top to bottom. Thermite grenades collectively exploded with flashes of bright sunlight, and within a radius of more than 10 meters, it became a scene of a melting city of live fire. All the nearby beings were ignited, and several zombie heroes couldn't dodge, and directly turned into flaming pyromen. Undoubtedly, Anger's big move started the team very well. Except for his thick skin and thick flesh, there are all delicate heroines on his side. If he doesn't start a group, no one will start a group. But just rushing over like this is tantamount to catching bullets with a skycap. Don't say anything. Deadshot, Hawkeye, Boomerang, and other long-range heroes will greet him, and the Earl of Vertigo, who can make people dizzy and disgusting, hit Anger, and Anger's charge will become a courier delivery in minutes. While the opposite side was dodging in panic, a ball of dazzling electric light suddenly spread all over Nge's body. The next second, a ball of purple-blue light rose into the air in front of the 6 girls, and then rushed towards the zombie team overwhelmingly. Jump over! Every zombie hero's heart blared, their eyes widened, and in the next moment they resorted to various means to counter Nge's pounce. But at least at this moment, the dead shooter's gun and Hawkeye's arrow became the most useless things. Because when Nge rushed over, there was a garbage truck bucket in front of him. God knows why this thing ended up in the sewer. This greatly reduces the angle of attack for ranged marksmen. Boom! Shooting can be used as a signature. Naturally, Deadshot and Hawkeye will not lack the unique skill of arc shooting. What shake the muzzle when the bullet is fired from the muzzle, making the bullet fly in an arc. This kind of coquettish operation in the anti-Japanese drama that made Newton's coffin board unstoppable, but it is the truth to carry in this unscientific world. It must be admitted that they were able to go around this huge bucket and hit Anger's neck while dodging the roll in an emergency. The strength of Deadshot, Hawkeye, and Captain Boomerang is beyond doubt. Unfortunately useless. When Bayou bullets ricochet, the arrow deflects. Even the boomerang, which was supposed to easily wipe someone's neck, only left a shallow scratch on Nge's neck. Tempered skin. The power is so terrifying. The zombie heroes finally knew why Mao, the bald man, dared to kill him first. Crack! The huge bucket crushed someone, and there was a crisp bone-breaking sound from below. Nge had no time to care about others, followed the momentum, rolled over, and raised 2 chaos blades high in the air. A mental shock shot out from the crooked zombie wearing a cloak, and hit Nge in mid-air. Vertigo Earl's dizziness certainly caused Nge to have a splitting headache, making him dizzy for a while, but under Nge's LV7 mental resistance, the dizziness was so short that it was almost negligible. Destroy scum! The berserk lightning swept across. Even after death, he still maintained his elegant demeanor, and his clothes were still spotless. His whole body was split into 2 by the jump, leaving a 5-meter-long thunder mark on the ground. Nge started the group with giant throwing, then charged and slapped the floor, killing 2 enemies in one breath. Anger felt a bit like a giant lava beast. If Aang was the only one, he would undoubtedly suffer the most severe fire when he entered the center of the enemy formation. Don't look at him killing well, the next second he will be attacked from all directions. Do not forget, Aang didn't come here alone. Just when Frostkiller sucked away his comrades and the surrounding flames, and the half-human, half-beast lost hero Bronze Tiger was about to pounce on Aang, Gwen shot. Bayou be a bayou. Miss Ghost Spider flicked her 10 fingers, and dozens of large and small spider webs covered every zombie hero in the field. Heroes with elemental abilities may not be too afraid of spider webs, but heroes with only physical means have a headache. Angie's approach and Gwen's cooperation are like playing billiards. With one shot, no matter what ball you hit, it will scatter away. Taking advantage of the opponent's chaos, Miss Samurai Sword was already the second to pounce. Chapter 66 Quack Killing. Frost Killer sucked away the surrounding flames, and as a result, even the noodles themselves seemed to spew out ice mist, and even the blood plasma on the ground that had not been burned by the flames turned into viscous mud, just like the frozen soil layer near the North Pole. At this moment, the sharp and cold light of Samurai Sword cut through the icy fog, making the already scattered zombie team even more chaotic. Save Julie, among the male and female thieves, just called out her lover's name from her leaky mouth, but suddenly realized that Bunch had been smashed into pieces by the opponent's first blow. If she wins, maybe she can get her old friend back from the pile of rotten meat. If you lose, you can avoid talking about everything. At this moment, she didn't care so much anymore. Faced with the sharp blow of Samurai Sword, she rolled outwards in embarrassment, narrowly avoiding the blow. Cut. Samurai Sword ** Toro snorted coldly. Instead of chasing Julie, he fought with Copperhead Snake, because this is also the effect she wanted. The only flaw in the attack just now was the outer circle. It is true that Julie could roll to the outside for a while, but the price for doing so was that she completely escaped the cover of her companions. In the past, any one of the three major long-range shooters could give her enough support. Reluctantly, Ange went to the back row, and no shooter was free. The direct result of this is, a cat killed her. The black shadow almost disappeared in a flash, and Julie instinctively slapped the opponent with a backhand, and the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping told her she had missed. The beauty in front of her is wearing a tight black leather jacket and black cat ears. Obviously, her limbs and body are covered with extremely hard metal armor. Julie's nails hardened as a zombie couldn't scratch through the opponent's leggings. Immediately afterwards, the opponent's leg shadows turned into streaks of black streamer, which fell on Julie like raindrops. In life, Julie might still be able to barely resist and become a zombie hero, which enhanced her strength and directly cut her agility in half. This makes her movements almost the same as those of ordinary mortals. After a series of stormy blows, Catwoman has unknowingly pushed Julie to the edge of the execution pit of a former gangster. With an upturned foot, Julie flew high. The next second, Catwoman turned over and jumped onto an iron frame, performed a somersault gracefully, and smashed the iron frame weighing at least 200 kilograms on Julie, and then stuck her firmly in the pit. Bye-bye. A thermite bomb directly chemically overwhelmed Julie. On the other side, the Lance sisters were originally fighting against Bronze Tiger, and everyone is a martial artist, so naturally they fight to the flesh. However, the Copper Tiger is already a zombie, and it is quite advantageous in terms of strength and defense. The player is replaced by the name. Seeing that Ange was fine, Gwen entangled Bronze Tiger with Spider Silk instead. The Lance sisters ran to chase Killer and Hawkeye respectively. In Suicide Squad, the fourth one to hit the street is Captain Boomerang. The unpredictable boomerang in his hand is definitely a sinister weapon normally. It's a pity that he can't break the defense against Aang, which is very hopeless. His boomerang didn't even cut through Lord Quay's holster, let alone make Aang feel the pain. His dark eyes locked on the captain of the boomerang, with a cruel and tyrannical expression. Aang raised his double knives, like a giant dragon raised his claws. With Hawkeye and Deadshot dodging left and right and playing extreme pull, Captain Boomerang has nowhere to hide. That god of war ordinary man came over. Like a hurricane blowing, the boomerang was abruptly bounced off again. The boomerang captain threw a grenade in front of him. What was terrifying was that the other party ignored the fragmentation grenade and rushed over from the cloud of death. The odd-shaped sharp blade hit Captain Boomerang's forehead at an unavoidable speed. Lightning flashes. The rotten flesh and bones representing the undead disappeared layer by layer in the high-temperature lightning, and a violent force followed the blade into the head of the Boomerang captain, making it let out a deafening scream. 3 kills. If Killer Frost hadn't stopped him suddenly, Ange would have killed the 3 shooters in one go. The moment he stared at Deathshot, a cold breath came in a flash. With a sound of, Frost Killer pursed his mouth, and sucked it from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Ange not only felt that the heat from his body was being lost rapidly, but the surrounding area was even as cold as an ice cave in the blink of an eye. Frost Killer is not a snow maiden, she is like a heat-devouring machine that can never be filled, frantically devouring everything that can bring her heat. It's a pity that her strength is just like this. Ange rushed over like a cannonball. Facing the incoming double knives, Frost Killer barely held it with his hardened zombie arms. The Blade of Chaos made of titanium alloy is a counterfeit product after all, and it can't go deeper when it hits the opponent's arm about 3 centimeters deep. However, the double swords are nothing more than faith. What really overwhelms the enemy is Ange's extraordinary power obtained by relying on the Godslayer system. Boom! The collision between Ange and Killer Frost was like a terrible explosion, smashing all the surrounding floor tiles and debris. The Frost Killer didn't stop until he was slammed into the wall 8 meters away, and a huge spider web crack was printed on the wall terribly. But the story of Killer Frost ends here. Because a pair of big hands that were so powerful that they were not human at all grabbed her neck, and then a big foot stepped on her shoulder, and an inhuman force suddenly came. Ah! A skull with its mandible open and closed, together with a large section of spine, was abruptly pulled out of the corrupted body and fell to the ground fiercely. Immediately afterwards, there was a landslide. Frost Killer, suddenly overwhelmed by physics. At this point, the only remaining members of the zombie version of Suicide Squad finally realized that they had unfortunately hit an iron plate. When the superiority in numbers disappears, the members of the Suicide Squad will rush to the street as if committing suicide. The sonic attack of the Canary Sisters made Deadshot and Hawkeye lose their minds for a moment. The exaggerated sonic scream also has the power of mental shock. Hawkeye, who had been pulled to the melee distance, was unable to hold it. He bounced out like a ball and rolled in front of Ange. Unfortunately, Ange had grab. Deadshot was beaten to a pulp by the Lance Sisters. Gwen found the right opportunity and cooperated with Huntress to make Bronze Tiger into a human body sashimi. On the contrary, Katana Sword and Copperhead Snake fought the longest. Ange couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the head. All right. K-head is the key. Who told him to have a Godslayer system? After the zombie version of the Suicide Squad completed their suicide mission, the underground hall became quiet again. That's it? Catwoman said frivolously. Ange raised his eyebrows. Hold your words. The big one is coming. Chapter 67 Gotham's Counterattack. It seems that the once silent portal has moved again. Heroines without elemental abilities feel at best that something is buzzing inside their heads. Nge, who has elemental sensitivity, already felt that the electric energy deliberately accumulated in his body before he came was rampaging in his body as if uncontrollable, as if they would abandon him as their master, rush out of the body desperately, and rush directly to fight the enemy, the illusion of dying together. Ange took a deep breath. Let's retreat one after another. Everyone retreated to the main entrance of the underground hall, and Ange took the opportunity to examine his harvest. Because of his naked attributes, the upper limit of physique and strength has been locked. After adding Quay's leather case, these two values are 71 and 80 respectively. This part is ignored. After sweeping a lot of third-line zombie heroes, the miscellaneous bonuses piled up his attributes into Agility 58, Intelligence 34, Perception 45, Will 36. Looking at the numbers alone, Ange is definitely a powerful hero now. Unfortunately, this has something to do with the enemies he killed. The biggest gain this time is to kill 3 heroes of the agility department. Although Deadshot, Hawkeye, and Captain Boomerang had their agility greatly reduced due to zombification, Anger still gained more than 10 points of bonus. Compared with the improvement of basic attributes, Anger is more interested in the skills of heroes from all walks of life. Death Archer gave Anger's basic marksmanship full, changed to max level, and then gave him a rifle marksman and quick shooting LV4. The Boomerang Captain somehow gave Aang a swing weapon proficiency LV3. Bronze Tiger and Copperhead Snake helped Anger's basic fighting to be maxed out, plus a Wild Instinct LV8 that improves the reaction force, and Trapped Beast that can only be activated when the blood volume is less than 20%, which increases all melee attributes. Fight. The male and female thieves Bunch and Julie were useless, so they gave Aang a bunch of red souls. Hawkeye fully filled Aang's basic archery, not to mention, he also raised triple shot to LV7, raised clairvoyance to LV3, and added aimed shooting LV5. The Earl of Vertigo has raised Angie's spirit resistance to LV10, and magic resistance to LV4. He also sent a spiritual shock LV3, which is to intercept the terrifying memory fragments in his mind and send them to the opponent's mental sea. It depends on the opponent's mental resistance. If he can't resist, he will be injured. Paralysis and other states. Most of these bonus skills are quite satisfactory, and there are many that Aang can't use. Fortunately, the system kindly recommended a new function to him. Soul skill sharing, since the host has collected 1024 Scarlet Souls in total, and the host has given up more than 69 skills due to the host's incompetence, this function is hereby enabled. The host can share the skills that the host has or cannot learn with his blood relatives and soul comrades. Special note, sharing a skill will cause the host to downgrade the skill, and it will not be restored until the next time the same skill is obtained through killing and plundering. When sharing an existing skill, if the host has only level 1 of the skill will be erased directly. For the skills that have been shared, the host can help them quickly upgrade by providing the sharer with souls that do not exceed the upper limit of their aptitude. After reading this description, Anger's first reaction was, is this skill serious? Think about it carefully. How should I put it? This function cannot be called tasteless, it can only be called waste utilization. It depends on how Aang uses it. In addition to the above, what Anger is most happy about is the gift of Frost Killer, giving him Fire Element Control LV3 and Fire Element Resistance LV10. Not to mention, the key point is the following. Energy absorption. The host can convert the heat energy that exists around it into its own magic power. The conversion efficiency is low. The host element pool is now changed to coexistence of fire and wind elements, and can store up to 648 points of mixed elements. Well, other than the storage cap number making someone a little PTSD, the rest is fine. The point is, with the ability to self-absorb elemental energy, Aang no longer has to run to recharge before starting the fight. Do you know that every time you start a fight with the enemy, you have to put on a generous expression, hold an electric car-grade rechargeable battery, tie 2 wires, hold the positive pole in one hand, and the negative pole in the other? What kind of experience is this? People all numb up. At the beginning, I was seen by Lewis once. The head of this loyal bodyguard turned pale, and it took him a long time to hold back a sentence, "Boss. No way. No way." Later, he more or less found out that his boss was not an ordinary person, and gave him a salary increase, and then shut up. Even if Aang is used to charging, it's still annoying. When can I charge faster? Like a gasoline car, it can be done in a few strokes, isn't that good? Woohoo. Now that he has his own back to blue, Anger finally feels that he is not on the road to war and is gone forever. As for when to become a noble mage, Aang thinks. Just today. At this moment, the energy fluctuation near the portal became more and more intense. Different from the monotonous and violent feeling before, Ange secretly felt that there seemed to be an existence playing magic on the opposite side of the portal. He was not reconciled to the failure of this teleportation, and turned to play in person. Taking a deep breath, Ange put on the headset. "Hey. Tony, are you still okay?" From the opposite side came Tony Big Shit's voice. "It's done now. This Gotham City riot cannot be the same as history. Because of the fusion of the world, if a nuclear fusion reactor explodes in Gotham City, there is a high probability that it will destroy the two core cities of Gotham and New York with a population of tens of millions. There is no doubt that this will definitely deal a huge blow to the old American economy, and even enter a wartime state ahead of schedule. Under this special situation where the special forces are not working, how can Tony be idle?" After he rushed back to New York, he immediately contacted Anger, who is a native of Gotham. It must be admitted that after Bane snatched the big nuclear fusion bomber and the equipment of the Wayne Group's secret science department, he played really beautifully. He used 3 real and fake convoys as cover, and only one truck contained this and only one table-sized reactors. The other 2 convoys are fronts. This is definitely a coup against the Gotham City police, who lack intelligence sources, as well as the National Guard outside. Once the test fails, Bane can completely detonate the nuclear fusion reactor through remote control. In this life, there is Iron Man. Tony used Iron Man's powerful search system to locate the real reactor early. The only thing that made Tony wary was the remote control. All this is solved with Batman out of trouble. "Hey, Big Bat, are you sure your little toy is working?" Tony joked in the communication. "I won't joke about Gotham City. It can isolate the remote control signal on the nuclear fusion reactor." Master Bat maintained his style, and he couldn't say a word about the fact that he once broke Bane's spine. "Do not mention." "Okay. I'll be on time." As Batman regained control of some of the equipment, deafening thunder came from all the collapsed sewers in the city at the same time. The large drone controlled by Master Bat used heavy firepower to destroy the huge rocks that trapped the police and special forces. This continuous loud noise is not much worse than when Bane was doing things before. The whole Gotham City was shaking. It's just that this means that the righteous forces in Gotham have finally sounded the clarion call to counterattack. Chapter 68. I don't want to be Batman. Guns are firing. Under the mediation of Iron Man, Gotham City's police force and the National Guard, who were originally forced to assist Bane in sealing the city, attacked simultaneously. They turned into a torrent of steel and killed all the controlled core areas of Gotham City. Using the LAV-25 wheeled infantry combat vehicles of the guards to lead the way, the Gotham police, who have been imprisoned for so long, use the AR-15 rifles in their hands to tell Bane's men what is 5.56mm justice. The number of people plus the advantages of equipment easily shredded the first group of bandits who tried to counterattack. Bane definitely has quite a few underlings, more than 1,000 desperados wearing body armor and fully armed, plus the hooligans gathered after the occupation of Gotham City. The total number is nearly 10,000. If Bane is given enough time to incorporate the combat power of the major gangsters and train these desperados, Bane may still have the power to fight. It's a pity that Bane was too anxious. He was busy suppressing various government agencies and TV stations in Gotham, and he didn't have time to clean up various gangs. Whether it's the Clown Gang or other established sopranos, they all pretend to be dead on their own territory. Now that the police and the National Guard come, they pretend to be good citizens without any resistance at all. On Bane's side, except for his direct subordinates, the rest of the guys are not good. Whether it is equipment or training, it is a mess. These gangsters without body armor, with broken guns that are almost smoothed out, and without discipline are not opponents of the Federal Army at all. Even so, the battle was still quite intense. Many of Bane's men chose to set fire to the house in desperation, or directly detonate the explosives they carried, which caused about 1/10 of Gotham City to fall into flames. It's just that all this is destined not to be mentioned in the news. The point is that Iron Man and Batman teamed up to attack the convoy equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor, but found that the time bomb on the reactor had begun to count down and could not be disarmed. After a few clicks, Iron Man took the big iron ball and flew into the stratosphere. Well, today is a good day. Almost half of the citizens on the east coast of the United States can see the huge flash of light in the sky and the big mushroom swinging open. Originally, this should end here. The problem comes when Batman is trying to settle accounts with Bane. It was on the square in front of the city hall. Bane put his hands in his pockets, and waited for Batman with a relaxed expression. Bane. You're done. Jumping off the hovering backraft, Batman's hoarse voice changed tone with slight anger. He was angry not because of his broken back, but because when he came out, he saw that Bane turned the Gotham City he was guarding into this bird. Bane didn't answer him right away. The giant man in body armor and with a strange black trapezoidal mask looked into the distance. It's really a beautiful landscape, but it's a pity it didn't happen in Gotham or New York City. Batman. At this moment, Bane turned his head and looked at his old opponent squarely. I'm done? No. It should be said that the grand show has just begun. After Bane finished speaking, he took out another remote control, which made Batman feel bad. Phew. Master Bat raised his hand and hit, and the 3 bat darts drew a sharp straight line, straight for Bane's right hand. From the beginning, Batman didn't expect to hit Bane, all he wanted was to stop Bane, even for half a second. Just as Batman turned into a black phantom and killed him, Bane didn't dodge or dodge, allowing 3 bat darts to be inserted into his unprotected arm. Blood splash. But Bane still pressed the button on the remote control. Boom. A world-shaking series of big explosions. Surrounding the square of more than 10,000 square meters, dozens of bombs were detonated collectively in a circle, and then exploded in another circle slightly closer to the center. Obviously, all the explosions were calculated and designed by explosion engineers. Even though Batman reacts faster, he can only open his bat cloak at best, hovering in mid-air like a real bat temporarily, but he can't stop the ground from collapsing. Boom, boom. The ground collapsed in succession, raising dust tens of meters high, which made the encirclement of all the National Guard soldiers on the periphery completely ineffective. Leaning on the wingsuit, Batman flapped his wings like a giant bat, and the huge airflow swept away the smoke and dust in the center of the collapse. Until this moment, Batman was stunned to realize that even though the land below him had subsided by more than 20 meters due to the collapse, Bane was still standing firmly on the bricks in the central square where he was originally standing. What's even more unbelievable is that just behind Bane, there stands the portal with an ominous, terrifying an aura. What? Batman's eyes widened. He never expected to come back here after going around. Batman remembered something. Hey. Some bastard, are you dead? Bruce Wayne under the Batman mask suddenly felt a little nervous. Crack. There was a sound of gravel behind Batman, and a big rock was easily pushed away by the guy with inhuman strength, revealing a big bald head in the smoke. Bah! Don't curse me. I don't want to be Batman. Anger spat, the corners of his mouth were covered with dust. The explosion just now really scared him. Smart as Bruce, still didn't understand what he meant. These should be heartwarming words from a loving father and a filial son, right? The only small shock came from behind Kratos, all heroines. By the way, there is also a Catwoman in it. This made the face of someone who was paralyzed after wearing the bat headgear even stiffer. At this moment, Bane grinned grimly. He raised his arms high and waved them with great provocative force. There are no followers of him around, as it should be. Who knows, a weird and terrifying scene happened just then. The zombie heroes who were killed by anger not long ago stood up unsteadily. Most of them lost their heads, and some of them lost more than half of their bodies. As the breath overflowed from the portal, their dry, decayed bodies began to swell and twist. At the same time, thick bone spurs and tough tentacles of flesh and blood protruded from Bane's burly body like long whips. These tentacles danced flexibly, and accurately landed on the body of the zombie hero of the Suicide Squad. Their remnants were torn and reshaped silently, like huge plug-ins, embedded in Bane's body. Not only them, a large group of Bane's followers came out from every corner of the underground passage with weird ecstasy on their faces. They cheered, yelled, praised, and then swooped in Bane's direction. Under the watchful eyes of Batman and other heroes, Bane became a terrifying giant with a height of more than 3 floors in a few blinks of an eye. Chapter 69 Can't Move. Bane made a lot of noises that ordinary people could hear at all. It was the wailing of evil spirits that only those with high enough perception could hear. The flesh and blood of Bane's followers seemed to be devoured by invisible sharp teeth, twisted and deformed, and then became a part of the giant Bane. This picture is both terrifying and brutal. Every bundle of muscle fiber in Bane's body was stained with sin. Batman. Aren't you eager to end the grievances between you and me? Come on. Bane made a move to Batman with that inhuman hand that could easily hold a water tank. Just the sound of that sinister booming sound made Batman dizzy. In a sense, this is also a kind of mental shock. Just the next moment, Batman suddenly realized that a tall and burly figure appeared in front of him, helping him block the coercion from Bane. Ange tilted his head slightly, and glanced at his wild father. Go copy the guy, use whatever is so powerful. Ange didn't deliberately change his voice. At this time, his voice didn't match the leather case at all, which seemed quite inconsistent. Good. It turned out that in history, this was just a boring boxing match between Batman, who had been miraculously restored from the broken back, and Bane. The situation in this life has completely escalated. Even if Batman wants to resolve his personal grievances, he can only prioritize the safety of Gotham City. Batman turned around and left, but within a few steps, he suddenly felt a violent breaking wind coming from his back. He was stunned for a while, and then he didn't change his route at all, and still walked away quickly. He is a cold man. Amazingly, he is willing to believe in humanity, and the result is that he is always the one who gets hurt. This time, it seems a little different. That is a huge hook used by a crane, let alone a human. Even the supercar driven by Bruce Wayne can easily catch it. Such a large hook weighing more than 200 kilograms swirled in mid-air and slashed at Batman's back. However, when the hook flew to Anger's side, Anger threw a left jab in a bland manner. Boom! Amidst the dull sound, the big hook was deflected by a blow, and the castration remained undiminished, but the flight angle was shifted by a full 30 degrees, flying past Master Bat, smashing a collapsed square stone slab nearby. Crushed. Looking at the splashing gravel, Master Bat, who hadn't turned his head back just now, stopped in a rare way. There was great doubt in his sharp eyes. Is this my cub? But it took only a blink of an eye to stop, and he quickly turned into a gray-black streamer and disappeared at the edge of the battlefield, looking for his Batplane. Bane. No, it should be said that Bane at this moment is very much like the Abomination in World of Warcraft, a terrifying suture monster stitched out of countless corpses. Bane made a rumbling voice. Hey. Your name is Kratos, right? You interrupted my duel with Batman. Do you know what the price will be? Master Quay grinned on his rough face, and immediately a ferocious breath overflowed. He tilted his head slightly. Do you want me to tell him I'm sorry? I took Bane's head? Oh, you seem not human anymore. Unlike Batman, who doesn't like nonsense, someone's mouth can really people off sometimes. Idiot who doesn't understand anything. Fortunately, you still have a strong body. After you become a part of me, I will reserve a special seat for you. Watch me clean up Batman. After finishing speaking, a huge brick flew across the sky. This blow was fast and hateful, and it caused a sound like an explosion. Apart from failing to hit the target, at least the momentum was full. Angie's speed was still higher than Batman's. He quickly shuttled through the ruins, dragging out long after images in Bane's vision. Hey! Sensing Angie's approach, the giant Bane threw a left fist. Bane suddenly warmed up as he shot into the air. Thermite grenade warmed him up. Only. Crackling. The high temperature of more than 2000 degrees Celsius burned the rotting flesh, and the disgusting smell of scorched flesh could be easily smelled tens of meters away. But Bane acted as if nothing had happened, wandering in the middle of the ruins, picking up a big rock from time to time, and slamming it in anger's direction. Ange judged at a glance that the flames did damage, but not much. Ange doesn't care much. If you lose it, I will lose it too. A huge boulder weighing a ton unceremoniously smashed on Bane's body. On the one hand, he missed, and on the other hand, he was almost uninjured. The two sides seemed to be deadlocked. Just then, a bat plane appeared in the sky. Master Bat's black tech fighter just came out, and he immediately gave Bane a warm welcome gift. Phew. That is a 180mm caliber, 100 kilograms missile. 4 in one go. Always watching Batman use non-lethal weapons, Anger almost forgot that Wayne Group is also one of the defense contractors. The chaebol who play with arms just do whatever they want. When Ange saw Master Bat shoot this thing out, he really couldn't stand it anymore. He has tempered skin, not tank armor. Give Bane a son to inherit his father's robbery, but he will also cheat his son. FXXK. Almost at the same time as Ange threw himself out desperately, the missile fired at the death giant Bane with its long tail flame. Amidst the continuous bangs and cracks, Ange, with his extraordinary perception, clearly sensed that the body of the giant surrounded by flames and destruction was constantly disintegrating. From the height of the three-story building, it was half as short in an instant. The seemingly hard piece of meat on the chest of the giant Bane exploded into countless fragments in the sound of the explosion. For a moment, Ange was puzzled. That's it? It seems that the Batfighter is telling a certain celestial traveler with personal experience, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. At the last moment when the third missile was about to paste on Bane's face and hit his iconic trapezoidal mask, a faint flame suddenly rose from the surface of the missile from the Wayne Group, as if it had been shot from the deepest part of hell. The spiritual flame in the place instantly infects and assimilates the general. Soundlessly, the missile turned into a dark green broom star, drew a slow and weird arc, deviated from Bane's body, and shot towards the ruins behind him. Boom boom boom. The remaining 3 missiles all failed. Huh. Master Bat didn't believe in this evil. He jerked the nose of the aircraft, and the Batfighter made a graceful movement in the air, and flew diagonally behind Bane with a flick of its tail. The 20mm machine gun spit out the most ferocious tongue of flame immediately. This time, the cannon fired was not a kind shell that didn't kill people. Every round is a tungsten core armor-piercing round. The dense shells of the Vulcan machine poured on Bane's huge body, making continuous crackling noises. It looks like blood and flesh are splattering, and the scene is quite scary. It's a pity that after hitting it, Master Bat discovered that Bane's body was even bigger than before. Countless zombies galloped onto Bane's body, becoming the new flesh and blood armor of this zombie giant. The ammunition of the Batplane is limited, and it is cool to hold onto the trigger. You can even ignore the logistics for the time being. The biggest problem is that the Batplane's attack doesn't do any additional damage. Chapter 70 Dad, you have been buffed. This time, Bruce Wayne under the bat mask showed a rare anxious expression. If you can't even deal with his heavy firepower, if you switch to the military, those guys will only use stronger firepower to deal with this monster. What kind of cloud bomb, what kind of tactical nuclear bomb, Gotham City will not want it by then. Yo. Need help? A playful voice came from Batman's communication channel. Hey, Tony, have you got it done? Angie's voice came from the communication. Of course. There is nothing Iron Man can't handle. Tony is such a flamboyant man. It sounded a bit harsh to Master Wayne's ears. My missiles can't handle him. It's a high-energy explosive with the equivalent of 300 pounds of TNT. Do you have a plan B? I could try laser cutting. The problem is I can only use it once. Ange doesn't know what stage Tony's development of Iron Man is, and he can barely judge that it is a Mark IV type just by its appearance. Logically speaking, this thing is not particularly strong. Since Tony said that there is the laser transmitter, there is still Debo. Ange spoke, it's difficult for me to cooperate with your heavy firepower. How about you make a wave and I'll go up and see if I can suppress his actions. Ken. Okay. The historic first cooperation between DC and Marvel, the two major scientific research madmen, immediately filled the scene with light pollution. The cannon of the Batfighter combined with the shock beam of Iron Man's palm, plowing the ruins around Bane over and over again. Even if it is difficult for Bane to make an effective counterattack, the two of them can't take Bane down either. Right at this moment, the portal that had just stopped for a while started to move again. There were layers of dark green light floating around the portal made of bones, and the blood in the original blood pool also began to turn a disgusting dark green due to the pollution of this light. Not only that, a large number of frightening cavities appeared around the portal in the blink of an eye after building debris such as reinforced concrete and concrete collided with this ray of light. No matter whether the essence was stone or metal, they were all melted, swallowed, and disappeared at once. No trace. Accompanied by a dense and strange atmosphere, they swarmed out of the portal, and half a person appeared on the electronic screens of Iron Man and Batman at the same time. Right? Half man. This should be a woman. She has long black hair that is messy like seaweed. She wears a crescent-shaped headdress and a tube top. Besides, the large piece of skin exposed to the air is strangely gray and white. A large number of runes full of evil power seem to be engraved on the skin. It all came to an abrupt end in her lower abdomen. Because this female zombie is only in half. When she crawled out of the portal, she could still see a large section of rotting intestines dragging outside her body, and a large segment of her spine. Looking at the face she showed when she raised her body, NGE exclaimed on the spot, "Everyone, be careful, this is witch." Witch? What witch? Her pair of dark green eyes first locked on Master Wayne, who was driving the Batfighter. Before Batman had time to react, her remains turned into a wisp of dissipated green smoke. The next second, when she reappeared, she was already in Batman's cockpit. What? The Batman in this life has lost his knowledge after all. Beating too many clowns and gang leaders, Batman doesn't have much experience in dealing with extraordinary people. Facing the zombie witch who suddenly killed him, he really had nothing to do. Under such zero-distance conditions, Master Bat made a movement that even he himself did not expect. Boom. That was a very un-Batman knee kick. Bruce Wayne went to the Snow Mountain to study art when he was a teenager, and learned extraordinary fighting skills from League of Assassins. And the leader of League of Assassins is the mysterious ninja master Lei Xiaogu. Although there is also a knee bump in ninja fighting, it is definitely rarely used. And the next claw strike made Bruce deeply doubt whether he was still himself. No matter what, with this instinctive quick counterattack, Batman grabbed the witch's face fiercely, leaving shallow paw prints on her stiff face. The counterattack is over. The next moment, the cockpit door was opened by Batman, and the first person to be knocked out of the cockpit was the witch. The witch, who was completely enraged, made a piercing scream, and a series of lightning thunder snakes scattered on her body full of curses. The Batfighter, which couldn't dodge it in time, splashed sparks on the spot, lost control, and exploded before hitting the ground, turning into a shining fireball. It's okay to be born Batman. He performed nearly 10 front flips magnificently in the air, and even without a batsuit to help him glide, he landed on all fours without any injuries. The only small problem is, Catwoman, Katana, and Huntress said in unison, "Why does Batman look so much like Bronze Tiger?" A certain instigator dared not speak. Just at a critical juncture, he put the skills highlighted in the system prompts to the Wild Father through soul skill sharing, and instantly added several skills to LV3 with the red soul. Among them is the wild fighting skill obtained from Bronze Tiger. He can't use it, but it doesn't mean that Daddy can't use it. The amazing thing is that just now Bruce also used the Wild Rage skill to withstand the witch's energy impact. One fight, Batman didn't know how he survived it. "It's so hard to die," the Tony whistled. "Wow, Mr. Bat, is your fighting style so wild?" All the teasing is teasing, Tony is not idle. As a humanoid mech, Iron Man can't carry too many heavy firepower weapons. His pen-sized missiles may be useless against the giant Bane, but this does not mean that they are ineffective against the witch. He shot past him, and almost missed it. Drink. The witch raised her hand, and the bright electric light spread out, detonating all Iron Man's missiles in mid-air on the spot. What Tony didn't expect, what he couldn't do, Batman did. Taking advantage of the witch's attention being attracted by Iron Man's missile, Master Bat pounced. Even if there was a flash of lightning in front of him, he still twisted his body gorgeously in mid-air, turned a corner flexibly, and drew an S-shaped track of progress. Finally, he passed through the gap between several electric lights, and kicked the witch's face fiercely. Seeing the witch flying out screaming, Batman was stunned. "This is me." The improvement in agility made him as light as a swallow. The increase in wind element resistance allowed him to ignore the aftermath of lightning to a certain extent. He didn't know it at all, it was a good thing his big brother did. Over there, heartbroken by the downgrade of his wind element resistance skill, Ange grinned and whispered, "Father, you have been buffed, send it quickly." "Oh no, hurry up." Chapter 71 1 + 1 =. In the movie, if Batman does not have a vehicle, his combat power is only in the range of ordinary people. In the comics, he has various armors similar to Iron Man, such as the Fenrir armor, or the famous anti-Superman armor. Unfortunately, at this point in time, in the eyes of a dutiful son, Batman is really a must. Therefore, the filial son gave his father some strange skills. Regardless of whether it is an eyesore or not, at least for this moment, Batman escaped the witch's lure. Next, it's Angie's turn. Boom. After stepping on the floor suddenly, a big bald head flew over like a cannonball. Flying close to the ground at high speed made Angie's body almost parallel to the ground. The witch immediately discovered Aang's existence. To normal people, he's just majestic. In front of a high-inspired lady like the witch, it was another scene. Aang killed it, as if a huge wave of red blood suddenly covered the ruins in front of her, and the scene that was still clearly visible in the field of vision a second ago was because when he arrived, it suddenly became a blur. The scenery in her soul vision was cut into fragments, turned into oil paints of different shades, and finally converged into a vortex. Immediately afterwards, the vortex expanded in unison, and accompanied by a series of wild roars that shocked her, it turned into a huge hole and swallowed her in one gulp. "You vile soul eater!" While screaming, the witch raised her dirty-looking hands high, and the next moment, before the dark clouds gathered in the sky, a dazzling thunderbolt struck Aang directly under her guidance. Thunder shines. Everything happened so fast, Rao Aang only had time to raise his arms, instinctively making a parrying posture. Just raising his hand once, he felt an extremely exaggerated heat coming from him. At first, his brain went blank, and then he felt an extremely sharp and painful feeling, which almost completely burned his brain. For a moment, Aang felt that he saw his grandfather in heaven. Aang in the eyes of outsiders is surrounded by lightning. The curve of his body was disturbed by the air caused by lightning, which in turn caused light refraction. It seemed that every inch of his skin was being eaten by invisible sharp teeth. The scene was frightening and violent. In fact, every bundle of muscle fibers and every bit of magic power in Angie's body was squeezed with high intensity. It feels like half a century has passed in this instant. Actually, it was just a stalemate for about half a second. Finally, a prompt came from the system. The host was attacked by thunder from the witch. Resistance is being judged. The host has passed the resistance test, and this time it only takes 5% damage. Return of thunder and lightning, skill testing. The check is successful. Return of thunder and lightning is activated. Actually, at this moment, many people thought that Angie was going to be doomed. More than one female exclamation came from a distance. Just when everyone thought that Kratos would turn into a pile of coke, they were surprised to see that Ange folded his arms and raised them high, holding 10 hands in the shape of a lotus seed. The center of his control is the beam of thunder that the witch blasted past just now. Time seems to freeze at this moment. What was branded in the eyes of Bruce and Tony was a man who looked like a god. The thunder light he held up high is like a huge Christmas tree, and each thinner branch of the dazzling lightning is the branch of the tree above. No one expected that when Ange pushed hard, the lightning that was supposed to kill him actually blasted back at the witch. Ah dash! The sharp and piercing screams resounded through the clouds. Lightning struck, the chest of the witch's half-body burst open suddenly, a dark green firework shot out from it, soaring into the sky, and immediately half of the witch's body exploded completely. The air wave from the explosion dispersed the thick black clouds from the high altitude on the spot, followed by a dazzling and weird flash, as if a strange small green sun was gradually rising from the ground, trying to devour this place from bottom to top. World. Originally, the self-destruction before the witch's destruction would be terrifying. Ange made up the knife. 2 blades of chaos pierced fiercely on the witch's forehead and chest. Only Nge himself could see that large groups of red souls were precipitated from the witch's body, and he absorbed them all. Damn! Soul Eater! The witch's rotten jaw fell from her skull, and her dirty, rune-covered arm seemed to want to grab Ange before she died, but before she had time, her whole body turned into flying ash. A gust of wind blows, and she just disappears in the wind. Not far away, Iron Man helped to block Bane's pace when Anger dealt with the witch, which allowed Anger to quickly glance at the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the witch, Charm Witch, and successfully devouring and purifying 57% of the target's soul. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following basic attribute upgrades: Intelligence plus 12, Perception plus 13, Will plus 7. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following skills: All Element Control LV5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following skill upgrades: Wind Element Control is upgraded to LV11, and Fire Element Control is upgraded to LV6. Energy Drain has been upgraded to Intermediate. The host obtains the Element System Branch skill, Flash. The host can ignore the low energy physical existence of up to 30 energy levels, turn his body into elements, and complete a short distance jump of up to 10 meters. According to the host's existing element control, the cooldown time of Flash is 5 minutes. Huh. Ange let out a deep breath. Make big money. Shuangziu in magic and martial arts. Only focus, almost no so-called shortboard. That's the benefit of the Godslayer template. The only pity is that the witch was not completely killed. The witch is a very special existence, her heart is not on her body. If she hides her heart before killing her, at least she will not be wiped out. If it wasn't for Ange, who can devour red souls, even if someone blows up her body, the final result will still be harmless. Boss. Are you okay? At this time, the huntress was the first to rush over. Ange looked around. It's okay. You guys, Clean up the surrounding bones. At this moment, the battle situation has changed again. The disgusting portal was opened again. This time, not only a large number of zombies around were resurrected, but even the witch was resurrected. She no longer fights alone, but grows on the giant Bane's left shoulder like a pendant, and her spine is almost integrated with Bane's shoulder blade. With a hoarse voice, she ordered Bane, "Kill that bald head first. No. Kill Batman first." After saying that, Bane threw another boulder at Batman, but the evolved Batman avoided it with a gorgeous dodge. Quite weirdly, these two guys with the same body actually quarreled. Ange suddenly thought of a ghost story. Once there was a very weak but wise little man who prayed to the evil to give him a strong body, so the evil stitched him together with his strong but mentally retarded brother. This time, although it doesn't look like it, after all, Bane's own intelligence is definitely not low, but it has that taste. Chapter 72 The Big Mushroom Comes. Ange really wanted to fight, let Bane and the witch fight first, fight to the death, and it would be better to have a resurrection match or something. However, he still shouted in the communication very soberly, "Hey! Forget about these two guys. The portal behind them is the key point. Who knows if there is an army of aliens on the other side of the door?" Tony squinted his eyes, recalling the memory. In fact, a certain traveler knows very well that if the attackers are not zombies and witches, but aliens, this is the drama of Avengers 1. "Do you two have any ideas?" Anger asked in the communication. "Damn it! The higher-ups are considering dropping tactical nuclear bombs to purify the pollution here. Iron Man's communication system is connected to the Ministry of Defense. As a military-industrial complex leader who has almost all prosperity with the US military, Tony's identity is detached. Most of the rumors he broke out were true. As another military boss, the boss of the Wayne Group, Batman certainly knows the trick above. Is there anything that can stop this nightmare? He was really in a hurry. Gotham City was bombed, no matter from which aspect, he was absolutely unwilling. Hurry up and kill this guy and seal the portal, otherwise no one will feel better. Tony said succinctly. "Okay, Tony, go prepare the big mushrooms." Are you serious?" Tony was startled. "No." Batman was decisive. Ange said coldly, "Isn't it enough to let the big mushroom explode across the door? This is a big game." "Then I'll get the big guy." Tony said first. "I'm going to get the Batmobile. I'll hold Bane down." The three of them completed the division of labor in 1 second. To be honest, before killing the witch for the first time, NGE must have been uneasy in the face of such a combination. Now, please enjoy Anger 2.0's performance. "If you don't come, I'm going to die." Gwen's voice was somewhat complaining. Facing mages with wide area magic attack ability, Spider-Woman is really reluctant. Just now Bane boasted and threw a big rock over, which naturally couldn't hit Gwen. The key is that it was a 2-hit combo. The moment the big rock mixed with steel bars exploded, the witch released a lightning strike. Originally, in order to dodge, Gwen made quite extreme movements, and then a series of lightning strikes came, and she almost fell for it. Besides, spider silk is not very effective in restricting giants with a height of 3 stories. Angie's arrival made Gwen breathe a sigh of relief. Bane was very upset. "Get out." The witch was even more upset. "Kill him first." It was really caught by anger. The two guys were driving a part of their bodies, and the attack was extremely uncoordinated. The giant picked up a big stone with a big hand, obviously throwing it at Batman, and was broken by the witch at the last moment. Stunned, it was thrown towards Aang. It's not that it's inaccurate, but the strength is obviously too small. This allowed Anger to dodge in mid-air, and then use the large stone thrown as a stepping stone to perform a gorgeous second-stage acceleration. While accelerating, he dodged a green magic energy ball thrown by the witch. "Go to hell." Nge immediately threw himself to a place less than 2 meters in front of the giant's forehead, and raised the two knives in his hands high. If this body was controlled by one person, it would definitely not be so awkward. Just when the witch was about to be attacked again, it was ridiculous that both sides chose to protect themselves at the same time. One big hand was in front of Bane's head, the other but the hand was in front of half of the witch's body. Eng was impolite, and shouted in a thick voice, spinning and dancing in the air. If the name of the move is not called out, how can it be called a second grader? Using his excellent physical fitness and balance ability, Eng suddenly turned into a huge spinning top in mid-air, brandished two knives, and plowed through the gap between the opponent's two heads like a chainsaw. The huge 3-story high body, starting from the left shoulder, was stunned to cut out a terrifying road by the double knives wielding in a row. To be honest, even if anger plowed out a terrifying bloodstain half a meter deep and nearly a meter wide on the back of the giant Bane this round, it still cannot be said to have caused a fatal blow to the opponent. After all, these are not Bane's own flesh and blood, so there is good news and bad news. Bad news, this is Guasha. Good news, Guasha works fast. Before Bane and the witch could react, Eng just landed, and immediately jumped up again without stopping. This time it was still aerial whirling dance, but it plowed all the way through the giant's right skin, turned a corner at the right waist, and traversed the giant's fat abdomen from right to left. Ugh, it looks like a traditional performance that has a good life-cutting belly. Crash. The out-of-control flesh and blood, like rotten intestines discarded in a slaughterhouse, flowed to the ground. In the distance, the huntress who was harassing the witch with crossbow arrows even saw a geo exposed in the open abdominal cavity. The huntress shot that foot without hesitation. This time, everyone finally saw the painful twitch on Bane's face. On the other side, Batman pressed the remote control and fetched the Batmobile. This four-wheel drive independently, has a heavy armored chariot, and its firepower is stronger than that of a Batfighter. Just as Batman got into the car, he saw a pretty figure standing beside him, and he froze for a moment. Miss Selina Kyle. What's the matter? I know I betrayed your trust. But after you were caught by Bane, Kratos caught me, and now he is my boss. Catwoman bit her lip. I lack attack means, is there anything? Heavy weapons are at my disposal. Catwoman has a certain ability in hand-to-hand combat, but her strongest weapon is just an ordinary whip, which can't help the gigantic Bane. Batman's soft-heartedness is the same as before, but this time with his over-the-top endorsement, he didn't hesitate too much. Snapped. A small remote control was thrown into the palm of Catwoman. This is the key to car number 2. However, I always control it. Okay. With the re-entry of the two Batmobiles, the situation has changed again. Tug-chug. The machine gun roared, beating Bane to pieces. Maybe the Batmobile's vehicle-mounted missiles and machine guns couldn't kill Bane, but their heavy firepower could overwhelm Bane, so he had to call in more zombies to supplement his body and serve as human armor. Originally, Bane could still fight back, but who knew that the two heroes who most liked to play against in the world were all present? Batmaster turned on the high beams. Thump, thump, thump. The high-power high beam of the Batmobile is enough to blind people. This moment is simply the arrival of the Sun God. If Bane is a real undead, he can see things through the vision of the soul. But he is not. When the body is covered with the flesh and blood of a large number of other people, sight becomes his only perception. It's good now. Estimated that if Bane knew the stock, he would also shout out in a decadent voice. High beam dog dead horse. Idiot. Give me control of your body. The witch shouted angrily. Even if he was reluctant, Bane could only do it. Who knew, at the critical moment when they were fighting for control of the body, Ange and Tony made a move. Here. Slight vibration. The result was that the witch, who was almost integrated with the body of the hating giant, was cut obliquely. The only parts of the witch's body that flew out were her left hand, left shoulder, neck, and head. Another stump remained on Bane's left shoulder. This not only caused the giant-hating giant to temporarily pause, but also put the witch in the greatest crisis. Ange didn't let go of this opportunity. He pounced and grabbed the witch's neck tightly with his hands. Energy absorption activate. In normal times, Ange would never be so idiotic to absorb the energy of a female devil whose strength is far stronger than his own. Unable to eat to death, that is his only end. It's different now. The witch lost 57% of her soul, and Ange didn't believe that she still had the guts to put all the rest of her soul on it. He bet right. A quarter of the witch in front of me has only 5% of her soul. But with such a suction, the most critical skill is in hand. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 5% of the witch's remnant soul. The host has obtained the XXX type skill, teleportation, and the space coordinates of the zombie world. This discovery made Ange almost trembling with excitement. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Big mushroom!" Chapter 73 I brought nuclear peace. If a group of lunatics simply occupied Gotham City, the old American government would never have the idea of using mushroom bombs. Even if the nuclear fusion reactor blows up in Gotham, the government cannot afford to use a hydrogen bomb to explode in its own country again to eliminate the political pressure of nuclear radiation. When the riot leader on the opposite side becomes a zombie that can spread the zombie virus, the degree of risk changes immediately. A small-yield tactical nuclear bomb was brought out by the bomber. At this time, Tony and Bruce shouted anxiously on the communication channel, "Wait. The portal is not open." Ange replied with a loud voice, "No. It will open. I got the key. Okay. I believe you." Ken. Weirdly, both Iron Man and Batman choose to trust. This is very subtle. Of course, to be on the safe side, the military adopted remote control plus timing detonation. The countdown will only start when the remote controller loses connection with the main base. Just as Bane continued to be blinded by the sun god, High Beam, the mushroom bomb was finally fired. It is not very accurate to say that it was launched, because after the nuclear missile was launched, the second half slowed down significantly. Tony manipulated Iron Man to quickly catch up with the nuclear bomb, adopting the posture of flying with him. Then Iron Man and the nuclear bomb circled around the periphery of the portal, within a range of about 5 kilometers. Everything is up to Ange. Go to hell. Beside Ange, several heroines showed their masculinity, leading the way with Catwoman's Batmobile, and everyone rushed to the edge of the portal. Ange pressed one hand on the doorframe, and suddenly felt a mysterious and evil aura coming from the doorframe. The violent fall came suddenly, and Ange only felt his spirit quickly peeled off from the heavy body. He felt as if his soul was being pulled by a powerful gravitational force through an invisible abyss. The things on the portal side, whether it is the sun god made of 2 Batmobiles, or the chaotic battlefield, all quickly moved away from his field of vision. In the next second, he felt that he was completely weightless. It seems to be falling endlessly, and it seems to be rising against gravity. He couldn't tell the east, west, north, up, down, left, right. The whole soul is like an exaggerated hot air balloon, inflating and expanding endlessly. In the dark, I seemed to have expanded from the size of a person to the size of a Zeppelin airship. If he hadn't called out the system urgently, and then observed the world in front of him through the system's digital template, maybe he would have gone crazy at this moment. Suddenly understand why only the greatest mages can play space teleportation. This is not a field that ordinary humans can relate to. The surroundings still didn't give Ange any sense of touch, or even real feeling. But Ange could feel that the self who was still next to the portal suddenly opened his empty eyes, panting heavily, and his heart beat 200 times per minute. It was just a little bit short, neither his body nor his soul could hold on anymore. But at the most critical moment, he locked a target in his sight. One Earth. An Earth that is almost exactly the same as the Earth he lives on. The only difference is that the Earth is gray and dark. Except for the side illuminated by the sun, the other half is completely dark. There is no light. It feels like returning to the era when human beings were still primitive people, who drank blood without knowing how to make a fire. It's just that this unlit Earth is imprinted in his mind extremely strongly. The next second, like instinct, there is a blue dotted line connecting the Earth where he is and the dark Earth across space. It's done. Ange felt that his soul and body in different places made the same voice. In response to his announcement, several people saw ripples suddenly appeared in the middle of the originally empty portal. The rippling feeling like a stone falling into the lake surface appeared in the middle of the portal perpendicular to the ground, and the next moment, the terrifying scene on the opposite side was reflected through the door. Several heroes exclaimed when they saw the opposite side. The first thing that catches the eye is the dense army of zombies, as many as an ant colony. If you forcefully ignore this point and look further afield, you can also see Liberty Island in the outer harbor of New York in the distance. It's just that the world-famous Statue of Liberty above has now become a terrifying appearance. The face of the Statue of Liberty was obviously chiseled and resculpted, and it became a terrifying skeleton shape from face to chest. Damn it! There is an organized zombie army on the opposite side. Tony clearly saw everything on the opposite side through Iron Man's optical magnification function. Be careful of the opponent rushing over. Batman reminded coldly. Ange shouted in the communication, no. Now the portal is one way. But wait, it's hard to say. Tony no longer hesitated, pulled the nuclear bomb to change course, and rushed towards the portal. Don't even think about it. Bane discovered Iron Man's target and threw more than a dozen boulders in a hurry. If you only rely on the nuclear missile itself, it will probably be intercepted by Bane. Iron Man's maneuverability is far superior to that of an airplane. He pulled the shell of the missile, and without slowing down, made several beautiful snake-like maneuvers, and dodged it lightly. Bane could only launch the only counter-attack, because the next moment he was entangled by Batman and the Ghost Spider again. Under Bane's bloodshot eyes, the golden-red Iron Man plunged headlong into this small portal with incomparable speed. For a moment, Tony Big felt like he was thrown into a toilet and flushed away. The nausea brought by the space teleportation almost destroyed his will. Fortunately, he carried it. When he came back to his senses, he was stunned to find the army of zombies occupying the ruins of New York in front of him, and he even saw another self. Tony is embarrassing. Kill Iron Man! Another Tony shouted in a distorted voice. The next moment, the mountain of corpses was completely startled, and they turned into a terrifying wave of corpses, killing Iron Man. Goodbye. See you again. Tony playfully threw the big mushroom in his hand to the big guy in front of him, turned and left. No. Etc. Where is the portal I came from? For a moment, Tony thought he was getting a one-way ticket. He is very emotional and impulsive. Faced with the danger, he came here with the nuclear bomb without even thinking about it. It wasn't until this second that he realized that the danger was not limited to the enemy. At this critical moment, a phantom bald man suddenly jumped out of the void. He pulled Tony with his blue-purple hands and pulled him into a newly opened portal. Almost at the same time that the figure of Iron Man disappeared into the sky, a blazing flash of light occupied the entire field of vision of all undead creatures in this space. That is a symbol of nuclear peace. Chapter 74 Winner and Loser. The once prosperous New York has long been devastated, with ruined houses and roof tiles everywhere, no flashing neon lights, no traffic, and even no people. Only zombies can continue to exist in the zombie universe. Not low-grade goods. Ordinary people are not qualified to be zombies, they have long been swallowed up by stronger ones. But now, the shockwave brought by the Big Bang changed everything. The berserk nuclear leveling messenger showed the power of technology, making this dead city boil instantly like hot porridge. First, a red dot suddenly appeared in the center, like the rising sun, and rippled in a circle between the sky and the earth, and then the circle of light turned outward, spread out several kilometers in diameter. The zombies at the center of the nuclear explosion didn't even have time to let out a wail before they turned into dust and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Even hero-level zombies are not easy. Only those who were first-line heroes during their lifetime can escape this kind of world-shattering explosion. In the blink of an eye, the island of Manhattan opposite the door was completely razed to the ground. However, this has nothing to do with Eng and the others in the main world. In the main world, the old American military is extremely nervous. Even if this is a nuclear strike authorized by the president, when they think that the mushroom bomb exploded on their own land is a world-class political scandal, many military leaders are very nervous. A portal of strange light. Confirm the detonation of the tactical nuclear bomb. No shockwave feedback. No significant increase in radiation levels at the site. This is a success. When the orderly finished speaking in one breath, his eyes were full of disbelief. Commander Magian had a moment and almost had a myocardial infarction. Even though the military had confirmed many times, those zombies were genuine, not drug addicts from Kensington Street in Philadelphia. If he wants to make the decision to throw mushroom bombs on his own territory, he still needs to bear tremendous pressure. Now that the mushroom bomb doesn't explode at home, it's easy to say anything. After all, the nuclear fusion reactor of the Wayne Group was detonated by terrorists in front of him. It was already annoying enough, and he really couldn't stand the second one. Soon, news came from ahead. Report. Found the Iron Man signal. He returned successfully. The words of the orderly immediately made the audience boil. That's right. In their eyes, Tony Stark is the representative of the American dream. He and his father used their ingenuity to earn huge amounts of money, and protected the world with the developed high-tech mechs. As for Batman and the bald man who opened the door, they ignored them for the time being. Successful? Batman asked on the comm loop. If the portal doesn't open anymore, then it's a success. Tony was very frightened, and continued weakly, after I go back, I will send you a copy of the opposite video. Okay. Wayne father and son said in unison. While father looked at the final finishing work, he jumped out of the Batmobile and shouted, Bane. Everything in the world can no longer attract Batman's attention, and all his attention is locked on Bane. Although he didn't say it, his subtext was only one sentence, it's just you and me. Bane is in a bad state. It seems that he has been cut off from the power of the undead system, and the flesh armor of a large number of zombies began to automatically peel off from him. Don't look at the flesh and blood that doesn't seem to be his. In order to gain more powerful power, Bane chose to fuse and devour the souls of these zombies. Bane was absolutely unwilling to show his weak side in front of Batman, but the severe pain still made him raise his head consciously. Batman said in a deep voice, surrender. I guarantee you a fair trial. Trial? Bane's ferocious face had an extremely clear contempt. Shut up in prison? Or go to Arkham Asylum and be locked up with those low-end idiots. Don't even think about it. I was born and raised in prison. I swear every day that I will never go back after I come out. What do you know about me? After that, Bane launched a charge. While he was wailing in pain, there was a loud noise in his body. On his gigantic body, blood pustules constantly bulged into pustules and then exploded. His body seemed to collapse at any moment, but Bane is worthy of being a famous boss in the Dark Knight series. Any thought of admitting cowardice was instead aroused fiercely. With a backhand blow, he waved a huge slap and grabbed Batman. Switched to the previous Batmaster, it is estimated that this blow is definitely enough. Huge arms, the arm span alone is more than 4 meters, and one of them is like a van smashing its head. Interestingly, Batman has been enhanced by some dutiful son. He took off vertically on the spot with great briskness. After seeing that he simply jumped more than 2 meters in height, Master Bat knew very well that something must have happened to him. But he didn't have time to think. The whole figure was like a real bat, turning around in mid-air extremely lightly. The wide bat cloak wrapped his toned body. Following the gust of wind blown by the huge palm, he flew high. Bane was lonely. This is just the beginning. Batman clearly saw that the spine-like things were inserted into Bane's giant body. Batman swept over, and pulled out all those spines by the way. Under the absolute power, Bane's blackened flesh and blood were also brought out. Ah! Bane's screams became even more horrific. If he loses his own flesh, it would be 1,000 cuts, so Batman takes him as the starting point and the backbone of other zombies. Isn't this a different kind of execution? Batman is like a fluttering butterfly, revolving around the giant Bane, and each rotation must bring a lot of flesh and blood. After only a few rounds, Bane's external flesh and blood finally fell off, revealing the main body inside. Bane was originally more than 2 meters tall, definitely considered burly. It can be turned into a giant with a height of 3 stories first, but now it is more than 2 meters, which is not enough to look at. At the moment Bane revealed his true body, Batman raised his hand, and more than 10 bat darts flew out of his hand, piercing Bane's hands and feet and locking him to the ground. Bane, it's over. Batman put away his cloak, lowered it slowly, and stood condescendingly on a broken pillar, looking down at Bane. Yes. It's over. At some point, Bane's trapezoidal mask fell off, revealing a mouthful of scars, and even its lips were torn. This is Bane in this life. Bane was a tragic Bane from birth. Batman seemed to want to say something, but in the end he hesitated to speak. He found that Bane's fire of life was rapidly fading. The power of taboo is not so easy to get. Bane has not completed the secret contract with the witch, so he is doomed to be unable to easily become a real undead hero. Batman just watched Bane silently sinking into ashes, and finally from skin to muscles to bones, completely dried up, and finally turned into fly ash and disappeared in this world. Chapter 75 Pick up a cat, family members. The Battle of Gotham is over. The grand aftermath still has a long aftertaste. Compared to the original historical Dark Knight Rises, this is more like Batman, The Rise of the Death Knight. Bane kidnapped a city of 12 million people with a nuclear fusion reactor, which was outrageous enough, and the subsequent zombification was even more outrageous. In order to avoid panic among people all over the world, the senior leaders of the old and the United States completely covered up the facts this time. It's like no sugar is 0 calories, eating hot pot with ice cubes and eating without calories and other magical theories. As long as there is no mushroom bomb detonated in the United States in full view, it means that no nuclear bomb has been dropped. Anyway, the land is stuck here, and there are not many insiders. No, it should be said that those who knew about it were not ordinary people, and all of them ran away, which caused a headache for the old American officials. Anger doesn't know whether this magical battle will force out the drama of Captain America 3 Civil War in advance. To put it bluntly, this is because the government can't bear these superheroes who act according to their own preferences, and decides to let the hero it's all forcibly incorporated. Calm has returned to Gotham, at least on the surface. If there is any major event, it is the change of Wayne Group's equity. Alfred informed Bruce Wayne, "I'm sorry, Master Wayne, because there is not enough evidence to prove that your stock investment was an illegal act in which your fingerprints and passwords were stolen, and the stock exchange did not recognize there's a bug in the system, so, your stock is going to be lost." Bruce is also very desperate. He spread his hands. Then, "Am I a poor man now?" The old butler corrected him, "That's right. You, a poor man, own a manor. more than a dozen luxury cars. There are also people who give you $1 million a month to spend. Was speechless by the housekeeper. In fact, Mr. Anger's conditions remain unchanged. If you agree to change his surname to Wayne, then he will give all the voting rights of the stock to your spokesperson, Mr. Lucius Fox. In this way, your secret science department can continue to operate. If necessary, Mr. Anger even agreed to inject capital into Wayne Group when necessary. Master Bat's face, which seemed to always have only an indifferent expression, kept twitching slightly at this moment. Do I still have a choice? Mr. Engel got your original shares, and bought all his shares at a low price from Mr. Daggett's widow who broke the scandal. He has formed an absolute controlling stake in the Wayne Group. In fact, I don't think there is a choice, unless you give up being Batman forever. Let that kid come here. Yes, sir. A day later, at the main entrance of Wayne's mansion, Alfred and all the servants under his command lined up on both sides of the red carpet. Even though the owner of the house did not approve of the old butler's doing so, the old butler still waited for Ange to welcome the next head of the house. Hello. Mr. Ange. On behalf of all the servants of the Wayne family, I would like to pay tribute to you. The old butler was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, and the deep wrinkles on his face seemed to have completely unfolded, especially when he saw Ange leading sigh when Miss Lena Kyle came together. She couldn't hide the satisfaction on her face. Hello. Mr. Alfred Pennyworth. I appreciate your loyalty to the Wayne family. Thank you so much, this is the greatest compliment in my life. Wise people talk, never tell the truth. I come from the Far East, and there I have the habit of giving away races. Please don't worry about it, this is just a small thought of mine. After all, Ange first gave Alfred a title deed. It was a small detached house on the outskirts of Gotham City, with a land deed. The old butler was shocked. This loyalty is priceless, any reward should be eclipsed in front of it, so please don't refuse. Ange and the old housekeeper turned their heads together and looked at the window on the second floor, where a man trying to pretend to be indifferent was staring at him. Besides, Angie's head of bodyguard Louis is giving out red envelopes to each servant. Very simply, each red envelope contains 10 franklins. Master Bruce's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, only those with super abilities can defeat those with super abilities. At the door of Wayne's ancestral study, Bruce glanced at Selina outside the door, and finally retracted his gaze and closed the door. The wild father and the illegitimate son just sat down facing each other across the desk. Ange, what do you want? Bruce stared at Ange. I told you, my mother needed an apology. After a few seconds of silence, or a minute, Bruce Wayne finally softened. I'm sorry for her. I always thought that my combination with her was a mistake. And you are a further mistake. For the wild father, a certain time traveler actually doesn't care. Just when ya dad said the word sorry, the system recognized it. Feeling the fullness of his soul, Ange naturally wouldn't argue with the wild father. I accept your apology. And then? If one day, Kratos committed an unforgivable sin and needed justice, what do you think Batman should do? Bruce put away the little warmth on his face, and stared at him very seriously. Angie's eyes. Ange rested his elbows on the armrests of the chair, crossed his fingers on his lower abdomen, and leaned calmly against the back of the chair. 100 people have 100 kinds of justice. If Batman's justice can't tolerate Kratos' style of doing things, it's a big deal. Batman wins, Kratos goes to jail. Batman loses, then Batman will probably hide in his Batcave, painstakingly develop a weapon against Kratos, and then fight again next time. Bruce's left cheek muscles twitched slightly. Do you know Batman well? Maybe. It doesn't matter what the wild father is, I grew up watching your dark history, Grandpa Bat. Bruce was silent for a long time, and finally said flatly, that's it? It won't take long for the whole of America to know about the change of power of the Wayne Group. Of course, this will not cause any waves, after all, the two bosses are both named Wayne. Moreover, once Ang signed the power of attorney for stock voting rights, he only had the right to share dividends and could no longer influence the decision-making of Wayne Group. On the way back from the old house of the Wayne family, Ang opened the program in the car, and he showed a small program twice and twice. Catwoman watched in shock as anger hacked into Gotham City's police system, and then washed her file to nothing. You really did it? Until now, Selina still seemed a little unbelievable that the cleansing she had been thinking about for many years was so easily accomplished. I promised you. Angie's calm expression made him even more unpredictable. That. Thank you. Now we are in debt, find a place to park, we will meet later. Before she could finish speaking, Ange suddenly grabbed her wrist. Dear Miss Catwoman, did you make a mistake? Are you going to cheat? Dishonest? Of course not. Anger's smile became worse. You know the true identity of the famous killer Kratos. Guess who is the most secretive person in this world? Dead. No. Dead people don't keep secrets anymore. After seeing zombie heroes, Catwoman didn't dare to say that dead people are the most secretive. However, she has been in the underworld all year round, of course she knows that. Ange doesn't seem to be much different from those now. Facing this powerful and ungentlemanly bastard, Selina was full of despair, and every cell in her body seemed to be expressing rejection. But what can she do? Ange suddenly thought of a famous stock before crossing. Pick up a cat? Family. She wants to come home with me. Chapter 76 Hook straight bait salty. You are a kitty, what else can you do? Can you still escape from my palm? You can't. Hey hee 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 ha ha. The cat decisively pressed its pink paws on the opponent's head, trying to stop the opponent. She knew that the other party seemed to be reciting some outrageous lines, but she was still angry. Her big juicy eyes clearly said, what serious illness do you specify? A cold fact, both people and cats can be crazy, not just one. But it's not over yet. A kitten like you was born to be eaten by daddy. Resistance is useless. Hey hee hee hee. The above scene is the story of love and hatred between the male version of Empress Shiji and the female version of Shen Gongbeo in this life. On the high seas away from the coastline, a 120-foot-long Tomahawk luxury yacht floats on the sea. Yahoo! On the choppy sea, the beautiful high school girl Gwen Stacy is driving a motorboat to play extreme speed boating on the sea. The sea water splashed on her fair body, and against the three-point battle suit, it seemed that her whole body was shining. Dina Lance was sunbathing leisurely on the beach chair on the pure white bow. In the gentle sea breeze, she wantonly showed her body, praying that the sun could evenly shine on every inch of her skin. Her younger sister Sarah was fishing on the pontoon at the stern. The housekeeper looked very peaceful today, but her golden eyebrows jumped up from time to time. Without it, the cat playing Asian squat in the bedroom with full-length windows on the upper floor is too noisy. As we all know, cat trouble is very annoying. Although this cat has a nice meow, annoying is annoying. Feeling a little sulking, Sarah noticed that the fishing rod in her hand had moved, and she pulled the rod directly regardless of the amount. The hard-working big deep-sea grouper, suddenly faced with the rapidly changing water pressure, was pulled up from a depth of tens of meters, its eyeballs burst, and it burped. To be honest, this large grouper, which is nearly 1 meter long, weighs less than 100 caddies, and ordinary girls can't handle it. It's really hard not to be Sarah. I saw her vest line slightly bulging, her seemingly slender arms exerted force suddenly. This big fish just flew from the sea to the deck, jumped a few times and stopped moving. Wow, the harvest is good. You can have extra meals tonight. Sarah turned her head in surprise, and saw Ange, who was wearing sunglasses and underpants, leaning on the railing on the second deck of the ship and smiling at her. Humph. I fixed your stomach, is there a reward? Ange tilted his head and smiled badly, give you a straight hook. Sarah blushed all over her face, it's not impossible. There is a saying in fishing, hook, straight bait, and salty. But don't care about the 20 centimeters hook, it's enough to catch mermaids anyway. Sarah didn't care about the big fish lying dead, a beautiful pigeon turned over, and the whole person flew up to the second deck like a cloud and fog, just in time to be hugged by a Princess Ange. Sarah just caught a glimpse of Miss Selena Kyle, who was paralyzed in the 2-meter diameter, white jade hot spring massage pool on the second floor after experiencing a lot of exercise. Compared with herself, that little envious eyes are not deceiving. Fortunately, she has reinforcements. Sister, do you want to go together? Come on. As soon as the black canary heard the movement, it flew up chirping. Ange glanced at Catwoman, who turned over and curled up in the hot spring pool. He was about to speak when Catwoman suddenly raised her paw and gave him an international friendly gesture. Ange smiled, and put her arms around Sister Lance. Cats are the most fickle creatures. They especially like to go out in the middle of the night. Anyway, when they go out and get bitten by a dog, or get kicked out by other cats, she will thinking of the master. I obediently went home to ask for help. The poor little cat finally knows that all the gifts in Destiny have already been marked with a price. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the door, he heard a distraught voice behind him. You guys named Wayne are all assholes. Well, say Catwoman is cowardly, and she dares to greet Angie's family in public. Say she is tough, buttocks should stick out or will stick out. Perhaps, this is the legendary Microsoft. Tens of kilometers away, Master Wayne, who has always been very dedicated to 20-year-old beauties, happened to be playing hook, straight, bait and salty games, and he sneezed suddenly. Fortunately, he didn't hear this, otherwise he would have said, I didn't mess with any of you. After the hard-working Master Bat lost his status as the major shareholder of Wayne Group, he didn't make Gotham's crazy bees and butterflies lose interest in him. Even if his financial ability drops to the same level as Angie's back then, he is still the most handsome one in the nightclub. Ange is in the sea, but it doesn't mean that others can't find him. When he and Gwen were playing the rippling game using spider silk as a flower rope in the afternoon, there was a faint roar in the distant sky. The Iron Man with red background and gold trim flew over through the sky, and then slowly landed on the deck. Looking at Angie's situation, Tony under the steel mask showed a nostalgic expression, and he saw his former self. The stereo on the hull played Zanjin's little song, and the yacht was full of charming beauties. This scene is posted on major video sites, and it is roughly under the economic depression. A rich and generous unemployed beauty is forced to pass the boring time in the sun. Basically, any word can be used as a keyword for a search engine. Seeing the arrival of Iron Man, the beauties were not surprised and greeted one after another. Hi, Tony. Dina put on the bathrobe with great interest, and led the way. Ange is inside. Okay, thank you, Miss Lance. Tony stepped out of Iron Man and strode inside. Actually, for a moment, Catwoman thought about using Tony to annoy Ange. It's a pity that Tony, who has reached the full level of women's experience, didn't even look at her. He walked over and sat on the sofa opposite Ange. He consciously opened a hidden compartment hidden on the armrest of the sofa and picked out a can. When the beer comes out, open it and drink it. Ange slapped the cat's butt, and after driving the sad kitten out of the room, he said with a wide smile, Hey, Tony, what brought you here? It's not easy to find me here. Iron Man is free, he can go wherever he wants. You didn't turn off the GPS of your phone. Alas, after all, it's not that you made too much noise, trouble is coming. Tony threw a stack of documents on the table in front of Ange. Ange understood after seeing it, the superiors don't like me again. Nonsense. You have taken back the Wayne Group. Do you still want to cross-hold two major arms companies by yourself? Ange laughed dumbfounded. Lau Mei is playing with balance. Every time Congress throws out an arms order, it requires the following arms dealers to bid for it. If Eng holds the stocks of two giant arms companies at the same time, it is estimated that the big bosses in Congress will not be able to sleep. Eng didn't even look at the amount filled in the document, and signed his name in a hurry. Are you not afraid that I will betray you? People who do that don't deserve to be Iron Man. Anger smiled and raised the beer can in his hand. Tony didn't say a word, but clinked cups with Eng. This time you are good enough, and you have managed the Wayne Group by yourself. I'm really sorry that my buddy didn't help you, so I can only raise the purchase price a little bit. Which is 10% higher than the average stock price in the past 30 days. It's all small things. Help me get some of your gizmos when you have time. That's real. Money, after reaching a small goal, is actually more of a number. Eng didn't value it because this broken world was too dangerous. His broadness made Tony very fond of him. In the past, Tony could say, I don't pay attention to whether he has money when I make friends, because it's not enough for me. Now, Anger, who is the largest shareholder of Wayne Group, can really be on an equal footing with him in terms of assets. Okay, let's not talk about those mundane things. In order to deal with possible major crises, I have recently started thinking about forming a team composed of superheroes. I wonder if you are interested. Chapter 77. I think Ares is upset. Angie's eyes lit up when he heard it. This should be the predecessor of Avengers. In other words, Ange, should be considered as DC. You, a core of Marvel, came to DC to poach people. Isn't this a kind of NTR? Pure love fighters are furious. Will you be restricted by your superiors? Tony froze for a moment. He thought of this on a whim last night, and he didn't think about it for a while. Your attitude is. I'm not some bitter wage earner. Tony understood in seconds. This is the way of thinking of the head of the table. It is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life. If the real chables are unhappy with the president, they can spend money to support a new president to come to power, instead of working for the government. Even if you are targeted by the president, you are not afraid. At worst, you will send a group of lawyers to file a lawsuit against the government. If the current government steps down, it will be fine. Tony suddenly smiled wryly. At this moment, Anger said seriously, of course, if it is my good brother Tony Stark's request, I will definitely help. At this point, a smile appeared on Tony's face. He couldn't say he was very satisfied, at least he got the result he wanted. A secret alliance across DC and Marvel was born. Iron Man is gone, and Ange continues his vacation trip. On the morning of the third day, Ange woke up from the tenderness. 8 jade arms and 5 beautiful faces, there seems to be something wrong. For a moment, Anger thought that Miss Octopus had become a spirit, and ran aboard to sell Mr. Thuluk, who she believed in. After he took a closer look, he realized that the extra face was no stranger to him. Hi. Sorry to bother you, are you free now? Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass window, the word sorry was written in capitals on that beautiful face. But everyone has come, so I can't go back empty-handed. This time, not to mention Ange, the other 4 daughters were all awakened. To be honest, there are not many existences who can sneak onto the ship without being discovered these days without hiding from them and NGE's perception. This proves that the opponent's attributes are much higher than theirs. Ange hesitated for a moment, and comforted them, it's okay, an old friend. You stay in the room. Catwoman shrugged her nose unhappily, humph. Old friend, huh? Ange didn't care about Catwoman so much. He dressed himself, walked out the door, and sure enough, he saw Wonder Woman sitting with his back to him on the edge of the pontoon at the stern. "Hi, Diana, it's 40 kilometers from the coast. It didn't take me long to swim." Diana showed a slightly embarrassed expression. Sure enough, the strong can do whatever they want. Ange sat down about 1 meter away from Diana, letting his feet soak in the rippling sea water. "Sorry, Diana, I made you see something awful." "Oops. No, that's just what you modern people think. I'm an Amazonian." Before the world was cut off, the Amazon sisters would happily share strong men together. Only, for the less strong men, the Amazon women, it would be less friendly. Well, they might die out of strength, or be sold into slavery. Only the strongest men can conquer the female warriors of the Amazons. And people are embarrassing. As a modern person, he suddenly forgot that Wonder Woman was born as an Amazon princess, so he couldn't help but laugh. In history, there is also the story of Amazon Queen Thalesres bringing 200 Amazon female warriors to visit Alexander the Great and spending 13 days and nights with him in order to obtain a daughter. He tentatively asked, in myths and legends, Hercules won the favor of Amazon Queen Hippolyta, and the queen was willing to give him that magical belt. Diana shrugged frankly, "That's true. Before my mother married Zeus, she fell in love with Hercules at a glance. In fact, if the Queen Hera didn't play tricks, maybe my father was Heracles. Lacleus." Ange suddenly found out, Diana Prince is his legendary gossip princess. He suddenly regained his energy. "Okay, Diana, what are you running all the way here for?" "I found the Superman you mentioned, and the strong Arthur who hid by the sea. They are indeed very powerful fighters, but unfortunately they have no reason to help me and rejected me. And I found a man in this world in the end. I found that the only one who could help me was the weak you back then." Ange smiled wryly, No, I am very clear about my own strength. I don't think I will be your opponent now." Diana shook her head, "I didn't say it before, Paradise Island still has a secret. The sword of Olympus that originally sheltered us and was inherited from Zeus shattered. Its fragments suppressed all the descendants of Greek gods on the island. Power. On the island, we can only protect ourselves with the most primitive force. But you are different, you do not have the blood of the Greek gods, but you can gain the power to fight Ares through the power of Godslayer." Ange was speechless. "Has anyone told you that sometimes it hurts to tell the truth?" I apologize if I offended you." Even after entering the modern society, Diana's words are still so straightforward. It's just that times have changed. Back then, Ange, who was almost powerless, needed to look up to Wonder Woman's power and handle the relationship with each other carefully, but now, even if Ange can't compare to Superman and Wonder Woman, the super strong, anyway, he is considered a first-line hero, so he naturally has his own spirit. "But, I'm not a savior, and I don't think I have an obligation to help you save another world." Diana's head seems to be a little stuck. When she found Superman and Arthur, Sea King, the other party said the same thing, and they also expressed that they did not want their lives to be disturbed. She knew very well that Ange didn't owe her anything. At that time, Ange saved her, taught her the common sense of this world, and told her where the strong people in this world are. As a passerby, Ange was absolutely benevolent. Compared with the evil villains she met later, Ange was an angel. The problem continued like this, and Diana felt that the conversation was about to collapse again, so she couldn't help but secretly became anxious. She was a little excited. "I swear, Paradise Island will definitely repay you. There are countless golds on our island." Ange spread his hands. "I'm already one of the richest people in this world. Come to my world, you have a chance to gain the power of the gods. The price is to fight against a real god, the famous god of war Ares." Anger was right. If it was the history of the first episode of Wonder Woman, he might be able to become a killer god's title. Now it seems that this magically changed world is likely to be a huge pit. Diana was about to say something when she suddenly thought of it. She stretched out her slender but powerful hands, put them on Angie's shoulders, leaned over, looked into Angie's eyes very seriously, and said firmly and solemnly, "You saved Paradise Island. You are the hero of all Amazon female warriors. Every single female warrior would be eager to have a daughter with you. Including me." Almost as soon as Wonder Woman finished speaking, Aang felt that the blood of the Wayne family was boiling instantly. "Hi. If you said so earlier, it would be over. God, I will show you all. Do not ask. Ask, is the DNA really moved? Batman is responsible." Right at this moment, the system popped up 3 tasks in one go. Initiate a rebellion against the gorgeous king. The final stage of the task is triggered. Godslayer Bloodline Mission announced. Amazon King Mission released. There are task rewards. Ares is nothing. No suspension so-called. I will shoot. Ang is upright and proud. Oh. Sure enough, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It is second to nothing to open a harem in Amazon. The key is that I think Ares is not happy with that bastard. Before he could finish speaking, Wonder Woman's fiery red lips touched Angie's forehead. I will try to like you, but for now, this is a deposit. Chapter 78, A Necessary Journey to Another World. Initiate rebellion against the magnificent king. The final stage of the mission. Everyone despises CAO thief, everyone wants to be CAO thief. The hero girl who picks up the wild father, let the wild father drown in the vulgar fans. This is the most magnificent revenge. Mission reward, DC Core Charm. Seeing this, Angie's heart skipped a beat. There is no doubt that Batman is the core of the Justice League. But in this life, is Bruce Wayne, whose money ability is stuck by the big brother Aang, still a real money ability user? The answer is negative. Batman's lofty moral character may be one of the keys to entangle the Justice League, but it is not absolute. At the very least, anger is sure to handle Super, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman. However, it is the best to have this so-called core charm bonus. The system will give you the next 2 prompts, which Ang can understand just by looking at the title. Godslayer Bloodline Series Missions. In the Grand Greek system, without the bloodline of the gods, it is difficult to move forward. Before challenging the great god of war Ares, please obtain the divine blood of a powerful divine descendant. It's kind of like Batman's quest. Ang reckoned that this was almost the only way to break his physical limit. It's hard to say just who to choose as the target. After all, he has never heard of any other generals under Ares. The god of war version of Kratos, that kills the quartet, just the name of the killed boss, a piece of A4 paper can't finish. As for Ares, the god of war, it should be called Jean Diao more appropriately. In the mythology, in the Trojan War, Ares helped the Trojans, but was injured by Diomedes. When the gods are at war, he attempted to assassinate the goddess Athena, but was knocked down by Athena with a huge stone. With the help of Athena, Hercules killed his son Cycnos. Aloa captured Ares alive and kept him in a copper pot for 13 months before being rescued by Hermes. Ares was captured 3 times by the ugly and terrible Orthos and Ephialtes, who were the sons or grandsons of Poseidon and Iphimedia. Ahem, the above story is not important. What is important is that Ares' record of being overthrown can also fill a piece of A4 paper. If the plan is good, it is not impossible to kill Ares. As for the task of King of Amazons, everyone understands it. Accepting Wonder Woman's blessing with a kiss on the forehead, Ang said, "Well, my God-Slayer power has also reached the upper limit. If I want to hunt down a powerful descendant first, who will I choose as the target comparison?" Good. This question stumped Diana. Paradise Island has been isolated from the world for more than 1,000 years. I don't know how many living gods there are in our world. However, I heard that you have the power to open the portal, maybe you can go to another time and space. Eng sounded like the blind monk caught Hwadian, and he was shocked on the spot. Wait. Who did you listen to? There will be no news about Kratos opening the portal on TV. Batman. He found me, and I mentioned Paradise Island to him. He was silent for a long time and asked me to come find you. Eng is a little embarrassed. No, did Wonder Woman in this life still participate in World War I? What happened to the timeline? Is this the guidance of fate? Tony secretly planned to launch Avengers Alliance, and Master Bat started preparing Justice League behind his back. These two are really consistent. Okay, Diana, I'm overwhelmed by your amazing luck. I just got the power of teleportation not long ago. To be honest, I'm not familiar with it either. Angus turned his backhand, and a crystal appeared on his palm, a vortex of energy the size of a ball. Wonder Woman was fascinated on the spot. So this is the way home. The Queen Mother said at the beginning that I would find a powerful mage here. It's just that I really thought that that person would be you. Eng estimated his own strength. He clearly remembered that when he opened the portal, his magic power was quickly drained. No, it's not that simple. I don't have enough strength to travel between the two worlds alone. I have to open the portal on the opposite side, and I can find the space coordinates of that world. How to find it? You have to give me an item from Paradise Island that has powerful magic power or divine power fluctuations. I use it to sense the world. And I don't guarantee that it will succeed. Diana thought for a while, and took out a golden tiara from her bosom pocket. Starlight Flying Crown is a symbol of the Amazon royal family and possesses the divine power bestowed by Zeus. Eng took it, he didn't talk nonsense, and directly invested in his own perception. In an instant, the world was empty, and he entered that mysterious space again. The physical body disappeared, only his soul wandered in the boundless void. In the state of soul, he carefully savored the faint fluctuations of divine power from the Starlight Flying Crown. He is not the owner of this thing, he can only let the system remember its energy signal, and search for similar targets in the multiverse like a needle in a haystack. But within a few seconds, Anger suddenly became dizzy, and when he recovered, he was already paralyzed on Wonder Woman's shoulder. What's wrong with me? Eng said weakly. I can feel your mental power drop sharply, for a moment I thought you were going to die. Wonder Woman apologized. Alas, spatial search is a very nerve-wracking business. Diana was very embarrassed. Sorry, thank you for your hard work. I'll take a break today, come back tomorrow. Anger handed back the crown. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Wonder Woman smiled and stuffed the crown back into Angie's arms. I trust you. Search it when you have time, and let me know when it's ready. Inform you. Wonder Woman smiled and said a number. Wait. Is this a cell phone number? Otherwise. Do you think I'm really a primitive? This stock is so cold, but it is just right for Wonder Woman, the time traveler. Angus laughed too. Seeing that she was about to jump back into the water and ready to swim back, Eng was stunned for a moment. Can you drive a motorboat? Motorboat? Have you ever driven a motorcycle? Opened. That's almost it? Anger pointed to one of the motorboats hanging beside the pontoon at the stern. The motorboat full of oil can run 100 kilometers without pressure. Good. Woman drove the motorboat, splashed a long wave of water on the sea, and drove towards the blurred outline of the Statue of Liberty in the far distance. She is. Seeing Wonder Woman leave, Gwen came up to ask. Diana Prince, an Amazon female warrior from another world. Maybe after a while, I will leave this world temporarily and go to another Earth. Zombie world? No, the world where the Greek gods reside. Whether she is fine, or the three girls who are following around, there is a bit of a bad taste in her mouth. To break the ceiling of my power, I must go there. Chapter 79 Wrong Teleportation. What Eng said is the real reason why he is willing to go to the Amazon world. Time waits for no one, and the world will change faster than imagined. It is true that he can hide in the small group formed by Bat Daddy or Tony, and live safely under its protection. After all, there are some in Reunion or Zhenglian who are only responsible for playing small soldiers. According to this standard, Eng definitely exceeds the standard. But looking for shelter in this way, I am like an oyster. One day, the shell that protects myself will become a bowl for myself, and it will be served in front of the enemy. The strength must be at least at the star level in order to have a little resistance in front of perverted giants such as Thanos. A man is absent-minded, and the same demeanor means different things in the eyes of men and women. Perhaps, this performance of a man can be due to the loss of the LPL team he was playing, or the loss of the team he favored. But in the eyes of women, there is a high probability that there is only one answer. This has changed his mind. Eng was thinking about killing Ares. Here, Catwoman snapped her fingers dissatisfied, and called out music, and the yacht's smart home system immediately played Song of Saving Energy. Selena raised her arms high and crossed her wrists, showing her waistline and hipline to her heart's content, swaying like a fairy, letting her beautiful miniskirt flutter in the wind. Her groaning chuckle, magnetic and mysterious, tugged at Eng's heartstrings. Not only her, but beside Eng, there are two canaries swaying to the beat with the same amplitude. And behind him, a woman wearing a mask, tight gloves, and stockings hangs down from the ceiling by spider threads, posing various graceful poses with the music. Eng was dumbfounded. Obviously, they were jealous. Still, a little vinegar smell doesn't hurt. At this time, the sea was windy and it was raining. The storm covered all the sounds between the sea and the sky, and even the 120-foot-long yacht was like a small leaf in the raging sea, as if it would capsize at any time. Finally, the wind and rain gradually stopped. Catwoman stared at Eng viciously. "Asshole, I'll go find another guy named Wayne after you die." Nge suddenly smiled. "Then I'm not dead, so you won't look for me." "I didn't say that." Eng touched the cat's conscience, and swore viciously, "You can run, you can escape. But I will always catch you, and let you know that you can't escape 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Through the palm of my hand. You are an asshole." Catwoman was furious. She can play with gentlemen or people pretending to be gentlemen, but bad women are also afraid of hooligans. When a gangster who can fight and has money is completely unreasonable, what else can she do? She didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Nge. He killed Black Mask, avenged her sister, and helped her clean up the case and let her start a new life, for which she is really grateful. But is this love? Not necessarily. With love. But not more, not less. As a fickle woman, she doesn't know what she wants to do in the next second. At most, she can only resent Ng's brutality, but she can't deny what Eng brought her. Catwoman is a complex of contradictions. In the following days, Eng repeatedly tested the teleportation with the system and the memory of when he absorbed the power of the witch. Seriously, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if Eng took Wonder Woman's token and greatly narrowed the scope of the search and greatly reduced the difficulty, it would only change the difficulty from finding a needle in a haystack to finding a drop of difference in a standard swimming pool of 25 meters by 11 meters. Color water. Lowered, but not completely lowered. For several weeks, the target was not found, so I added 3 points to Ng's perception ability. During the period, Wonder Woman called twice to inquire about the progress, and Angle answered truthfully. During the period, billions of little things happened, such as Tony fighting a guy with lightning 5 whips at a certain racing track. Another example is that a macho man holding a star shield appeared in New York City, bouncing and jumping with inhuman strength. On this day, Ange was still in seclusion, doing perception experiments in the laboratory under his villa. Suddenly, the portal he had been unable to open opened. In his perception, there is a clear signal across the distant void. After comparison by the system, this signal is 99.99% likely to be the signal of Queen Amazon. The other party is opening the portal. May I ask if you want to teleport? The deadline for teleportation is counting down, 10, 9, 1. Damn it! Anger didn't expect the transmission signal on the other side to be so unstable. You must know that teleportation and portal are two different spells. The former can only be located by the other party opening the portal, and Ange leans over by himself. The latter can open a stable portal connecting the two worlds. Assault on the zombie world last time, because both portals are ready-made. But this time, Ange didn't even have time to think about it. Suddenly, there was a huge suction force from the opposite side, pulling him into the void. The only thing he had time to do was to put on Quay's hood. The feeling of teleportation was terrible. Most of the things in the field of vision were suddenly stretched very long, and the blade of chaos in his hand was like a 20-meter-long golden noodle. Before the brief dizziness caused by the teleportation recovered, Ange heard the system prompt language adaptation or something, and then let out a loud roar. Who are you? A Greek spy? Answer me. Accompanied by a rude voice, a bright golden light struck down. For some reason, Ange was upset. He is very upset. Ange gets angry, and the consequences are very serious. Especially when Ange was still extraordinary. Just as his senses recovered, Ange kicked at the pounced figure. It was a good note Sparta is kicking. The arrogant soldiers entrenched around the portal did not realize what happened at all. They only felt a gust of white wind suddenly rolled up, and the big man who just launched the attack without authorization swirled the child flew out and slammed into the wall of the Wengcheng city, printing a big introduction. Sky. That's a giant barbarian who is 2 meters 10 and 2 meters tall in heavy armor. Kick this almost bare-chested hunk. Watching the giant man fall along the wall, mixed with the shattered wall ash and gravel, the eyes of each guard were filled with shock and disbelief, mixed emotions of fear and consternation, and even made their bodies tremble. The child was stiff and numb. However, the man in the focus of people's eyes, who didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend, only said such a light sentence to the unlucky ghost who passed out. It's good to be young, just fall asleep. Is this a joke? Or mock? No one knows, and no one dares to make another casual move. Ange ignored them, because his eyes were attracted by a woman in a golden dress. She is wearing a high bun, wearing exquisite embossed golden armor full of carvings, a golden sheathed longsword hanging obliquely on her waist, and animal skin combat boots on her feet. She has beautiful eyes like lightning, and a heroic posture. It cannot be said to be exactly the same as Wonder Woman, only very similar. Answer me, Greek. Who are you? Why do you have my sister's starlight flying crown? Etc. Surely this is not Paradise Island? Younger sister? Ange couldn't help but lose his voice. Aren't you Hippolyta? As soon as the words came out, he was even more surprised that he was speaking Greek. Chapter 80 Target Achilles. Hearing Anger mention Hippolyta's name, the other party looked stunned. Are you her man? The heroic woman in front of her put her hips on her hips. Her exquisite chin had already been slightly raised 30 degrees. When she heard the name, her deep black eyes, and even the long black shawl behind her head, the hair seemed to be a bit dim. Sister Hippolyta, is she okay? This time, it was Aang's turn that his pupils shook. Originally, the other party said that Starlight Flying Crown belonged to her younger sister. Aang once thought that Diana Prince, who was said to be the only child in the legend, had an older sister in this life. This is nothing unusual. After all, there are a lot of children in Batman's history, so Aang is not the only illegitimate child left in this life. But she called Diana's mother Hippolyta her sister, and the range narrowed down a lot, which means... Wait. You are Penthesilea. Of course. It's the king. Penthesilea patted her ear-rank chest muscles, which were not small in size, yet strong yet soft, and made a thick voice that made the male soldiers not far away drool. This oolong thief is big. Row, as a time traveler, Ange was stunned for a while. He really teleported to the wrong place. Seeing the shining golden armor of the people opposite, he made sure again that he was right. That's not some priceless golden armor, it's brass. Brass polished to a blazing shine that gleams like gold. Right? Most of the wars in Greek mythology use copper as weapons. Wonder Woman Diana is the daughter of Amazon Queen Hippolyta, but it was another Amazon Queen Hippolyta's sister Penthesilea who participated in the Trojan War. It was because she accidentally injured her sister that she was hunted down by the Nemesis, and she joined Troy with 12 Amazon heroines. The world that Ange sent it is the world of the famous Trojan horse siege in history. The Trojan War was a 10-year siege of the Greek city led by Agamemnon and Menelaus to attack the city of Troy, where Priam was king, because of the competition for Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world today. This exaggerated battle recorded in Homer's epic is, to put it bluntly, a battle between the Greek gods and their descendants. The monarchs of Asia, headed by Agamemnon and Menelaus, coveted the rich land of Troy and wanted to take it for themselves. This was the real purpose of the Trojan War. The entire Greek mythology is the story of Zeus, the king of gods, messing around. Without Zeus messing around, the thickness of Greek mythology would be at most 1/3. If you delete the bad news about Poseidon, the brother of Zeus, it is estimated that there will be only 1/10 of it left. This time the Trojan War is similar. Both sides are actually descendants of the Greek gods. As the saying goes, the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. The attitudes of the gods are naturally wavering. For those Greek gods and great heroes whose names start with 5 characters at every turn and are extremely awkward for Chinese people, Anger is not interested in remembering all of them, and he will not remember them all. After all, he has known for a long time that in this multiverse world that combines DC and Marvel, the time and space of many small worlds are chaotic, and they cannot even be connected in a line. One thing is certain, the timeline of this world is frighteningly messed up. When Ange was in a mess, Penthesilea asked again, "Man, tell me your name and answer my question. Why is Hippolyta's starlight crown in your hand?" Obviously, the queen of the Amazons is not a good-tempered person. She asked patiently, purely because there was no smell on her younger sister's token, which meant that it was not snatched by the man in front of her. Aang raised the crown in Yang's hand. "My alias is Kratos. On the surface, I am a Greek Spartan. I was entrusted by the Hippolyta family to go to Paradise Island to help. But obviously, I came here only when there was a problem with the teleportation. Excuse me, is this the city of Troy? What kind of is this?" Staring at the flying crown in Angie's hand, feeling the power fluctuations on it, Penthesilea's expression became very exciting, and she rubbed her brows. "You don't want to say your real identity is fine. If you hold my sister's most important crown, it means she has absolute trust in you. Since you are on your own, come with me." Penthesilea made a gesture of invitation, and Ange came to the queen under the eyes of everyone, and stood on the right-hand side of the queen without fear. At this moment, the expressions of many people are wonderful. Because Anger walked side by side with Penthesilea. The queen raised her eyebrows, but in the end she did not object. Going all the way, Ange finally saw this majestic city that only existed in mythology. In this world of divine powers, Anger has reason to believe that this mighty city was really built with the help of the sun Apollo and the sea Poseidon. Because of the 10-story, 30-meter-high city wall, even from the perspective of modern people, it is unbelievably high. You must know that this is the age of bronzes. If the construction technology of the city wall is not good enough, it will definitely not be high. Otherwise, the weight of the city wall will crush itself without the enemy attacking. But under the majestic city walls, there are very few buildings with more than 3 floors in the entire city, and a large number of brick and wood structures are scattered on the ground of the city of more than 10 square kilometers. Ange noticed that in front of almost every house, there were women anointing male corpses with oil, putting on untidy shrouds, and then setting fire to them. Right in front of the public. The whole city was filled with a sad and depressed atmosphere, and there were cries everywhere. Even the house where the corpse was not burned at the door, there were mournful cries. Penthesilia's red lips parted slightly. 7 days ago, the strongest warrior in the city, the great hero Hector, died at the hands of the opponent's hero Achilles. The Trojans were very sad and depressed. Because we were the city is under siege, and Ares, the of war, gave divine power to allow the people in the city to start the summoning ceremony, summoning the existence that follows the principles of Troy to fight for the city of Troy. Kratos, I have joined Troy. You will help me, right? Ange is a bit embarrassing. What the is this? Wonder Woman asked me to deal with Ares, but I teleported to her and asked me to help her beat Achilles. Ares happens to be in the Trojan camp. The Amazon queen had just finished speaking, not to mention the Amazon female guards around her, and even felt in the dark that a powerful existence beyond his imagination had set its sights on him. Tremendous stress. It is impossible to lie, and Ange has every reason to believe that once he lies, the other party will definitely be able to perceive it with some supernatural power. Chapter 81. The script is old. Ange stopped, bowed slightly, and saluted the queen. I have no interest in this war itself. But I am an ally of the Amazons, so your majesty, your enemy is my enemy. The first half of the sentence sounded harsh to Penthesilia, but the second half was much more comfortable. The queen was very happy. You are Hippolyta's man, so I will not treat you badly. I am about to go out to attack Achilles, so come with me. I am willing to give the glory of killing Achilles to you share. Ange's expression is very exciting. He knows, according to history, Penthesilia is a classic negative teaching material for killing people who are not allowed to be killed. He is very confident in handling Achilles. To be honest, even if it is not a top hero like Hercules, any hero from Greece will be enough for Ange to drink a pot. But among all the great Greek heroes, this hero with the silly nickname heel has the most obvious Achilles heel. The problem is that it may be very cool to collect your own head. If Diana knows about this sudden wealth of using the heads of teammates as magnets, things may become very troublesome. As long as he didn't rely on Starlight Flying Crown to come here, he is confident that he can confuse this matter, but who knows if this thing will report to Diana after returning, saying that he is desperate for her aunt? Ange took a deep breath after hearing what Penthesilia said. Achilles is very strong. The queen of the Amazon said firmly, I know, he killed Hector. He killed many great heroes of Troy. However, when I was desperate, the Trojans took me in. To avenge Hector, I incumbent. Have to. I can't persuade you. Ange was silent for a while, and said in a rough voice like Mrs. Quay, I know that it is your majesty's honor to fight Achilles. Let me use bows and arrows to stabilize your majesty's position. Okay. If you need anything, just ask. Ange recalled the history and said decisively, I need a bow. The strongest bow. The queen glanced at her valet, give it to him. After finishing speaking, the queen swung the animal skin cloak behind her and left proudly. The battle will start tomorrow morning. There are too many people staring at Aang. Even with Ange's perception as high as 56 points, he couldn't know that a pair of special and ordinary eyes in the palace were staring at him. Special because of the identity of the owner of the eyes, ordinary because the owner is really just an ordinary woman. That person, do you have any news? A court lady beside her lowered her head and said, I found it. The person here claims to be Kratos. Another Amazon queen Hippolyta, it is said that he may be Hippolyta's man. His Majesty Penthesilea has paid for it, guaranteed his identity, and asked His Majesty Priam to open the arsenal for him to choose equipment. Understood. The woman waved lightly, and the maid stepped back. The daughter looked around, and the palace was filled with worried servants and soldiers. The stench of burning corpses permeated the entire palace. And more people cast disgusted and even hateful eyes on her from time to time. Once upon a time, people only praised and praised her. Now, with the cruel siege going on and the death of the eldest prince Hector, servants and even high-ranking officials and generals are becoming more and more unkind to her. Right? She was the trigger of the incomparably famous Trojan War Queen Helen of Sparta. She interpreted to the entire Greek gods what is called beauty and disaster through personal experience. Perhaps she used to be aloof, but now if Prince Paris, who brought her to Troy, is still protecting her, she might have been handed over by the angry Trojans. However, not many people know that Helen also saw other things. The scene in the dream and the reality seemed to be blended together. Groups of strange crimson dense fog rolled continuously on the wall of the majestic hall, making this majestic hall with an area of nearly 1,000 square meters and a height of at least 5 floors look extremely terrifying. Even though the windows were intact, Helen felt in a trance that she could see the chaos outside through these broken glass windows that were at least 5 meters high. Can't see clearly. In reality, the main hall is brightly lit, but in the spiritual vision, there is no light in the main hall. It is all illuminated by the dim light outside, and the atmosphere is extremely depressing. The real hall is full of luxurious gold and copper utensils, but in Helen's hallucination, as far as the eye can see, the hall is in a mess. Everywhere is a chair with only one back, a third of a knot, etc. The floor lamp or something, a large number of damaged wooden furniture scattered on the ground in all directions. Helen was absolutely sure that she saw the destruction of Troy. Because of this, she couldn't imagine how cruelly she would be dealt with by her original husband, King Menelaus of Sparta after her defeat. Perhaps for the sake of her beauty, Menelaus will spare her life, but for the rest of her life, she will not have any good fruit to eat. She knew exactly how much Prince Paris weighed. After learning that Kratos wanted a bow, she said decisively, "Send me an order to allow him to choose any bow in the arsenal." Anyone. The last articulation surprised the attendant. Ange, accompanied by a female Amazon warrior, came to Troy's royal arsenal. He is very clear that everything is destined. Almost as soon as he thought about it, all the skills about bow and arrow in the system prompt were highlighted. Since the target is Achilles, we have to mention the famous Achilles heel. After Achilles was born, his mother Thetis learned from the goddess of fate that he would die in battle, so she burned the mortal body of Achilles with heavenly fire and restored it with divine ointment. It is said that Thetis grabbed Achilles by the ankle and immersed him in the river Styx. So Achilles is invulnerable to all gods, except for the fatal spot on his heel. After Achilles participated in the Trojan War, he turned the tense situation to the Greek army in just 2 battles, and killed the great hero of Troy, Hector. However, due to the feud with Apollo, the of light, Achilles was shot in the heel by Apollo's back arrow and died. Another version is that Achilles died under the poisoned arrow of Paris. Undoubtedly, if he wants to steal the head this time, Ange must become Arrow Man. Well, isn't that Voldemort? Isn't it just like in The Wind and Rain, no one may wait for you, only the 6th child will wait for you? I am familiar with this. The question now is Achilles as much as possible before Achilles stabbed Penthesilea. Chapter 82. You actually rejected me? No. This one won't work. It's too soft. Aren't there really strong bows? In the royal arsenal of Troy, Ange, like a saboteur, broke the strings of several bows in one breath. Be it the female Amazon warrior who accompanied him or the arsenal officer who led the way, there was no trace of impatience on their faces, but the surprise on their faces became more intense. No way, the enemies of Troy can never be considered human. The Greek gods were fighting in the sky, and the rampages on the ground were also descendants of gods. In this exaggerated battle of the gods, the power of mortals is too small. After Eng added Quay's leather case, the outrageous 80 points of power allowed him to do what the most extraordinary hero in this era can do. Strength can break the lion, that is, tear the lion with his hands. Deng. Although this bow, which looks good, has a faint halo of divine power attached to it, and it belongs to the excellent work made by the nymph, the second-level goddess of Greece, under the command of the goddess of hunting Artemis, but it still can't stand someone's great strength. The bowstring broke again. This time, everyone in the audience was in awe of Nge. Great hero. Please follow me, the arsenal official said. Following this guy, the group came to a side hall. It stands to reason that the best weapons should be in the core area of the arsenal, and those placed here should not be very important. The moment the door of this small arsenal was opened, Eng knew why. It is full of weapons and equipment of non-human size. The official solemnly said, "This is the hunting bow of the Cyclopes. This name is too mouthful, it has a name that is easier for Eng to understand. Cyclops bow. There are two generations of Cyclops. The first generation is the son of Uranus and Gaia, whose skills are architecture and handicraft. They are stubborn and violent. They can forge fine weapons and are known for their strength. The second generation Cyclops are a small tribe living on a remote island. One of the giants is the well-known Polyphemus in Greek mythology, the son of the sea Poseidon and the sea nymph Tusa. He kidnapped the famous Odysseus and his companions, who blinded him to escape from his cave. The Cyclops bow in front of him is obviously from the second generation of Cyclops. The bow with the smallest size here has a length of 1.80 meters, which is insane. For the second generation Cyclops, who are generally 5 to 6 meters tall, this thing is similar to the pony bow that humans use on horses. Possibly even for the little Cyclops. Even so, ordinary people don't even say that they pull this bow. Even if they carry this thing, they feel that it's in the way. This is almost the same size as the copper spear of an ordinary Trojan spearman. The bow body should be made of the same kind of yew wood as Crete. It is strong, but the workmanship is a little rough, and the bowstring is obviously made of the tendons of some kind of sea beast. Divinity. Cough. In the Sea of Greece, if you find some kind of sea beast that affects the appearance of the city and is particularly powerful, it is probably the descendant of Poseidon. The Greek gods never had reproductive isolation, anyway. Eng easily pulled the bow into a full moon with his exaggerated wingspan and 8 times the strength of ordinary people. Fine. That's it? It's yours now. Your Excellency Kratos. The official said with a smile. Almost as soon as the official's voice fell, Eng's system popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic weapon, Cyclops bow. The equipment strength requirement is 70, and the bow damage is 250 to 648. Bows and arrows come with special effects, armor penetration LV3, divine penetration LV5. This bow is thick, cumbersome, and demanding, but apart from the real magic equipment, this thing is already the best weapon Anger can get now. On this day, Eng got the Cyclops weapon, and the news spread quickly throughout the city. Have you heard? The portal finally summoned a great hero. Big hero? How strong? He can draw the bow of a Cyclops. Hiss. Ordinary people can't see the strength value in the eyes of ordinary people. In this era when the descendants of gods walk everywhere, it is impossible to tell who is the real macho just by looking at the surface. After all, the Greeks had an all-star lineup. The strongest Hector on Troy's side had just died, and another prince, Paris, had been beaten violently by the opponent, and everyone in Troy felt guilty. Even if they know that this mysterious Kratos may not be very strong, some people are still willing to put their hopes on this hero. Only Eng himself knows that there is an essential gap between him and the top god-born heroes. Following the Trojan waiter to the temporary accommodation for him, Anger declined the Amazon female warrior who followed him. To be honest, this girl is not bad, she can score 80 points for her appearance, but she is over 1.85 meters tall, and Eng is worried that her six-pack abs will be caught out of his hands. Eng has nothing to dissatisfy with. After a victory, there's plenty of time to celebrate, isn't there? In a word, the other party readily agreed. It's just that Eng didn't expect that he would not receive any visitors despite ordering the Trojan attendants. In the middle of the night, a slim woman came to his room. Not to mention the heavy opening of the door, just the footsteps unique to ordinary people can't hide from Anger's perception. As soon as the mysterious woman entered the door, she saw a pair of cold, even cruelly hostile black eyes gleaming in the darkness. "Sorry, Mr. Kratos, I don't mean to offend. But my identity is sensitive, and I can only visit in this way at this moment." The woman's voice is extremely pleasant. If the voice of the black and white canary is mellow and charming, then this time the female voice is still above this. In addition to being nice, it also has a noble and sacred feeling. However, she wrapped herself tightly in a thick cloak, and even wore a thick black veil on her head. "Say," Angle said concisely. "Excuse me, can Mr. Kratos still leave Troy through the portal?" "Why should I answer your question?" Angie's eyes were still cold. The other party's tender body trembled, bowed deeply, and by the way, intentionally or unintentionally, showed the quality violence on his chest. The city of Troy has been under siege for 10 years. Neither I nor the Trojans see any hope. Hector, the only spiritual pillar of the whole city, has just died in battle. You are the first person to visit the city in 10 years, and is a great hero who ignored the blockade of the gods and came here. I think that my only chance to escape is on you." "Interesting. What if I say, I can leave?" Eng suddenly spread his right palm, and an energy ball full of mysterious power emerged from it. "Take me away, I'm yours. I can do whatever you want." With trembling hands, the woman slowly opened her cloak, revealing a curvaceous body wrapped only in double layers of white gauze. The light is dim, and everything looks hazy, like falling into a fog. What is certain is that the woman has a good figure that is rare in the world. Even though she couldn't see clearly, Anger had already determined that she was at least on the same level as Catwoman Selina. No, it should be above her. The faint divine power on her body concealed a lot of things. Eng pointed out her identity with a sneer. "I'm sorry, Queen Helen. This is not enough. I have no reason to risk offending all the gods at the same time, a large number of Greek kings, and even the royal family of Troy to rescue you." Helen was stunned. She widened her beautiful blue eyes, and said in a trembling voice, You actually rejected me." Chapter 83 Humanoid Gundam Achilles. Helen naturally has her pride in saying this. She is the daughter of Zeus. When Helen was 12 years old, her beauty was the most beautiful in Greece. Many guys with the reputation of heroes tried to rob her. The suitors came one after another, causing internal strife and fighting, which almost knocked out the dog's brains. Finally, all the suitors agreed by throwing rings to decide who can marry Helen, and made all the suitors swear that they would never take up arms against Helen's husband and help him with all their strength when they needed help. After all the suitors agreed, the leaders of the Aegean Sea who came to propose chose the Green Hat King Menelaus by throwing rings. However, later, in order to compete for the title of Most Beautiful Goddess, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, agreed to let Paris, the troublemaker and prince of Troy, soak in Helen. The grand story of Kinhai. Helen's beauty moved even a father like Zeus, so she had absolute confidence in her appearance and figure. She never expected that this Kratos actually rejected her. As a truly proud girl of heaven, how could she bear it? What's more, she still has the crown of Queen of Sparta on her head. How could she condescend before the last moment? Helen's whole body trembled, and the red lips under the veil kept moving. She stared at Kratos' indifferent face, but she still couldn't say any harsh words. I used to think that what I married was love, and what I pursued was love. Even God told me that this is love. But in the end I found that I was just an excuse for war. This is me, a tragic woman. Of course, you have no obligation to save me. If, when such a day really comes. Huh. Ange pricked up his ears. He really wanted to know what cruel words the famous Helen could say, such as cowardly words. Who knew, Helen actually softened to the end. I'll beg you again. Beautiful tears flowed down my cheeks. To be honest, this scene definitely broke the hearts of most men. Unfortunately, Angie's thinking mode is completely different. As the son of Gotham City's #1 hottie, his aesthetic threshold has been raised to a very high level, and it's long past the time when he can't move his legs when he sees a beautiful woman. Besides, you don't show your face, how do I know if you are Helen herself? There is a difference between CAO thief and CAO thief. CAO's taste is authentic, but NGE can accept it much less. No matter how beautiful Helen is, in theory, NGE has 3 hands. NGE really wouldn't be stupid for her. He doesn't mind taking Helen along with him, if it happens by the way, it's fine if it's a hassle. Before becoming a real Godslayer, Anger will make his own decisions very carefully. As for Helen, the daughter of the majestic king and the queen of Sparta, who actually sells herself to survive, whether this is human sucka or moral not listed, this is not what Ange is interested in studying. The next morning, ominous dark clouds rolled in the distant sky, as if at any moment a huge hand of God would descend from between the clouds and smash the entire city of Troy to pieces. In the square in front of the Troy palace, it seemed that the coercion of the king made everyone bow their heads obediently, but in fact no one had confidence. Penthesilea is well known as the battle queen. But her record on the surface is a bit worse than that of Hector. Looking at the Amazon queen, who was dressed in golden brass armor and a tight full-face helmet, and could not be identified as male or female, King Priam of Troy was deeply moved. He knew that this heroic queen was trying to make her women invisible to her enemies in this way, so that they could fight her fairly. He admired her courage and loyalty, but regretted it. The king seems to have seen the shadow of his own son. He once handed over the Trojan battle flag to the brave and fearless Hector, put the laurels on his head, and gave them glory with his own hands. However, today he wants to bestow all this on a successor who is not as powerful as his son. This emotion is complicated. He shouted loudly, "Whoever kills Achilles! Whoever can get anything from me as a prize!" Penthesilea raised her head high, stubborn like a child, her gaze seemed to see the dawn of victory through the thick dark clouds in the opposite sky. To live up to his majesty's favor, I will fight Achilles to the end. Either he dies or I die. The queen's decisive voice made the 12 Amazon heroines who followed her grit their teeth, raised their swords in excitement, and shouted in unison, "Victory or death!" Their rough voices stimulated the Trojan guards around them. As the former followers of Hector, they couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. They raised their weapons and roared 3 times in unison. "Until death! Until death! Until death!" The atmosphere was up, and Penthesilea, who was sitting on the horse-drawn chariot, waved his hand and shouted, "The whole army goes out." This army of 30,000 people immediately moved. This is the underdog. Morale is worth using. Once it drags on for a long time, or loses another game, then there is no need to fight. Queen Amazon certainly knows the art of war, but she has such a monopoly on power, which makes Prince Paris, who is going out with the army, a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't even glance at Paris. Instead, she turned her head and held out her hand to Ange. "Kratos, I heard that you are a good shooter. Dare to be my shooter. It's my pleasure." In Greek wars, it is often difficult to have cavalry. After all, the east and west sides of the Aegean Sea are full of winding coastlines and dotted islands. In this environment, it is difficult to find any place suitable for large-scale horse breeding. War horses are so precious that the Greeks seldom form organized cavalry units, and more often use war horses to pull chariots. Two steeds, with thick bronze horse armor on their front half, are pulling a three-person carriage. A driver, an archer, and a main fighter holding a spear. Not everyone can get on the queen, I was wrong, not everyone can get on the carriage. Being able to pull a strong bow is a symbol of force in this era. Eng did his part, took the queen's hand, and flew into the car with ease. Sure enough, he got an envious look from Prince Paris. It's just that Eng has no time to look after him, because the gate of the city has opened. The opening of the huge city gate, coupled with the sound of the long horn, will wake up the Greeks opposite as long as they are not dead. Being under siege for 10 years, there was no chance of a sneak attack. The camp of the Greeks has long been built like a huge wooden city. Seeing that the Trojans are no longer huddled behind the majestic city walls, the Greeks are definitely better off in this kind of decisive battle that consumes the Trojans. The Greeks on the opposite side were not even willing to send more troops, but they also sent 30,000 people to form 3 huge phalanxes, facing the Trojan army far away. Standing beside the Amazon queen, Anger was able to see the opposite general from the best angle. Achilles. Eng would like to call it Dal Gundam. Chapter 84 Horror Arrow. This is the age of bronze wares, which gave Enger a sense of trance, like the city is full of golden armor. Even if you don't rely on the occasional ray of sunshine through the dark clouds in the sky, you are still easily dazzled by the other party. In fact, the polished brass armor is light pollution to both sides of the war. But style. The Greek soldiers lined up in a square formation rhythmically raised their spears and then smashed their butts to the ground. They gave way to a spacious passage at least 50 meters wide, allowing the chariots carrying Achilles and other big men to drive into the battlefield proudly. Achilles, Agamemnon, Odysseus, which one of these is not a hero, the king of a country? The all-star lineup of the Greeks made the Troy side look quite weak. As Achilles, recognized as the best player among the Greeks, is an absolute C position. The standard for the Greek breastplate is a simple designed bodice with a bulge at the lower hem, consisting of 2 front and rear pieces of bronze merged at the shoulders. Above the buttocks and groin, the bronze pieces protrude toward the surface, thus forming the characteristic bell shape, known as bell-shaped breastplate. The problem is that the armor of other heroes is made of brass that looks like gold, but Achilles' armor has already surpassed the scope of metal in the common concept. This is a set of divine costumes made by Hephaestus, the of craftsman. Although he and Agamemnon on the chariot next to him have the same full set of armor and weapons that are all shiny golden, but Achilles' set is self-illuminating like the Unicorn Gundam. Unicorn Gundam has a red skeleton with spiritual power, and his set is golden light that exudes divinity. Achilles' appearance, coupled with the fact that he looked from a distance behind him, the soldiers on both sides lined up neatly, resembling an airstrip. Even if Achilles yelled Achilles attack and flew up along the runway in the next second, Anger would not be surprised. In Anger's concept, when the two armies confront each other, they shouldn't say harsh words to each other first, then greet each other's ancestors, fight for generals or something. Who knows, after the commanders-in-chief of the two armies looked at each other from a distance, they almost unanimously raised the swords in their hands and slashed down fiercely. Woo-oh! The attack horn sounded, and the soldiers who received the attack order began to walk quickly while maintaining the front line, approaching the opponent. Eng suddenly realized that the Troy side had lost their general, and they no longer had the courage and leeway to play tricks. Because at the moment when Hector died in battle, it was impossible to beat the Greeks with any tricks. It has been 10 years since the city was besieged, and the words to be cursed have long been exhausted. It might as well be a direct scuffle, kill one or two generals of the Greeks, and maybe it can restore morale. Putting it on Penthesilea, she doesn't want her female identity to be seen through. If the other party releases water because she is a woman, it will also be a great humiliation to the fighting nation Amazons. The two wings of the battlefield are tens of thousands of infantry. In the middle of the battlefield, both sides left their own elites. With both sides having descendants of gods, this place can be called the God stage. As the saying goes, gods fight and mortals suffer. People without two brushes dare not approach this central area of about 3 to 4 square kilometers. Crack. The drivers on the chariot twitched their whips fiercely, and the horses began to run wildly under the pain. When the chariot was in motion, the rumble of the wheels crushing the ground suddenly became the only main theme between heaven and earth. Penthesilea, who was leading the car, was extremely excited. Ha ha. Kratos. Let me see your strength. Ange didn't push back, and started bending his bow and nodding his arrows 500 meters away. His actions surprised the Amazon female warriors on the 4 surrounding carriages, although Ange waited until the front enemy chariot was 300 meters away before really letting go of the bowstring. This is 300 meters. Without extraordinary eyesight and inhuman arm strength, who dares to say that he can shoot this distance with a bow and arrow? Anger dares. Eagle Eye aiming assist system allowed him to lock onto the big fish in the middle of several tanks as early as 500 meters away. Open the bowstring. Boom. The huge shock, like a heavy drum beat, made the soldiers on the Trojan side look sideways. The exaggerated scene is coming. A long and slender black shadow arrived almost instantly. It dodged the 2 charging chariots at the front, and slipped through a gap less than half a meter away. By the time Agamemnon came to his senses, a feathered arrow whose shaft was as thick as a baby's arm had already shot towards his face. Agamemnon's driver is naturally 1 in a million strong. In an emergency, he drew out his broad-bladed bronze sword in an attempt to fly the feathered arrow. Be it him or Agamemnon behind him, no one thought that this was not 1 arrow, but a cluster of 3 arrows. Exaggerated triple shooting skills, shooting 3 giant arrows at a high speed. When the driver blocked the first arrow, his mouth was already ripped open by the inhuman force coming from above, but he did not expect that the second arrow that followed like a shadow accurately passed through his neck, blasting out a fist in an instant big blood hole. The arrow still had momentum, and it shot at Agamemnon fiercely. Agamemnon only had time to duck down and escape the terrible arrow. As the king of Mycenae and the commander of the Greek coalition forces in the Trojan War, Agamemnon didn't know how long he hadn't tasted the feeling of being so close to Hades, the king of the underworld. On the back of the driver's neck in front, blood sprayed out like rain, and Agamemnon's nerves all tensed up. He instinctively turned his head to avoid the blood splashing into his eyes. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, and then the world spun. Because Anger's third arrow had shot the horse on the left side of the chariot first, and then the sharp arrow piercing through the horse's head pierced strangely through the gap in the armor under his right armpit when Agamemnon dodged. Went in. Agamemnon let out a scream. On this small battlefield, at least 300 people heard it. That's not counting, as the driver and a horse on Agamemnon's chariot died suddenly at the same time, the chariot of the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces crashed on the battlefield. This is the battlefield, a place where no one would be surprised if he died. The subtlety of this arrow is that, 10 seconds before the forwards of the chariot teams of both sides were about to meet, the handsome flag of the Greeks fell down. Oh dash! Agamemnon is dead. Long live Troy! The warriors of the Greek coalition army were full of doubts about the loud cheers of the Trojans. After all, soldiers are not tired of cheating, and everyone has used more than once the broken tricks that the opponent's general has failed. I can't bear everyone's subconscious glances. It's a bad thing to look at. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Agamemnon's chariot is undoubtedly the most flamboyant. but the people around not only saw the commander-in-chief fall, but Agamemnon himself flew out while sprinting forward because of the sudden rollover of the chariot running at high speed, plowing the ground with his head. The bow and arrow on his chariot obviously fell to death, and after rolling a few times, he hunched next to the dead horse as if he had no bones. This scene frightened the Greeks and inspired the Trojans. Good job, Kratos. When I kill Achilles, I will reward you tonight. Penthesilea yelled excitedly. Switch to other armies, and it is guaranteed that such things as the commander being killed will cause chaos. Just at this moment, a golden Gundam came out more and more, and rushed towards the Trojan battle team. Achilles. Chapter 85 failed to penetrate enemy armor. At this moment, Achilles seems to be a humanoid Gundam. He easily destroys everything that dares to stand in front of him. Of course, in the eyes of the Greek soldiers, he was an armored lion, baring his teeth and claws, tearing apart all his enemies and leading the Greek coalition forces forward. This is the age of mythology that advocates bravery. Kings and generals are often in the front line, but in fact they rarely rush to the front line. Each army has vanguards, who are composed of second-line heroes or warriors. Agamemnon fell over there, and Achilles did his part to order the chariot to speed up his horse, so that his chariots would come out more and more, which became the hope in the eyes of all Greeks. What he faced was naturally the vanguard of the Trojans. Before the morale bonus brought by Anges shooting down Agamemnon was exhausted, Achilles showed his power. A Trojan vanguard chariot and Achilles' chariot staggered on the battlefield. Before Penthesilea in the rear could widen his eyes, the three warriors on the chariot in front flew together. Stand up. These are three big men. The driver, the shooter, and the main attacker, the three of them have a full set of armor plus their own weight, let alone a few hundred caddies, and they were shot away by Achilles. The copper armor on the chest of the driver and the shooter was deeply dented, and it seemed dead. The main attacker was still struggling, at least he barely blocked Achilles' first blow that seemed to sweep away thousands of troops. Huh? Not bad. Achilles sneered. The next moment, the long spear changed from sweeping to stabbing. A golden spearhead appeared in the man's field of vision, and the golden light dancing on the blade jumped to the man's chest in an instant. Without stagnation, the blade of the gun moved forward, like a piece of butter, and pierced through the breastplate into the man's chest. You know, that person is flying upside down in mid-air. People with poor eyesight even thought that Achilles just used one blow, and let the blood arrow spurt out, causing the man to fall to the ground. There was a commotion on the Troy side. Ah! Memnon was killed by Achilles. The one who was killed was not a cat or a dog. That man was Memnon, the son of Eos, the goddess of dawn, a general who was also counted among the Trojan camp. If it is said that Ange shot down Agamemnon with an arrow and helped Troy recover a little morale, then the killing of Achilles pushed the Trojans back into the abyss of despair. Penthesilea raised her bronze longsword and shouted loudly. Trojans, in the name of Hector, strike forward. Even if we die, we will die on the way to charge. The queen's extremely neutral voice clearly penetrated the battlefield, and her order was like an oath, inspiring the angry Troy to march. Even an outsider like Penthesilea is desperate, we Trojans have no reason to be cowardly. The next second, a layer of faint golden light seemed to descend from the sky, and then surrounded every Trojan soldier. The warriors were slightly surprised, because their spears, armor and plume helmets seemed to have an additional phantom of weapons and equipment on them. They quickly realized that this was the blessing of Ares, the god of war. It's just that few people noticed that only Kratos didn't shine. There seemed to be an invisible force in his body that rejected Ares' blessing. Penthesilea has no time for this. Even if this is an uneven battlefield, the speed of the chariot can still reach 50 kilometers per hour. From a few hundred meters away to the engagement, it only takes a few breaths. The towering battle flags planted at the rear of the chariot tell each other's identities. King vs. King. Will be right, will be. Achilles, who killed Memnon in one breath, didn't stop at all. He yelled, and his driver immediately turned his horse's head to kill Penthesilea. Along the way, he brandished a spear, and casually killed a whole car of Trojan warriors blocking the road. It felt like it was not the battle-tested Trojans who stopped him, but a carload of bred men. Near is closer. He was less than 100 meters away from Penthesilea's car. At this moment, Eng made another shot. Whoo! Whoosh! Triple shot. To be honest, from the second that Agamemnon rushed to the street, Achilles stared at the bald man next to Penthesilea. He thought he paid enough attention to this excellent horse archer. Obviously, this is not enough. When the first arrow came, Achilles slashed it with his spear. The huge force attached to the thick long arrow was nothing to Achilles' demigod power, and the shaft of the arrow seemed to be cut into tofu. It was cut open neatly, and everything seemed to be taken for granted. The next moment, Achilles was hit. The long arrow, more than 1 meter long, burst suddenly, turning into a large fragmentation grenade. A large amount of sawdust and flame elements burst out together. Achilles, who was caught off guard, was fine relying on his divine armor and his divine thick skin, but his archer and driver were not so lucky. Flame-laced shards cut into their shoulders, blood spattering. Ah! Ah! 2 screams announced that Achilles had to pull the cart by himself. Not to mention, the second arrow followed the first arrow. Achilles, who was vigilant, managed to knock the second arrow away with great difficulty, but was plotted against him by the third cold arrow that hit the ground. Horse. Achilles' chariot adopts a rare 3-horse configuration. The 3 horses pulling the chariot are the immortal horses Xanthos and Balios bestowed by Poseidon, the of the sea, and a famous horse that was snatched from the city when they attacked Eetion. Pedasos. The archer on the opposite side chose to attack his only mortal horse very cunningly. His Pedasos, the neighing before death, broke Achilles' heart. Seeing that his beloved horse was pierced through the chest by the long arrow, Achilles knew very well that it was impossible to save him. He was also a ruthless man, holding the horse's rein with one hand, and with the other hand he inserted the spear like lightning and drew out the Excalibur. With a flash of sword light, all the lassos and other connections that were originally tied to the horses on the chariot were cut off. Pedasos, which was located among the 3 horses, was sucked into the bottom of the car amidst screaming and neighing before dying, and was run over. Achilles' emergency response has to be said to be quite wonderful. If you change someone else, you're guaranteed to end up overturned. However, the matter did not end. When the wheel ran over Pedasos, the dying horse accidentally got a horse's leg stuck in the wheel. Even if the 2 sea gods' immortal horses pulled the wheel with great force, the horse's leg was broken. The deceleration at this critical moment is quite fatal. The queen of the Amazons has arrived. Die! Achilles' the loud shout was like thunder, and the queen swung the 2-meter-long broad-blade spear and hit a perfect blow. With her legs spread apart, she stood firmly on the chariot, borrowed all the momentum of the chariot, and concentrated all the power of the man and the chariot on the tip of the spear. A shot that is extremely fast feels like teleportation. Only in order to make up for this physical process and ensure its consistency, the whole world reluctantly adds a process of stabbing it halfway. Achilles on the opposite side just abandoned his gun and changed his sword in order to keep the chariot and control the horse. This blow, he really couldn't block it. Time seems to have frozen. In the eyes of outsiders, Achilles seemed to be sent to the opponent's spear on his own initiative. Even Achilles himself had a horrified expression on his face. Because the divine armor was pierced by this enemy who also possesses divinity. It seemed that the chest could be pierced in the next second, but the blow that gathered all the strength of the Amazon queen finally retreated in front of the invincible and indestructible body of Achilles at the same level. Anger's system prompt, preliminary analysis of Achilles, discovery, the body of the Styx Thetis pinched his ankle and soaked him in the Styx River Styx, making him invulnerable. It has been determined that this is physical resistance LV 100, and the default armor value is 1000. Our Penthesilea failed to penetrate the enemy's own armor. Chapter 86. Please send a testimonial in advance. Well, the book hits shelves on April 1st. I think the date is a good representation of this set. I know that many readers complain about this book. In fact, those readers can't see this single chapter. Until today, let me quibble. I wrote this set of books with 3 debuffs. When it reached 50,000 words, Dian Yang directly announced that the fan was abolished. The most outrageous thing is that if I am a eunuch, I will be held accountable. Unless I'm not being a anymore, I have to write. The amazing thing is that the editor caught me writing beautiful manga, and then all of a sudden, there was a one-size-fits-all. What can I say? This is one of the characteristics of our country. Not to mention the specifics. The second is that the construction site downstairs of my house operates the pile driver almost every day, and I am useless most of the time during the day. The third is that my mother-in-law just had an operation today, and there is something in the thyroid gland, level 4B. Carrying triple debuffs, even if you are in a bad mood halfway through, your writing will be crooked. I can only say that this is the debuff attack that caused my mentality to explode. For a period of time, the things I wrote were poisonous, and then I reluctantly repaired some of them. I can't help it, I'm in a mess. The uncle in his 40s is so hard. Anyway, I tried my best. Now that this book is written, I can be regarded as letting go of myself, and it's over when I'm happy. Dear readers, if you think the book can still make you smile, then please place a first order on April 1st. If you feel that the book has stained your eyes, please click the X in the upper right corner. Then I finished the promise and wrote the book for 20 years, leaving more than 15 million words at the starting point. How many sets I have forgotten. Anyway, there are no eunuchs in my book. This set is no exception. Finally, let's add 7 or 8 chapters on the day of release. Each chapter will cost more than 2k points. Depends on energy and time. As for the update time, I'm sorry, my family's environment is not good, and it's estimated that I will be a deadline fighter for a long time in the future, so update before 12 o'clock in the evening. The rest of the update time depends on fate. After it is put on the shelves, write as much as you can. Yunfei, who does his best to obey the destiny. Chapter 87. Props Competition. As the saying goes, one operation is as fierce as a tiger, and the damage is 205 at a glance. Ahem, it is too much to say that Penthesilea goes up and forcibly deducts 1 point of blood. At least she broke Achilles' armor. This is something that even Hector failed to do. Penthesilea has such a record, thanks to Ungana's miraculous 3 arrows. This continuous shooting even far surpassed the original owner of these arrows, Hawkeye. This is not a blasphemy against Hawkeye, but it is impossible for Hawkeye to be as omnipotent as Anger, who can also attach the fire element to it and make a magic level explosive arrow out. Unfortunately, that's all. Penthesilea stared dumbfounded at the monster like Achilles in front of him. Nge looked at her, feeling that she would shoot her eyeballs out in the next second. No one in the audience was so aware of the embarrassing situation of the Amazon Queen like Anger. In the eyes of outsiders, there is no doubt that she had the absolute upper hand in this blow. Why? She failed to break the defense. The effect of force is mutual. It's like crashing a car. She stood firm, and naturally Achilles acted as the crash box. The impact of tons of that shot fell on him. Everyone around saw that Achilles was thrown high and backwards by her shot. Oh. Achilles is defeated. Whether it is or not, the Trojans yelled first. To be honest, the Greeks were really scared to stop their cardiopulmonary arrest. Unfortunately, the Trojans were happy for less than 2 seconds. Achilles was indeed shot off the carriage, but he fought back in mid-air before he landed. The 2-meter-long golden gun swung out a brilliant semicircle in mid-air, and ruthlessly swept towards the queen. The queen and Eng had enough reflexes to dodge a blow. The female Amazon warrior driver in this car was not so lucky. She and the handsome flag on the chariot were split in two by Julie at the same time. Seeing that the chariot was about to lose control, Eng bit the bullet and took the reins, and at the same time pushed half of the driver's corpse off the chariot. Not to mention cruel, this is a standard operation for the chariot crew, and everything that hinders the chariot must be removed. This is a scythe chariot. There is a long and curved saber on the bearing of the wheel. Once it passes by, this thing can cut people open. In this kind of chariot hedging, people often fall into the cart or something, which means hiccups. Go back. Kratos. Go back. The queen yelled. Are you sure? Anger could feel the tremor in her voice. I'm sure. I must kill Achilles. The queen clearly felt the power of the opponent's body of sticks, but she couldn't allow herself to blaspheme the glory of the Amazon female warrior. There was no reply, and Eng, like other chariot drivers who had finished charging, began to pull the reins in unison. If you can look down from the sky, you will find that the chariots of the two warring parties turned left at the same time in an incomparable tacit understanding, turned around again, formed a formation again, and launched a charge towards the opponent. Eng's royal horse skills are not up to standard. Fortunately, he is a real sea position, and the Trojan chariots all make way for the middle road to run with him. Even the chariot of the majestic Prince Paris could only eat dirt behind him. All the riders saw Penthesilea holding her spear high and heard her passionate roar. For Troy. Kill. A round of charge overturned Agamemnon and Achilles, and the Trojans who didn't know the truth had no idea that the balance of victory had never changed. At least on the scene. Advantage, dead, is mine. They are really exciting. Everyone screamed like chicken blood. Only Penthesilea's mouth was full of bitterness, and she suddenly put her left hand on Anger's shoulder. Kratos, you are a good man. I began to understand why Hippolyta trusted you so much. Eng said flatly, thank you. Achilles' body is blessed by the goddess. I can't break through his defenses. I'm afraid I'm going to die here today. The queen suddenly whispered the truth, what a pity. It's just a post, to be honest, it's my biggest regret that I haven't met a man in this life. Eng couldn't suppress his desire to complain, are all Amazon women so unrestrained? Isn't some heroine a fake Amazon? He could only say strangely, I'm sorry. Your Majesty. I'm not the kind of man who likes to be pressed down by women. The queen was stunned for a moment, as if she couldn't believe that Eng rejected her, and then she had a clear understanding, just relying on Kratos' ability to shoot down Agamemnon, which country is he not a guest? At least the generals get off to a good start. As a Spartan, even if he jumped to the Greek coalition immediately, he would be accepted quickly. After all, both parties believe in the Greek gods, and they can change jobs by swearing to the gods. In the end, she was the one who was being rude. Amazon is a matriarchal clan. As a queen, there was a time when she looked down on any man. Unfortunately, after being beaten by the gods and society, Penthesilea, who is now dependent on others, has learned many things that he could not learn in the Amazon clan before. In addition to the 10-year siege of the city, repeated defeats and repeated battles, no matter how high the spirit was, most of it was wiped out. Her voice suddenly softened, okay. If I can go back alive, I don't mind being crushed by you. According to the legend, the Queen of Amazon, who takes pleasure in hunting men, actually said such words. One can imagine how desperate she was. Your Majesty, don't give up. I've heard a secret about Achilles' weakness. Of course, it's unproven. If you really can't beat him, you can push your vitals away, take a blow from him and play dead, and leave the rest to me. Okay. Just listen to you once. Penthesilea didn't believe in Aang, but that she really had no choice. This time, instead of using a spear, she used a meteor hammer that was bigger than Aang's head. This thing is definitely unpopular on the Greek battlefield. In a sense, in the era of cold weapons, this is the holy sword of physics for armor piercing. Looking at the European aristocratic knights who can wear 3 layers of armor after 1,000 years, ordinary sharp weapons really can't kill these iron bumps. At this time, you can kill your meteor hammer even if you can't stab it to death, and it becomes a big killer for armor piercing. However, the bola has a serious flaw: it is too slow. Holding it, you are destined to be shot first by the spear. Aang held the rein with his left hand speechlessly, and took out a fake chaos blade with his right hand. The queen showed an appreciative look. Aang is going to help her take the first blow. Achilles' first strike is really not something ordinary strong people can bear. On the opposite side, Achilles, who had crashed once, suddenly called back the 2 undead horses that were connected with him, turned over beautifully, and got back into the car. Charged again, seeing that the unknown ruthless character on the other side had changed to a meteor hammer, the number 1 Greek general picked up his spear and rushed over without saying a word. Penthesilea's heart tightened for a while. Kratos, can he block the first blow? Am I out of control? Chapter 88 Achilles' Neurosis. Seriously, not everyone can catch Achilles' gun. Before the tip of the gun arrived, an invisible wind pressure rushed towards the face. This violent direct attack made Aang's scalp explode. After a maximum of 3 seconds, the spear would follow the furious charge of the chariot and stab Aang's face. When the queen behind him saw Aang's eyes shrinking, she almost thought that he was going to betray his teammates. Unexpectedly, the odd-shaped weapon in Aang's hand flew sideways and hit a big rock by the side of the road. In the next moment, Aang was driving, and at the same time used Chaos Blade and rope control technique to fly a large stone the size of a millstone, and first shouted at Achilles' face. #at. Achilles was really angry. When had he ever been this angry? The other party played dirty twice in a row. But Aang is just a helper. On the battlefield, both sides of the war are using everything to the extreme, and there are many heroes who throw big stones at people, so he really can't say anything. The problem is that Achilles obviously suffered a lot when he hit the stone with the tip of his spear. Artifacts are not used like this. As a last resort, he changed the stab to a sweep, blasting the stone with 1 shot. At this time, Penthesilea's meteor hammer arrived. Boom. Obviously the defense was not breached, but Achilles was thrown off the carriage again. Okay, the queen roared with excitement, and the morale of the Trojan soldiers around them was boosted, and they suffered 30 to 70 battle losses in this confrontation. More than 70 Greek chariots were either overturned or their crews killed. On the scene, Troy actually had the upper hand. Nice job, Kratos. Aang nodded with a smile. Do I want to tell you that I got the first place in Mario Kart Jam because of my car skills? No, 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 this is because I am playing a prop game. Unfortunately, there are only 3 things. Just when the queen tried to bring down Achilles for the 3rd time, people stopped playing with you. Phew. Before anger could strike, Achilles threw over the horse that died suddenly on the battlefield. Not 1 horse, but several horses. After Aang managed to control the car to dodge, Achilles actually shot his divine weapon spear like a javelin. IX. This time it was Aang's turn that his car was smashed. Boom. Blood splattered and sawdust scattered. The carriage driven by Aang is equivalent to the death of the horse and the carriage. Aang determined that Achilles' strength is at least 150 points. Demigod is outrageous. Before, Aang hit someone's Rolls-Royce with a bicycle, which was really cool. But when he himself was hit in the face by a Rolls-Royce, he suddenly realized that he was the money-capable person in the god realm. Low-level artifacts were thrown around without money. In Aang's memory, the last who did this was Gilgamesh. The chariot was smashed, and Anger and Penthesilea would be fine after a few beautiful rolls, and they definitely wouldn't fall to their deaths like ordinary soldiers. However, the real test came. Achilles reined in the horse's reins, and the two very humane horses raised their front two hooves high, and stopped the hurricane chariot almost upright. Holding the golden sword, Achilles jumped 10 meters high like this, and then stomped his feet on the ground, raising dust all over the sky. Bastard! Kill my love horse! Don't think you can hide like this. Troy! Aang bared his teeth and killed the horse. He didn't plan to escape casually. Fortunately, the queen is a responsible person. Holding a shield in her left hand and a meteor hammer in her right hand, she stood between Aang and Achilles resolutely, and shouted in a deep neutral voice, "Achilles! Your opponent is me." Achilles pouted, but nodded in approval. Of course it is okay to kill Nge by the way, but he can't let go of the opponent's general, so he specially lowered his status to find Nge to settle the score. No matter what, this unknown opponent has a substantial divine aura on him, and he can be ranked as a demigod with just one kick, which is enough to be his enemy. To deal with Aang, his entourage will naturally come out. In all fairness, none of these Greek warriors were weak. Except for those famous heroes, the rest of these guys are at least incredibly rich in combat experience. When Aang attacks a little more straightforwardly, they will instinctively block or dodge. They are definitely excellent fighters, but they just ran into Aang sadly. The result of pulling the Godslayer template to the limit is that his strength is extremely close to those famous descendants of gods with blood flowing in their bodies, but he does not have any divine brilliance on him, which makes it difficult for a hero-level powerhouse to lose face to deal with Aang. Besides, Troy still has a bunch of second and third line heroes. For a while, they were playing ping-pong with each other, and no one could spare a hand to deal with Aang. The titanium alloy chaos blade made by Tony Stark can be said to have the upper hand in this kind of battle. Originally, bronze was softer than iron. In order to maintain sufficient hardness, coppersmiths had to make bronze swords into short-edged and wide-edged shapes. The guy who slashed against Anger, basically no one sword could survive a move. Relying on the strength of 80 points, Nge often stabbed across, and there was a crisp sound. The short knife instantly split the opponent's copper armor, and almost cut the opponent in half with a stream of red light. After killing 5 Greeks in one go, Aang picked up a few points of will, plus some melee skills. His bravery quickly attracted the attention of the Greek heroes. Just as little Ajax was about to come to meet Aang for a while, Achilles uttered a miserable scream, which scared the audience. Achilles' voice is already loud, but he still has that kind of crazy temper. Friends are injured or killed, sometimes he will cry all night, not in the mood to fight. When the people of the province are affected by disasters, sometimes he will be extremely angry, screaming and fighting fiercely, fighting endlessly to the death. His roar was like a 120 decibel thunderstorm, shocking everyone's eardrums. For a moment, everyone thought he was about to die again. What came into everyone's sight was that he pierced the belly of the general of Troy with a sword, and even lifted the opponent's twitching body high. This is nothing in the history of Achilles' proud battles. His followers have seen similar scenes countless times. But at this moment, he burst into tears. Because he really regretted it when he saw that the other party dropped his helmet, revealing that beautiful face that was 80% similar to Wonder Woman. Oh my God! What have I done? A woman as good as you. She should be taken back to my palace by me and give birth to a dozen of the strongest babies in the world for me. I should have found out that you are a woman. Die, Achilles! Penthesilea yelled and spat blood on him with all his strength. But Achilles is such a psycho, he is extremely irritable and quite emotional. After his best friend Patroclus was killed by Hector, he avenged his best friend, and then tied the feet of Hector's corpse behind the horse, dragged the corpse backwards and ran 3 times around his best friend's coffin, and buried Patroclus with 12 captured Trojan youths. Offerings. Desecrating the corpse of a hero is completely against the etiquette of the Olympian gods, and he doesn't care about being scolded at all. He is such a person who does his own way. Now it is obvious that the Queen of Amazon hates him to the bone, and this guy is in a daze, pouring out his love to the dying queen on the battlefield. Don't forget, it was he who pierced Penthesilea's stomach. At this moment, Ange finally waited for the long-awaited scene. While everyone was not paying attention, Prince Paris of Troy secretly raised his bow under the cover of his entourage. The strangely colored arrow was obviously stained. Venoms. Chapter 89 Achilles' Heel. In the wind and rain, Laulu is waiting for you. Paris interpreted what is called the sixth child with a vivid performance. No, it should be said that the son Apollo is the sixth child. Ange, who has enough perception, has already noticed the subtle changes in the surrounding air. A faint divinity is coming to this area. If there is no system prompt, Ange may not be able to detect it easily. After all, stabbing people in the back is not something to show off. Of course, the son who is always upright is embarrassed, openly, to do this. The arrow that changes the fate of Troy is coming. The chaotic battlefield was originally a mess. Most people are red-eyed and often only focus on the enemy in front of them. There is no such thing as seeing all directions and listening to all directions. What's more, no Greek thought that someone could plot against the invincible Achilles. To be honest, this is also the root cause of Achilles' previous violent temper. Didn't he offend Apollo, one of the main gods of Olympus? How could there be today's disaster? Just as Achilles was getting nervous at Penthesilea, 2 cold arrows were shot out quietly. Why 2? Because someone was worried. He almost followed the trajectory of Paris's poisoned arrow and made another arrow. The 2 arrows were almost in tandem, piercing Achilles' heel with incomparable accuracy. The climate in the Aegean Sea is hot and humid. The ancient Greeks liked to go barefoot or wear sandals. Even soldiers like to wear a kind of half-length boots called katelnos, which are just flat shoes made of ordinary leather. Unlike later European medieval knights, because when riding a horse, their feet are often exposed to the attack range of infantry, so knights often wear protective metal riding boots. This makes it easy for the 2 arrows to hit Achilles' heel in tandem. It is ironic that Paris's arrow is too small. It was originally intended to hurt people with cold arrows. His performance is really poor, and this arrow is soft. It was obviously a poisonous arrow, but it only shot through the leather boots, and it didn't even really hit Achilles' heel. As a result, Anger's second arrow followed like a shadow, split the shaft of Paris's arrow from behind, and then slammed the poisonous arrow into Achilles' real vitals like a sledgehammer hitting a nail. The vitals were suddenly stabbed, and the nervous Achilles finally came to his senses. I'm dying. He let out an earth-shattering scream. Who is he? Plotting against me. Achilles instantly changed from the sad self-blame of manslaughtering his wife to an extremely violent Achilles' wrath state. His perception spread out suddenly, and the first person that caught his eyes was Paris, who had no time to put down his bow after firing a cold arrow. The real demigod powerhouse can even sense the law of cause and effect. You Paris poisoned, and there is still a faint breath of Apollo on your body. It wasn't you who plotted against me, but who? Paris. You actually used poisoned arrows. The roar of 150 decibels is equivalent to the roar of an aircraft engine when it is running. Achilles' violent shouting is tantamount to hammering Paris's dirty things. This time, almost all the strong men on the Greek side turned their angry eyes on Prince Paris. To be honest, Paris, who abducted Queen Helen, has long been synonymous with despicable people in the eyes of the world. It is not uncommon for him to commit any shameless acts. It's just that at this moment, no one thought that Achilles would die. Because even if you are hit by a poisoned arrow, There are 100 ways to get rid of the poison, from bloodletting to magic spells. What methods can't work? Except for a certain traveler and a certain sun god, no one knows that Achilles is the key to the attack, and the damage is 1000%. Achilles' heel, in a sense, it is the curse of the gods. Although it is just a heel, it is connected to his heart. Raging and promoting blood circulation, Achilles' death is already doomed. The only problem is that his extremely strong body allows him to retain a certain ability to move. This is the flashback. At this moment, Paris was extremely wronged. He knew very well that his arrow hadn't broken the defense at all. This is like a maglev train entering a cave, with no walls on all sides. People also asked him if he went in. It turned out that a stronger one came from behind and directly stuffed his arrow into it. But the blame fell on him again. What does Paris say? Ange, are you saying you or not? Looking at Achilles, who threw away the divine sword in his hand and rushed towards him empty-handed, Paris felt as if he saw a giant deep-sea beast rushing towards him with its mouth wide open. Help! Someone! Escort! Escort! Paris screamed like a pussy. Beside him, a dozen strong Trojan guardsmen abandoned their opponents and gathered together to protect Paris. Don't be afraid. He's only one person? Is it? When the defense cannot be broken, what is the use of more people? Achilles was like a lion rushing into the flock of sheep at high speed, killing wildly. When a soldier of the imperial army who was fully armed and weighed more than 200 kilograms met him, he looked like a bad doll that had been thrown out. He was thrown far away, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his limbs were crooked, presenting a sense of desolation and dilapidation. When the vicious Achilles slaughtered all the Trojan guards and came before Paris, the Trojan prince was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground with a foul-smelling liquid oozing from his crotch. Don't kill me, I'm the Prince of Troy. Go to hell. Despicable villain. Achilles, who felt that he had no time, grabbed Paris's ankles with both hands without hesitation, lifted them high, and tore them violently. In front of hundreds of powerful people in the audience, Achilles tore Paris in half from the crotch. A horrific tear that stretches from the crotch to the abdominal cavity and ends at the left armpit. The smelly viscera and blood splattered in all directions, making an area within a few meters. Oh! Long live Achilles! Many Greeks who didn't know it were still celebrating the bravery of the general. Not many people noticed. Anger cut down 2 elite Greek soldiers and touched Penthesilea. Still alive. I'm dying. Borrow the sword. Ange didn't talk nonsense, and held the hilt of the divine sword that Achilles stabbed into the queen's abdomen. Take it, as long as it can avenge me. The queen didn't look at Ange, she stared at the murderous Achilles, her eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment. You won't die, I'm still waiting to crush you. The queen was stunned for a moment, she didn't expect that Kratos would have enough time to make such a joke at this moment. The next second, she suddenly realized that Kratos was not joking. Ange took out a clean white cloth and pressed it on the wound on her lower abdomen. After quickly drawing the sword, covering her wound, at the same time, a strange magic power spread from his hand, quickly healing her wound. This is the power Anger obtained from killing the witch before. The magic power of the witch can not only kill, but also has a certain healing effect when released slowly. Not very strong, at least at the lower middle level. Enough. I can't die. Penthesilea watched in amazement as Ange took the Excalibur that belonged to the enemy, and walked step by step towards Achilles, who just tore Paris alive and looked like a demon god. Achilles! Go to hell! It was also a 150 decibel scream, and this man named Kratos attracted the attention of everyone in the center of the battlefield. In full view of everyone, Kratos brandished Achilles' Excalibur, and after Achilles turned to face him, it turned into a blood-colored rainbow light, crossed a distance of 10 meters, and pierced the sword with his chest. Achilles' chest. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Chapter 90. Listen, the so-called killer. Listen, the so-called killer. Not a reckless man with a gun and a club, nor a sinister and cunning sixth child, but a heartless, head-grabbing maniac. In the myth that Achilles was poisoned to death by Paris with an arrow, Angel didn't really believe it. Even if it is the legendary half-step epilepsy with a smile, it will take a certain amount of time from being poisoned to being poisoned. In reality, it takes nearly a minute for the neurotoxin of the blue-ringed octopus to kill people. For a demigod-level powerhouse with an inhuman physique like Achilles, from poisoning to sudden death, this period of time is enough for him to do many things. For example, tearing up Paris or something. The result was that Paris was charged with the crime and Ungnar was killed. Under normal circumstances, anger would never be able to kill Achilles, the most powerful Greek demigod. This is Achilles after the big cut. Not only was he poisoned, he was dying, but the key was that Penthesilea pierced Achilles' breastplate with his first shot with all his strength. And used Achilles' Excalibur to follow the gap opened last time, and pierced Achilles fiercely. This is really killing you with your costume. If Achilles' body of the river Styx is still there, this sword may not be able to pierce through his body. It's a pity that with the passage of life and divinity, Styx' body also lost its due power. Outsiders don't know all this. No one knows that the invulnerable Achilles has come to the end of his life. In the eyes of the Trojans and Greeks on both sides of the war, this is Kratos who just killed Achilles head-on. A sword pierced through the chest, and Ange didn't relax at all. He twisted the edge of the sword, further cut open Achilles' body, and wrung his heart to pieces. Ange's dash was full of momentum. He pierced Achilles, but Achilles held up his arms and danced like this, and continued to dash for more than 10 meters unabated. Ange's stampede splashed gravel all over the sky. Forcibly plowed a death road as deep as 20 centimeters. Until Achilles' back, he slammed into the left fender of his own chariot without dying. Stubborn, he still tried to kill Ange when the fire of his life was about to go out. Unfortunately, his strength leaked away like a river bursting its banks. At the end of his life, he suddenly felt that it might be a kind of luck for him to die at the hands of a real strong man all his life. No matter what, it was better than dying at the hands of Paris. Warrior. May I know your name? I at least want to know, who was the one who killed the great Achilles? Achilles spat out blood, his life was like a candle in the wind, but his face was calm. Ange said calmly, my name in this world is Kratos. Thank you, Kratos. Achilles closed his eyes, and made a final prayer in his heart, Mother Thetis. Although the person who finally stabbed me to death was the man named Kratos in front of me, the real fatal thing was the poisonous arrow shot by that Paris. Paris has been killed by my own hands. Don't hate Kratos, hate the Trojans if you want to hate it. He knew that his mother Thetis, who was the goddess of the sea, would definitely hear his last message. As the best of the second-generation Greek heroes, Achilles finally failed to escape his death prophecy and died under the city of Troy. Almost the moment Achilles breathed his last, Ange saw that a huge amount of red soul suddenly flew out of the opponent's body, and poured it into his body violently. This is the power of demigods. At this moment, Ange felt that every cell in his body was burning, and the burning sensation from the deepest part of his soul made him unable to help but yell. Pain. My whole body hurts. Scorching tearing, brutal destruction, and then new students. The pain of exchanging blood and washing the marrow comes quickly and goes away even faster. First is power. It's not an illusion. Ange really felt that he could open any ancient city gate without divinity attached to it, and tear the thick iron sheet as easily as a piece of A4 paper. Then there is agility, the feeling of being as light as a swallow, which allows him to jump up to 3 or 4 floors in one sprint. Then there is the physique, the solid sense of security that can be brought by a punch from a cyclops is really not covered. The last thing is perception. Now, as long as he concentrates a little, he can hear the movement of a flying insect within 100 meters, and clearly see every chelicera on its body and the flapping of every wing. It's a pity that Achilles is a typical melee hero, and the bonuses he brings are nothing more than these aspects. The system prompts that the screen is frantically swiping, but Eng has no chance to take a closer look. Achilles' scream stunned all the Greeks. His entourage did not wake up until this moment to save their general. No way, Achilles is the kind of pervert who can form an army by himself, and he can kill an army casually. His personal bravery is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, especially after killing the opponent's top general Hector, who would have thought that he would capsize in the gutter. At this time they rushed over. Late. I saw Angela holding Achilles' body and getting on the chariot. Damn it! The two divine horses, which had only been ordered by Achilles alone, ran wildly after being whipped by Kratos. It's not the kind of out-of-control runaway, but a really tame forward. The chariot made a beautiful drift before the Greeks encircled them, and stopped beside the dying Trojan general. Come up and see our booty. Eng would change any other words, and Penthesilea wouldn't get in the car like this. But what was on the car was her life and death enemy Achilles. Enduring the severe pain, Queen Amazon showed a bright smile, put one hand on Angie's palm and flew into the car. Ahem. Even if the door is welded shut after getting on the car, it's worth it? Ha ha ha. Achilles. You have today too. Die. You are finally dead. The queen's laughter was extremely presumptuous and insane. Laugh with tears. No one knows better than her the bitterness of these years. With Hector, the Trojan, there is nothing wrong with her Penthesilea. As a guest, it is really difficult to live her life under the fence of others. In any case, Kratos was the one she recruited, and this credit is naturally on her head. The king of Troy publicly shouldered the grievances between her and the nemesis for her, which means that the nemesis can only settle accounts with the king of Troy. She kills Achilles to avenge Hector, and her debt to the king of Troy is settled. Even if the lawsuit reaches Mount Olympus, she will still win. She suddenly realized, I am free. Over there, the battle is not over. Seeing that Eng took Achilles' body, the Greek heroes were all jealous. Odysseus yelled at the top of his voice, take back Achilles. It sounds like the Greek heroes were united to protect the corpses of their teammates from being desecrated. In fact, this is one aspect. After all, Achilles desecrated Hector's body at the beginning, and now the Trojans can't take revenge too much. The point is, everyone is jealous of Achilles' costume. It's just that no one expected that little Ajax jumped 5 or 6 meters, and when he was about to jump onto the chariot that originally belonged to Achilles in the next second, the bald man stabbed little Ajax's backhand. Aspen was chopped upside down and flew out. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Slash with one blow. You know, Ajax the Great and the little Ajax are second only to Achilles, and can rank among the top 10 heroes among the Greeks. The Greeks were stunned by this terrifying aura that froze the 19 states. P.S. If there are no accidents, the next chapter Demigod Eng will be on the shelves. Capable veterans support a wave of First Order, thank you everyone. Chapter 92 Demigod Eng, one more. Laymen watch the excitement, while insiders watch the doorway. No one would despise Aang, after all, he was the peerless archer who shot Agamemnon with an arrow. If Aang stabbed Achilles to death with a sword just now, relying on absolute speed and precise stabbing, everyone would be somewhat surprised and frightened, but this time everyone really saw it clearly. At the moment when little Ajax pounced, Kratos slashed 3 times in a row. The strange-shaped flame-shaped dagger turned into a flame in his hand. Knock, press, and press, because the speed is too fast. It seems to outsiders that the sword is divided into 3 parts in an instant, and it is in contact with the bronze sword of little Ajax. Dang! The 3 saber strikes seemed to turn into the same metal tremor, making little Ajax's heart tremble. This extremely fast and clever move is very similar to the traditional Chinese martial arts bringing hair. With an extremely exaggerated combo, he slashed at little Ajax head on. If it wasn't for the Greek hero who was above the level and avoided the blade at the last moment, then what was hit would not be his thick bronze armor weighing 30 kilograms, but his head into a rotten watermelon. Even so, little Ajax could not be said to have retreated unscathed, until he flew out of the range of Kratos' sword in embarrassment. He was shocked to realize that his high-grade armor made by a great craftsman and blessed by a priest was still pierced, leaving a 2 centimeters deep and 10 centimeters long terrible wound on his left shoulder. Until now, only a few seconds have passed since the two of them fought each other. The death of Achilles and the miss of little Ajax actually plunged the Greek side into a silent death. Speaking of which, Penthesilea is really ruthless. The wound on her stomach has not healed yet, and there may be internal bleeding. She actually poked the fatal wound on Achilles' chest with a gun, lifted Achilles' body high, and shouted with all her strength. Achilles has been killed by Kratos. The Trojans triumph. This time, it was no longer a bluff. As the most shining cup on the battlefield, Achilles' shining golden armor is the biggest symbol. Now that Achilles' limbs are drooping and his body is lifted high, who can be fooled? Not to mention that anger also snatched the most attractive luxury chariot in the audience, which was pulled by Poseidon's horse. Oh! Long live Troy! Long live Kratos! The Trojans were so excited that tears filled their eyes. They abandoned their opponents, held up their swords and halberds, and ran back like crazy. Normally speaking, in a battle of this scale, one side can't just withdraw if it wants to. If it's not done well after the breakup, the other party will chase and kill them, and it will often turn into a big defeat. Here in Greece, the coach Agamemnon did not know whether he was alive or dead, and the strongest Achilles died in battle. After little Ajax confessed, there was no one in his early years, so how can he chase after him? The Greeks stopped unknowingly, and cast their fearful and uneasy eyes on the Greek heroes who were still standing at the scene, eager to get orders. All they waited for was silence. The huge battle ended with the Trojans' complete victory. On the tall city wall of Troy, King Priam leaned on the battlements excitedly, watching the distance with all his eyesight. When he heard that Achilles had been killed, he was somewhat in disbelief. When he saw his soldiers rushing towards the city gate surrounded by Achilles' carriage, and then saw the corpse that made him feel like a nightmare and couldn't sleep day and night for 10 years, he was so excited that he shed tears. Finally, revenge. Whose tears are shedding? Trojans. Achilles' death is tantamount to Troy's victory in their eyes. Achilles is dead. Achilles is dead. On the city wall, countless Trojan soldiers cheered wildly, and the noise went straight into the sky. The king couldn't help but embrace the queen beside him with excitement. At this moment, he suddenly realized, wait. I don't see Paris's chariot. The huge gates of Troy are grandly opened for the victor's triumph. Both sides of the spacious Kingdom Avenue were crowded with excited wounded soldiers, and tens of thousands of Trojan people rushed over after hearing the news, cheering wildly. Come on. Enjoy your moment of glory. Kratos. Very unexpectedly, Penthesilea snatched the reins from Anger's hand, asked Anger to pose, and held up the sword from Achilles. The Excalibur that Si grabbed in his hand. She is a queen, but she is willing to be Angela's car. Two Amazon female warriors who survived the brutal fighting squeezed into this fairly spacious large chariot. They helped lift Achilles' body with one hand, while restlessly caressing it with the other hand. Angie's waist always felt that their magic hands would touch down at any time. Phew. You are such an Amazon. The noise in my ears is non-stop. Achilles, have you received your retribution? Ha ha ha. Bastard. How did you treat our Prince Hector back then, and how you suffer now? The fanatical people tried to rush through the guards' line. After being unsuccessful, perhaps because the siege was too long and there was a shortage of food, They couldn't find rotten tomatoes. They began to throw a lot of mud at Achilles' hanging corpse. 10 years. How many decades are there in life? The Trojans used this method to retaliate against the corpse of Achilles who had desecrated Hector's body. Ange looked at the excited Trojans, but was out of tune with them because of their different backgrounds. The 10-year siege of the city, to him, a lost person who happened to be here, really doesn't make much sense. He finally has time to read the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Greek demigod hero Achilles, successfully absorbing the soul of Achilles. After the conversion of the Godslayer system, the host successfully broke through the limits of the physical body and was promoted to a demigod. Note, because the host itself does not have the blood of the Greek gods, the power obtained by the host is reduced. How terrifying the demigod level is, the data can give Anger the most intuitive cognition. Constitution 233, Dexterity 168, Strength 221, Intelligence 72, Perception 99, Will 136. Plus the physical plus 5, Strength plus 12 of Quay's leather case, he is now an out-and-out demigod level macho. There is no way for the data to be biased. After all, Achilles has never been a magician, nor is it a quick and agile killer. And after equipping heavy armor, the agility attribute will definitely drop. Maybe this is still some distance away from Achilles himself, but this value is at least at the upper middle level among a large number of demigods in Greece. It is definitely not better than Hercules, at least it can crush famous heroes like Ajax. To be honest, if it wasn't for Achilles' sudden madness and death, plus Apollo and other gods secretly doing things, he would definitely not be able to steal the head of a top demigod. Chapter 93 S-Class Artifact, 2 more. The only question now is, whether the Greek gods on the opposite side will come back to Ange. Not to mention Athena and other gods who support the Greeks, Achilles' mother Thetis is a standard son of a bitch. In order to keep her son, she tried to roast Achilles repeatedly, burning off his mortal body parts, and then using magic to restore his body. Finding that Achilles couldn't be easily made a god, he threw it into the Styx water. In this regard, Anger's conclusion is, run away as soon as possible. Ange looked down, and Achilles gave him a bunch of skills. Apart from fighting skills, the core ones are: the host acquires the constitutional branch skill, primary Styx body. The host's passive tough skin is upgraded to Styx skin, rated at physical resistance LV 60, the host's default armor value is 600 points, and the hardness is equivalent to 60 mm thick T-34 tank armor. When the host is focused, the armor value is 1000 points. Phantom beast riding. The host can ride or tame Greek mythical and phantom beasts, excluding dragon species. Unyielding. The host has inherited the powerful physique of Achilles. Even if vital organs such as the brain or heart are destroyed, he can still continue to fight with the power of the soul for a period of time. Back to life. This skill enters a cooldown of up to 365 natural days. Achilles' Wrath. After the skill is activated, the host enters the brave state. The 3 values of endurance, strength, and agility increase greatly, and it is immune to all will-based skills. However, the host will thus enter a state of deadly battle where he cannot retreat until he defeats all enemies in sight. Low-level divinity. Since the host has devoured Achilles' divinity, all attacks of the host will have small real damage, and the opponent can only offset it with the corresponding divinity. 5 skills in a row, almost no tasteless or skills. The only small problem is body of the Styx. This skill must be given a weak point. Once attacked, it will receive 5 times the damage. Ange thought about it, and set his own. Well, it's a secret. In addition to these skills directly robbed by the Godslayer system, there are also a bunch of treasures that outsiders can see. For example, sea-level artifact, Achilles' Universe. The Aegis made by Hephaestus, the of Craftsman, belongs to the armor type enchantment artifact. The world seen by Achilles is projected on it, and the ocean currents surge around the periphery due to the blessing of the sea goddess Thetis. Since the host is not Achilles himself, the power rating of this artifact is downgraded. D-class artifact, Achilles armor. It is also the painstaking work of the god of craftsmen. A full set of armor weighs 188 kilograms. When worn, the host's strength plus 68 points, stamina plus 100 points, and agility minus 80 points. Physical resistance LV 60. Self-reparable. Originally, Ange didn't like that this thing lowered agility, but it can be put on Quay's leather case. It smells so good. Finally, Achilles' horse-drawn chariot. A-level artifact, tragedy of Troy. Since the famous horse, Pedasos, was killed by the host, it is automatically transformed into a heroic horse. It and the chariots pulled by the immortal horses, Xanthos, and Balios, given by Poseidon, the of the sea, can ravage the battlefield at the highest speed of sound, and give additional power in proportion to the increase in speed. Harm. Become a huge meat grinder galloping on the battlefield of Troy. Ange was already very excited when he saw this. He didn't expect that the big one was yet to come. S rank. Actually, seeing this, Nge was completely at a loss. He really had never heard of the Trojan twins, and when he looked down, he realized. It's outrageous. S-level artifact double knives, Trojan twin stars. Because the host killed the hero Achilles in a head-to-head confrontation, and was impressed by the host's spirit, Achilles chose to lodge the remnant soul in one of the host's knives middle. The soul of Hector that remained in the Achilles artifact sword chose to reside on another knife. The attributes and special effects of double swords, please the host to explore by himself. Ange was embarrassed at first, and then ecstatic. Every time I come out to cosplay Quay, I hold a cottage chaos blade made of titanium alloy, and I am quite complacent at first. With the improvement of strength, no matter how good the cold weapon Tony made, Ange still felt that it was a thing for nothing after all. Now it's alright, based on the titanium alloy warblade, with the souls of the two most famous heroes in the Trojan War attached, this thing was suddenly upgraded to an S-class artifact. Ange was surprised, but suddenly realized something. In the myth, after Achilles died, he was smashed by a dream, saying that he had become a god. The soul of a true is attached to a knife that far surpasses the craftsmanship of the Bronze Age. What a surprise! He was so excited that during the parade, when he found Penthesilea staring at the Achilles sword in his hand, he was temporarily excited. What? Want? Then I will give it to you. The Queen of Amazon had a surprised expression on her face. The sword of the 10-year life and death enemy is really fragrant. She almost blurted out her promise, but then she became embarrassed again. This is not good. This is a real Excalibur. You killed Achilles with your own hands, and it should belong to you. Ange smiled and stuffed the D-class artifact sword into Penthesilea's arms. It's yours. How can this work? The queen was anxious. Nge patted the odd-shaped double blades hanging from his waist, and put his mouth close to the queen's ear. My double blades have the souls of Achilles and Hector attached, and they are now middle-level artifacts. This just accept the sword. Without you receiving the sword, Achilles was tricked into giving up the sword to kill Paris, and I couldn't kill Achilles at all. The queen's cheeks were instantly flushed. It's because of shame. To put it bluntly, isn't this just her selling her to make Achilles nervous and soft? Achilles didn't want her to die immediately, so he chose to leave the sword in her belly. If not, it is true that Nge would not have a chance to succeed. The reason is this, but it is somewhat unreasonable. On the other side, the enemy's sword is really fragrant. Firstly, Ange has a better artifact, and secondly, she has really sold blood. Gritting her teeth, the queen nodded. Okay. I'll accept this. But I will definitely make it up to you. In a short distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, Eng walked almost an hour to the palace under the enthusiastic pursuit of soldiers and citizens. Not surprisingly, the royal family of Troy held a grand welcome ceremony for the hero's triumphant return. The palace, which had not been repaired for 10 years, was decorated with lights and festoons. In order to cover up the holes in some walls, the servants covered them up with a long yellowish cloth early on. The disheveled servants were in a mess, while the Trojan royal guards lined up on both sides of the king's road energetically and covered with scars, cast grateful glances at Aang's chariot. Below the long steps of the royal palace, the king personally greeted him, but the smile on Priam's face was quite far-fetched. No way, his most outstanding son and the most outstanding son hiccuped one after another within a week. He really couldn't be happier. Chapter 94 Trojan Horse, 3 more. The old King Priam was full of emotion. However, the man standing on the chariot, Kratos, shot down Agamemnon with an arrow, avenged his son, and was the benefactor who dragged Troy out of the abyss of destruction. In spite of Jaeo, he, the king, still can only treat each other with courtesy. The old king opened his arms and raised them high. In the name of the gods and the ancestors of Troy, I praise you. The great warrior Kratos. Your bravery, let the earth change color for you. Let millions the Trojans fell for you. The arrogant speech naturally received a tsunami-like response from the Trojan soldiers. Praise you, Kratos. After 10 years of besieging the city and lack of supplies, the Trojans had long been unable to take out any extravagant flower petals to spread all over the sky, but today they triumphantly took out the brass armor that they had snatched from the Greeks and threw them into the sky. The glittering appearance is absolutely compelling to Grammon. It's just that Anger wanted to complain, you guys are so handsome when you sprinkle copper pieces now, and you will cry when you pick them up later. Here, horns sounded and drums sounded. The Trojans tried their best to engage in this triumphant ceremony. Aang is also very good. When he waved, 2 Amazon female warriors carried Achilles' body up. Your Majesty, I offer you the body of Achilles. Of course, the armor was stripped off, and Aang put on the armor of Achilles without hesitation, declaring his possession of the spoils to everyone. The old king's eyelids twitched slightly, but his mouth was unambiguous. Thank you, warrior. You let my son's soul rest in peace. He changed the subject and continued, the despicable Achilles once desecrated my son's corpse. However, we Trojans are different from him. Desecrating the dead will easily displease Hades, the of the underworld. Therefore, we Trojans as the victor, I, your King Priam, have decided to pardon the body of Achilles. As a father, he doesn't want to play corpse whip, so the other Trojans naturally have no objection. Besides, showing generosity and kindness has always been the exclusive right of the winner. Immediately, a general came up next to him, waved his hand, and asked the Greek soldiers to take Achilles' body back. The king stared at Aang's Spartan leather case, with indescribable complex emotions in his eyes, and finally he said, Thank you, warrior. Your victory, let Troy share the supreme glory. Come on, please enjoy the glory that belongs only to you, and enjoy the grand banquet. The old king spoke very well, but Aang could feel a clear sense of alienation. Indeed, it was the king of Sparta who started the war. It was also the Greeks headed by the Spartan king who caused heavy losses to Troy. How could the old king trust a Spartan warrior? Both Redface and Blackface are your Spartans. Of course, countertop work still needs to be done. The old king came over cordially, and gently took Aang's hand. How? Great warrior, are you interested in joining Troy? The king's invitation was insincere, without any specific official position, without any real benefits, and he didn't even draw a cake for Anger. Interesting, this is exactly what Anger meant. I came to help at the invitation of Penthesilea. Now that I have killed Achilles, my mission is complete. If His Majesty allows, I will leave after the dinner. This, So urgent? Don't stay for a few more days, at least enjoy the hospitality of our Trojans, and then witness the defeat of the Greeks with your own eyes. The last sentence of the king is actually the key. The Greek didn't back down, and he wouldn't let Eng go without saying anything. Seeing that the Amazon queen next to him also wanted to persuade him, Eng relaxed the expression on his face. Then let me see how enthusiastic the Trojans are. The grand dinner has begun. The food that even the king himself would not be willing to eat was served plate by plate. To be honest, Eng, who had tried Chinese delicacies, felt that the pickled food served by the Trojans and the bread made of old grains were simply unpalatable. But this is already the best food the Trojans can provide, and Angle doesn't mind too much. The only bright spot is the old wine of Troy. Wine, as long as it is well preserved, mostly the longer the better. Seeing the sallow-faced and skinny dancer dancing hard, Eng wanted to laugh a little. The Trojans' behavior of slapping their swollen faces to pretend to be fat is really funny. Penthesilea was injured and had to be treated. Besides, Eng didn't see Helen. Thinking about it, for the Trojans, Helen has long since turned from a fairy to a witch. Reasonable people certainly know that the Greeks have taken a fancy to the land of Troy. But ordinary Trojans would definitely blame Paris for causing trouble and abducting Helen, the scourge. It's all right now, Helen also killed Paris. Eng can completely foresee that Helen will have a very difficult time in the future. On the contrary, the two Amazon female warriors have been eating well for a long time because they have to fight. At the banquet, I don't know how many Trojan heroes and generals came to toast, and Eng, relying on his good physique, almost everyone had a big drink with him. If the Trojans don't die, this history can be corrected. It was only after Eng was hung over the next day that he was awakened by a loud noise. When he was confused, he didn't even notice that the clothes of the two Amazon women beside him were still quite complete. The marks they left on each other probably vomited all over each other. Get up in a daze. When Eng came out of the dormitory and saw the huge wooden horse that had been pulled to the central square of the city, his heart sank for the most part. Coming. Here comes the Trojan horse. The foolish Trojans still believe that this is their trophy. The Greeks retreat. The great hero Kratos also killed the Greek coach Agamemnon yesterday. The Greeks ran away in fright. Praise Kratos. The entire palace was full of excited Trojans running around to announce the great event. Only the person involved, Eng, felt that the sky was thundering. If it wasn't for the reminder that the system failed to kill Agamemnon, if he didn't know the world-famous illusion of Trojan horse, maybe even he himself would have believed it. Now that there are rumors about him killing Agamemnon, all he wants to say is, "I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense." Eng's face was livid, and when he put it on the leather case, his expression was numb. At this time, Penthesilea's voice came, "Hey, isn't this the hero Kratos who double-killed the Greek coach and the #1 fierce general?" Looking at the smiling queen, Eng was very serious. "If I tell you, Agamemnon is definitely not dead. Then what do you think of the retreat of the Greeks?" Chapter 95 City Break, 4 more. Penthesilea's expression is wonderful. First shock, then doubts, and finally doubts. "You say this is a Greek conspiracy. To be precise, it is Odysseus' conspiracy. Where are you from? Why are you so sure?" Eng froze for a moment. He didn't know how to explain. Eng made a last effort, pointing his index finger at the huge and weird wooden horse. "What if I say that the Greeks' strongest hero squadron is hidden inside? The Trojan horse is very huge, as high as a 7-story building. The Trojans tried their best to pull it within the city gate. The strange wooden limbs are made from a single giant log, 4 stories above the ground. Not only that, the Trojan horse's limbs are also very smooth." Out of trust in Eng, the queen asked people to climb up, but all failed without exception. They couldn't climb it at all, even if they tried to cut holes in the wooden horse's legs with an axe, or add footholds. Feeling the faint divinity emanating from the wooden horse, Anj finally realized this is a conspiracy of the gods. He gave up explaining. Penthesilea. Do you trust me? The queen nodded vigorously. Then get ready and leave tonight. In such a hurry. Tonight, the city of Troy will be destroyed. Anj said with great certainty. The queen lost all blood on her face. I'm going to find His Majesty the King. Not surprisingly, she was ruthlessly ridiculed. Not by the king, but by a group of Trojan generals. The identity of the guest general is always extremely embarrassing. When the Greeks approached the city, the Trojans could only work together and trust every ally. What about the moment when the Greeks retreated? Every Trojan general inevitably has a little thought. The greatest credit for killing Achilles was taken away by outsiders, and the honors that the Trojan generals can grab are running out. At this time, how could they allow outsiders to make great contributions again? In the final analysis, rather than saying that the Trojans were deceived, it is better to say that they are more willing to believe that it is a real fact that the Greeks are gone. The 10-year siege of the city was a huge torture for both sides. Troy is trapped in an isolated city, relying on exaggerated food reserves to survive until now. The Greeks were also having a hard time. Although they had conquered all the Trojan territories outside the city of Troy, the Trojans would never give up their dreams until the city of Troy fell. Because they believed in the same group of gods, the Greeks couldn't kill the Trojans at all. For a full 10 years, the Greek army traveled across the ocean in this way, leaving their homes and spending time under the city. If it weren't for Athena and other gods behind the town, the kings alone would never be able to restrain the homesick Greek soldiers. As a result, under the unprecedented joy of victory, all the Trojans were dazzled. Watching the Trojans singing and dancing around a huge wooden horse to celebrate their victory, Anj never gave up any hope. He counted his gains carefully. The biggest good news, of course, is that the chariot composed of 3 undead horses, Troy's nightmare, can be put away. Anjis thought, it can be received in a divine space, and when he calls, it will tear the space and appear. Another piece of good news is that Anj was allowed to use the portal by the king, and he sensed the space coordinates where he stayed in Gotham City. The problem is, this space seems to be blocked. Anger suddenly realized, Athena or some secretly closed the space barrier of Troy City. As night fell, Anj finished his last supper in Troy, rejected all the invitations, and just sat quietly in the room, waiting for the final moment. Penthesilea believed his words, and also made preparations for battle. It's just that she hasn't decided whether to abandon the royal family of Troy and follow him. After all, for her, this is the world she is familiar with. Leaving the city of Troy, she only needs to ride a horse for 2 weeks before returning to her Amazon clan. Unsurprisingly, an accident came. The time came to 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the Trojans who had celebrated wildly for 2 days fell asleep in exhaustion. Even the sentinel who used to be nervous at the top of the city fell into a deep sleep because of drinking. The abdomen of the giant Trojan horse, which could not be climbed during the day, quietly opened a hole, and several ropes were let down. A group of Greek heroes including Ajax and Ajax completed the rope descent in full armor. Then they came upon Penthesilea, with a company of 300 at her command. Enemy attack. The Trojan horse is a conspiracy of the Greeks. They went forward without fear. However, they were completely defeated after just one meeting. No reason, an injured Penthesilea faced a squadron of more than 30 heroes with the blood of the gods. There was a huge gap in quality, and even delaying time became a luxury. Although Queen Amazon fought battles, at this moment she finally understood why Kratos refused to work with her to stop the Greek elite who slipped out of the wooden horse. One counts as one, as long as the concentration of divine blood in the body exceeds 10%, he is eligible to be called a demigod. The more than 30 Greek heroes in front of me can all be called demigods. How brave is Penthesilea! She is really hard to beat with 2 fists. If the Greeks were not in a hurry to open the city gate, even she would have to confess here. Their warnings did wake up many Trojans, but these drunk guys are no match for the Greek heroes. After less than 10 minutes of fighting, the queen heard a heavy creaking sound from the huge city gate. The city gate has fallen. What poured in from the outside were tens of thousands of heavily armed Greek warriors. Kill! Kill the Trojans! Avenge Achilles! The queen jumped onto a 3-story building, and by the light of the fire, she saw Agamemnon's handsome banner from a distance. Sure enough, Agamemnon is really not dead. Kratos is right. She had a mistake, and even the last 2 Amazon female warriors who followed her were killed. At this point, she had no more worries, turned her head and ran towards the portal. This city, which was besieged by the Greek coalition forces for 10 years and still standing, finally fell under the conspiracy of the Greeks and the gods. There are flames everywhere, and tragic massacres everywhere. The Greeks vented their persistent resentment on the Trojans. They have committed almost every crime that can be committed in the world. Of course, this does not include massacres. In the eyes of many people, the democratic and civilized ancient Greece was a slavery country. This has nothing to do with Aang. When he was beside the portal and finally saw the familiar figure staggering over, he smiled. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from another direction. The other party said weakly, "Mr. Kratos, can you give me one?" Chapter 96 Athena, are you serious? 5 more. Helen. The key figure who could not be bypassed in the Trojan War. The core of this war is of course the struggle for hegemony in the Aegean Sea, but Helen, as the fuse of this war, naturally has its special significance. Helen stepped out of the shadows. Obviously, in order to escape, she deliberately put on a court-maid's clothes on her body. If you take a closer look, you can see the luxurious purple dress inside. No more concealment, she consciously took off the thick veil on her face. At such a critical juncture, no one is willing to open the blind box. As an ominous symbol in the eyes of the Trojans, a real beauty, she has seldom shown her true colors in recent years. Lifting the veil itself is the subtext of "I can do anything." Oh! Ange let out a low exclamation. As the most famous beauty in Greece, Helen has a rather classic oval face. Different from the owl face that was popular in the Celestial dynasty a while ago, Helen's face looks quite soft, especially in line with the classical Chinese aesthetics, with smooth and graceful outlines. This kind of classically beautiful face shape may not be amazing at first glance, but it definitely becomes more and more beautiful as you look at it, and it will make you intoxicated in the end. If you have to say who her face is closer to, for Nge, it is probably more like Liu Yifei. But thinking about Helen's fate is quite pitiful. In history, the city of Troy was destroyed, and it is recorded in Homer's epic that Helen's beauty saved her life again. Her original husband, King Menelaus of Sparta, chose to spare her. When this kind of thing is put in the history books, it is something that has been beautified a million times. If you think about it, you know that the Battle of Troy started because of Helen, and then there were so many kings of the Greek city-states who helped you fight Menelaus, and they pulled the army for you for 10 years. After all, these kings and heroes are all Helen. Menelaus, the suitor back then, could not have executed her no matter how much he hated her. As for the days when Helen went back, was she subjected to domestic violence all day long? Or wash your face with tears every day? There is no half-word record in the history books. Well, don't ask. If you ask, the DNA of the Wayne family has moved again. Ang *CAO Wayne said this time Batman is fully responsible again. Ang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but he didn't say the answer Helen wanted, because he caught a glimpse of an existence from the corner of his eye. Ms. Helen, whether you can walk or not, I don't care. Right? Goddess Athena. Angie's voice fell, and the two women were startled at the same time. Following Angie's gaze, they saw an owl standing on a tree near the portal. Did you find it? Sensitive mortal. The owl uttered the words, and there was a faint divinity rippling, accompanied by an invisible coercion, that kind of blood pressure that seemed to come from the root spread throughout the audience. Cardiopulmonary arrest, 6 gods have no master. The absolute power makes people hesitate for a moment, and then surrender easily. Helen knelt down and saluted almost instinctively. Penthesilea froze for a moment, gritted her teeth and chose to bow. Only Ange stood there straight, his waist as straight as a javelin. This undoubtedly surprised Athena. Athena didn't seem to be angry, but said coldly, "No one can take away the booty that belongs to the Greeks." Ange raised his mouth, and even though his heart was beating, he decided to trick Athena. "Yes. You are right. No one. But, have you determined who the power in me comes from?" The owl's Kazlan's big eyes suddenly widened to the maximum. She, seems to want to see through Ange's soul. One person and one owl stared at each other in silence for 10 seconds. Ange had a confident expression on his face. He was betting that Athena would not be able to see through his system. Athena lost her self-confidence for the first time since she was born as a god. In her eyes, the other party, whether it was soul or power, was covered with a layer of mysterious fog. Ange grinned, "Reminder, my power is inherited from His Majesty Hippolyta. Guess where is the source of this power?" Angle is talking the right crap. With the power of Athena, his concealment is meaningless. Don't forget, it was Zeus who personally put the power of God-Killer into the soul of Diana Prince, which was exactly what Zeus personally arranged to deal with the god of war Ares' backhand. Athena certainly couldn't fully analyze the power on Ange, but this did not prevent her from figuring out how the power is composed. There is no doubt that this is the handwriting of God King Zeus. The mane of Olympus has never been of one mind, let alone her and her father Zeus. The old naughty Zeus even sometimes put his mind on Athena as his daughter. The main Greek gods are the kind who sometimes choose to cooperate out of interests, and sometimes fight because of competing for divine power. Separate and combine, that's how willful it is. Athena can do whatever she wants in private, at least she won't publicly disobey Zeus. Knowing that Ange might cheat her, Athena really didn't dare to attack her directly. At this moment, Athena thought about countless possibilities, and finally she said, "You can take Helen, but that's all." Ange heard the subtext in her mouth, let alone fear. He didn't even have the slightest respect. "Hey. Athena, are you serious?" This tone is not without arrogance. At this moment, not to mention Helen trembling with fright, even Penthesilea was sweating for Ange. "That is the mane of Olympus. How dare you talk to Athena like that? Or, your background is so big that it frightens God?" Here, Ange breathed out so loudly, but it really stunned Athena. Unfortunately, God's authority cannot be challenged, and Athena unexpectedly remained silent despite feeling a little bad. Ange sneered, if Athena really had to be so awesome, she wouldn't disappear in the later DC history. Now that he is connected to the world of Wonder Woman, it means that the world has to form a closed loop. If the world wants to justify itself, Athena will be quite miserable if she doesn't rush to the end. Otherwise, there will be no Ares. Beating up Zeus is a thing. Ange raised his head proudly, "Very good. Since it's your decision, then so be it. I hope that one day in the future, you won't come to beg me." These words caused the eyes of the other 3 pairs to stare to the limit. This is blasphemy. Kratos, how dare he? But Athena didn't even fart, and then the owl flapped its wings and flew away. In the night sky, apart from the sound of shouting and killing in the distance, there is only the clear and incomparable cuckoo cry of the owl. "Let's go." Ange supported Penthesilea with one hand, while Helen didn't dare to show her breath, and ran over. There was a miraculous light on the portal again. Just as the three of Ange were about to leave, several Greek chariots rushed over. From Helen's shocked and terrified expression, Ange knew who it was. He put his arms around Helen, and then greeted the golden-looking old man in bronze armor in the distance, "Farewell." Chapter 97. Men are all childish ghosts, 6 more. It's really exciting to run after pretending to be aggressive. Anyway, there is no benefit in continuing to stay. The fall of the city of Troy was caused by a large group of Greek gods. Ange had no interest in confronting them in this age when the gods were powerful. The familiar sense of teleportation came again, and Ange could feel the panic on the faces of the two women. Helen will not talk about it, and a fierce girl like little Peng Peng has never experienced such a feeling. After an unknown amount of time passed, the eyes of the three blurred. Ange let out a long sigh of relief. When he saw the familiar basement, he knew that he was finally back. A failed and successful teleportation. It's crooked, but not completely crooked. Ange touched his nose, wondering how Wonder Woman would feel when she saw her aunt. The first thing to do is to call an ambulance first. Penthesilea just fought fiercely and caused the wound on his abdomen to open, and now he looks very bad. Ange pulled off his hood, revealing a young face that was completely different from Mr. Quay. Queen Amazon was stunned on the spot. "This is my true face. But before that, you need a healer. This is a completely different world from Troy. If you see a group of people in white coats surrounding you, please do not fight back. The purpose of opening your stomach is to sew up your severed intestines." The queen's eyelids twitched wildly, but the Achilles sword in her hand gave her great spiritual support. "Okay. I believe in you." To be honest, a woman who was seriously injured by a sharp weapon is still a black household without a social welfare certificate, ID card. Theoretically, the hospital should go to the police station. In the face of financial ability, this is not a problem. During Penthesilea's operation, Angus called Wonder Woman, but couldn't get through. I don't know where the heroine went to where there is no signal. Looking at the strange world and surrounded by the strange environment, Helen was at a loss. "What do you need me for, Lord Kratos?" Ange frowned. To be honest, taking Helen away was definitely an accident. He let go of his perception, and suddenly discovered a very faint cluster of divine power glowing in Helen's lower abdomen. Don't ask, it's Athena's masterpiece. Athena has too many priesthoods, and many people don't know that she is also a virgin. Athena had 100 ways to prevent Ange from meeting Helen, but she just used the simplest and unsolvable one: divine crushing. Unless it is the main who is at the same level as Olympus, no one can touch Helen. Not only is it forbidden to touch, but Helen also seems to have added something similar to optical camouflage to Helen's face. This is like a beauty camera, which refracts the light, but the beauty camera is to become more beautiful. This power is to fine-tune the curve of her face visually, making her look less beautiful. Only now that Ange has divinity, can he have a glimpse of Helen's true face. He sighed, Kratos is just my pseudonym, my real name is Anger. You can call me by this name from now on." "Okay, Mr. Ange." Helen nodded very cautiously. "When you call me, you don't need to add the suffix adult, you should call me Mr. Dot." "Yes, Mr. Ange, Mr." Here, Sister Canary found out that Ange was back after passing the ambulance. They were stunned as soon as they entered the door. Let alone a beautiful female warrior, what happened to this sudden Greek woman? Ange looked at the two sisters, raised his forehead and said, "It's a long story, I teleported wrongly, and finally rescued Wonder Woman's relatives. Maybe you don't believe me, I ran to Troy City. After he briefly finished speaking, the two sisters looked at him even more strangely. "Stop talking, you asked Helen to change into a different set of clothes?" You can't wear a Greek-style dress. Oh, yes. Sister Lance's eyes were a little complicated. Then it was a coincidence that just after Ange came back from the hospital, he discovered that Tony had come, not driving Iron Man, but driving. Hi. Dude. Long time no see. What brought you here? Ange stood up and welcomed Tony with open arms. He froze for a moment as soon as he finished speaking, because he saw a familiar red-haired big boy next to Tony. Wavy beauty. She just stood there seemingly casually, and her elegant figure clearly revealed that she had undergone strict dance and etiquette training. Her and beautiful oval face is very shocking to men. Even if she wears a black dress with a very professional female style, which can be matched with a nuclear bomb-level body curve, it can still make any man short of breath when he sees her. Just a slight upturn of the corner of the mouth, and the man's soul will be hooked away. Seeing Anger's dazed expression, Tony smiled triumphantly. This is my new legal secretary, Ms. Natalie Rushman. Man. Always like beautiful. Even if Tony adopts his heart and raises his now, he no longer acts as a groom every night, and wholeheartedly dates with little Miss Pepper Potts. Then, don't touch it, why don't you put a vase by your side to make you look good? Ange understands Tony's little thoughts, and Ange really understands them. If he saw such a beautiful girl, he would also be moved. It's just, Tony, you big bastard, why do you always get into trouble with girls you shouldn't be messing with? This is the famous Black Widow, the vaguely known widow's sister. Hello, I'm Natalie Rushman. The widowed sister bowed forward very graciously, and then Ange also kissed her hand very graciously. Beautiful lady, it is an honor to meet you. This time, Tony straightened his back. You know, the last time he went to Angie's yacht, he was deeply shocked by Catwoman's appearance and figure. Zhengong Little Pepper's appearance is not to mention, no matter what, he loses to Catwoman. With Miss Natalie this time, at least she can draw with Catwoman. These two women cannot be compared, after all, such things as appearance can have their own merits. Tony is sure that he will win this time no matter what. He straightened his back and straightened the skirt of his suit intentionally or unintentionally. This is stinky. Ange is not used to it. No, it should be said that Angie's girl is not used to Tony. Ange had just welcomed them into the living room when he saw the Black Canary bringing Helen. Obviously Helen is only wearing a cosplay-oriented lace-made outfit with black background and white lace. Because of her super hardware, it gives her the feeling of wearing an evening dress. Tony people are stupid. At first, he thought that Miss Natalie's biggest flaw was her height. After all, the height of 1.60 meters is really flawed among the beauties, which can only be made up for by high heels. After deducting 5 points for the height issue, Tony thought he could give Natalie 95 points. Now it's alright, a maid with 100 points comes directly opposite. No. Some people have 100 points because she reached 100 points, and some people have 100 points because the highest is only 100 points. Tony, who has spent more than 10 years in the flower bushes, is not blind. Natalie's noble temperament comes from physical training. And the temperament of the maid on the opposite side is simply natural. She is definitely a young lady from an old aristocratic family. Comparing the two, the judgment is judged. This is a dimensionality reduction blow. Tony leaned over. You bastard, did you do it on purpose or by accident? To be honest, I was careless on purpose. Tony's face suddenly looked as if he had eaten an unclean intestine. Chapter 98 Tony found out my identity, 7 more. Tony was depressed but decided to get down to business. He waved his hand, and a widow dressed as a female secretary came up, opened a folder in front of Angie, and showed the official documents inside. Ange used his supervision and perception to quickly browse through it, and signed it. This is about the equity transfer of Stark Enterprises. It says that Tony bought Angle's shares at a premium of 10%. Well, Tony's handwriting is much worse than that of a big dog like Saudi Aramco. He bought the shares of a certain company in China at a direct premium of 88%. Of course there are provisos, but this is a win-win situation. There is the idea of complaining in his heart, but Angle doesn't have much opinion. After all, he knows what Tony encountered in the plot of Iron Man 2. The result is a process. He snapped his fingers, and Black Canary came over, offering them champagne. Tony looked curiously at Helen, who was a little numb in the distance, and asked Ange, "Where did you get it?" "I picked it up in Greece." "She doesn't even know English." Tony hesitated for a moment. "No trouble." "No trouble." Tony looked like I understood, sipped Ange's champagne, and finally sat down. Ange saw this, made a gesture, and Black Canary took the widow to the lounge next door. When there was no one around, Ange finally asked, "Is there any trouble?" Tony's expression is very subtle. "Yes. You know this thing on my chest?" Tony unbuttoned the front of his neck, revealing a shocking chest. He has Iron Man's power furnace on his chest, but now the surrounding skin is full of blue veins. This thing is like a big octopus clinging to his chest, and the tentacles of the octopus have spread out. Poisoned. Palladium poisoning. I'm probably going to die. After all, Ange helped Tony in Afghanistan back then, and knowing the whole process of Tony's doing this, Tony has nothing to hide from him. "Have you asked Ethan?" "None of us have a good idea. I'm not good at this." Anger spread his hands. "How about I ask Batman for you?" As soon as he said this, Tony had a subtle expression of unwillingness on his face. As the saying goes, colleagues are enemies, and Tony, who didn't know the identity of Master Wayne, murmured many times, "In the end, I really couldn't find him again." "Then why did you come to me?" Tony's 10 fingers of both hands faced each other, and the fingers were all spread apart. "If I really die, I want to leave my wealth to Pepper." Ange froze for a moment, then raised the goblet. "Salute to love. Take a girl who sings and sings every night, willing to leave her family property to an unmarried woman. This can only be called true love." Tony clinked glasses with anger. I know that I have offended many people. I just said that in case some guys follow Potts after I die. Can you please help me get rid of them?" Ange suddenly laughed. Who would have thought that the famous Iron Man came here for Twogu? But according to Tony's current situation, it's really not unusual. Ange originally wanted to punch Tony's chest, but he was taken aback for a moment, and instead patted Tony on the shoulder lightly. "You should prepare with both hands. The first is to leave a sum of money that no one can get except Miss Potts. Money, and prepare an evacuation plan. The second is that you try to keep yourself alive as much as possible. You did it in Afghanistan, and you can do it now. What if? If it doesn't work, come to me. I can try to help you those things out. Of course, life and death are at your own risk." Ange flipped his right hand, and in his palm, an unknown force was condensing into a slow circle sphere. Tony's expression is really wonderful. Cough. "Is this what you often talk about? The end of science is metaphysics." Ange touched his nose embarrassingly. "Ouch, I accidentally exported culture." No matter what, it is always a good thing to have an extra guarantee, and the little grievances in Tony's heart suddenly decreased a lot. So, after chatting, they started talking about other things. "Ange, I've been in a lot of trouble recently. It's another congressional hearing and a sniper attack by Hammer. Those guys are actually developing a robot army similar to Iron Man. I don't even look at who I am. His family has too much technology. Lo. If it weren't for the recent zombie incident, Congress would not suddenly value the robot soldier plan." Ange rolled his eyes, and suddenly felt that it was a good thing that he was forced to sell the shares of Stark Industries. Maybe he will be the one to go to the congressional hearing in the old United States. Ange doubted the IQ of those congressmen supported by the big Chable. Will your TikTok automatically connect to your home Wi-Fi? Those congressmen can even ask such stupid questions. What is social software called if social software is not connected to the internet? To put it bluntly, the members of Congress did not like Tony, first set the Iron Man represented by Tony as guilty of original sin, not sharing technology with the old American military for free, and then besieged Tony. Hammer? It's just a clown. Instead of worrying about him, you might as well worry about whether this guy with an IQ of 80 points will be used by bad guys. After all, his factory is still very fragrant. Angle unceremoniously belittled Tony's yep, that puts Tony in a good mood. Tony clinked glasses with anger again and drank it down. Sure enough, we are divided into groups. Salute to our idiot opponent. There is never a lack of bitter irony in the mouth, which is very Tony. By the way, your female secretary. Ange just opened his mouth, but Tony stopped him. Hey, even if I love Pepper, it doesn't stop me from admiring beautiful women. I won't give her up to you. Ange rolled his eyes and leaned over. Be careful, I smell a spy on her. Tony was a little drunk, but now he woke up. What? Seriously? My instinct as a warrior tells me that her skill is still higher than that of my sister Lance. This is not the strength that a secretary should have. Kratos besides our two sisters pretending to be female robots, Tony knows it. From the information that flowed out from the Battle of the Empire State Building, Tony knew very well that the Lance sisters were not weak in battle. This news really shocked Tony into a cold sweat. Looking at Tony's expression, Ange resisted the urge to sell shield, and pulled the balance in Tony's heart back a little, but don't worry, I don't feel that she is hostile to you. In my case it seems that this should be sent by a domestic government organization to monitor you. Tony hesitated for a moment, remembering that he recently played the trick of fingering at 1,000 fingers in Congress. How can those masters who claim to be superior see him pleasing to the eye? Tony suddenly felt relieved. Okay, I'll deal with Natalie's matter later. After bragging and farting for a long time, Tony left contentedly, but his secretary returned to the safe house after finishing work, and immediately made a call. Boss. Tony found out my identity. Chapter 99. If you have something to do, kill the Flash and sacrifice to the sky. 8 more. On the other side of the confidential phone, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury's remaining one eye shone out. Details. Tony Stark pretended to accidentally knock over a glass and it exploded right at my feet. I tried not to get out of the way. In fact, the person I suspected the most was Angwayne. The Black Widow quickly locked onto the target. I will send someone to investigate him. Nick said lightly, you focus on your side, if not, we will have a showdown with Mr. Stark. Received. The Widow's sister is not afraid. Compared with the dangerous missions she has performed before, Tony, the son of a traditional rich family rooted in the United States, is just like a good baby. On the contrary, it was Ange who made her unable to see through. She actually felt that Ange gave her a slight sense of oppression. This does not come from wealth and power, the unique majesty of the superior, but a more primitive coercion. It's like she was trained in the Soviet Union, facing a terrible beast in the ice and snow. Is it a bear known as a Siberian hamster? No. That feeling is on top of that. The widow doesn't know. At this moment, like Nick, she is flipping through Angie's information on the confidential computer. The more they watched, the more confused they became. Angie's background is quite clean. Perhaps Angie's information was strictly kept secret by the Wayne family. After Ange entered the Wayne group and changed his surname to Wayne, a lot of information was declassified semi-publicly within the group. S.H.I.E.L.D. easily obtained this part of the information. Ange Wayne, the illegitimate son of the billionaire Bruce Wayne. Born in Gotham City Hospital, the birth information was kept strictly confidential. He has been living a standard life of a rich family, with poor academic and sports performance, and poor physical fitness. After adulthood, he has been in nightclubs in Gotham City all year round, and he is a very famous fat sheep client. Until recently, Anger took advantage of the great changes in the Stark Group and used the money suspected of being given by his father to invest in the Stark Group. Later, he shorted the Osborne Group, and finally bought his father's company in turn. A person's growth experience often determines the trajectory of his life. According to common sense, a rich man who can do anything but be rich has no other possibility except to become a prodigal. This is where the intelligence contradicts. This made the widow doubt her intuition for the first time after entering the industry. Checking Anger's information repeatedly, except that he was hunted down by Black Mask, and then Black Mask died somehow, and he even packed up the lead singer of the club. It can be said that it is as clean as a piece of white paper. Black Widow secretly decided that if there is a chance, she must check out Anger's background. The problem is that Anger's identity is extremely sensitive. As a more established local chaebol, the Wayne family has deep-rooted power. Several political senators in Congress are family friends of the Wayne family. When these senators ran for office, the Wayne family never hesitated to donate campaign funds. This means that Anger started to make trouble, and the senators of Congress will hold an accountability meeting against SHIELD in minutes. After reading the information, Nick touched his bald head, which looked like a black marinated egg, and his scalp was numb. In the final analysis, the Stark family's roots are still shallow. After all, there are only 2 generations, and they are taking the technical route. Even if they are closely related to the military, they can still be investigated. The Wayne family is really untouchable. Ange couldn't understand Nick's troubles. He is facing another annoyance. In the private hospital, Nge was a little speechless when he saw the paralyzed Penthesilea lying on the hospital bed. Her Lady Queen's mind was somewhat seriously ill. When she saw him entering the ward, she actually wanted to jump up and kill him, and then fell to the ground in pain as soon as she moved. "Please, you just came off your anesthesia. What are narcotics?" Ange raised his forehead. It was really troublesome to teach this woman common sense. After finally explaining it, the Queen finally calmed down. The level of doctors in this world is really good. We use sewing needles to sew up the wound at most, and then it depends on luck if you survive. Ange rolled his eyes, hee. It's really barbaric. Then what? You are not a Spartan at all. I haven't been able to sense the breath of any in this world. Can you tell me, how did your starlight crown come from? Coincidentally, at this moment, Wonder Woman called. Angie's expression was very exciting. He answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone. "Diana, maybe you don't believe me, I brought back your Aunt Penthesilea." What? Without saying anything else, Diana herself was a little confused. Wait. If you are talking about my aunt in that world, she should have died in Battle of Troy. Actually, I just went to Troy. I am coming over now. Half an hour later, Diana rushed to see her legendary aunt in the private ward of Angie's villa. Almost as soon as she entered the gate, Diana took off all modern clothes and was dressed in an Amazon dress. In fact, after seeing each other's faces that are 80% similar to their own, they don't even need to ask to know that their relatives are definitely not running away. My God. Auntie, is it really you? Diana? I just heard about your birth. I injured your mother at that time, and I was ashamed to see her. Penthesilea's face was full of embarrassment. No. The Queen Mother will not mind. She often mentions you. She said you are the most heroic Amazon female warrior. I have always used you as a role model since I was a child. The niece and aunt chatted eagerly like this. Of course it was inevitable to talk about Ange. When Diana knew that Ange had killed Achilles, she opened her mouth in surprise. Really? Of course. This is Achilles' sword. Penthesilea proudly showed off. If I hadn't helped him get a sword, he wouldn't be able to deal with Achilles. Wonder Woman chatted with her aunt for more than an hour before she came out and approached Ange. Anyway, thank you. I'm just a little confused about this world. Don't talk about you, I also have a headache. Ange explained with a wry smile. Obviously, this hodgepodge world is centered on Marvel and DC. According to the current data, it is at least connected to the zombie universe and a Greek mythological universe that is theoretically not at the same time as the main world. This is outrageous. Ange suddenly remembered the famous Flashpoint paradox. This story tells the story of the Flash being used by his old enemy Reverse Lightning to travel across time and space in order to save his mother and change history, but the result is a butterfly effect that triggers World War III. Relying on one's own ability to travel through time and space with good intentions, but seriously disturbed history, and came up with a famous law: kill Flash and sacrifice to heaven. If the space-time paradox leads to the destruction of the world, it must be the Flash, so kill the Flash god. Ange felt that if he could do something wrong, he would end up in the same way. Chapter 100. Smile brightly, beat people harder, 9 more. Ange secretly made a decision: he wanted to find Tony to get a set of the Flash cosplay. If something really happens in the future, then let the Flash top the tank. Anyway, it's right to stab the Flash. Flash, thank you. Think and do it. That night, Tony received a secret email from Aang, saying that he wanted to customize a Flash uniform and a Gundam mecha jacket. On the surface, it is an exoskeleton mechanical system, and its actual combat power is naturally far inferior to that of Iron Man. It is just used by someone to cover up. For some reason, Tony just thought of the scene of the classical Greek beauty she met today wearing an exoskeleton mech playing with Aang. This style of painting is really a bit different. That played really well. Pulling away. Here, after Ange finished explaining the primary and secondary worlds, his discussion with Wonder Woman became a bit heart-wrenching. You said you killed Achilles. You used Achilles' heel. Diana smiled mysteriously. Ange was embarrassed. Did anyone tell you that a woman who is too smart will make men feel unlovable? Wonder Woman shrugged and showed a playful smile. No way, I will go to the library when I have nothing to do after I come to this world. My main concern must be Greek mythology. Then what? Go to the city of Troy for me, I will probably do the same. It's just that you did better than I thought. You flatter me. The Godslayer power seed I gave you seems to have grown into a towering tree in such a short period of time. Diana smiled wryly, but the strength of her genuine Godslayer did not improve at all. Can Ange say that he made his fortune by relying on the system? Here, do you want to try my current strength? Nge suggested. Okay. No matter how Wonder Woman looked at the Battle of Kratos, she still lacked an intuitive understanding of Ange's strength. She was just wondering if Ange would be able to fight without using the blood of the Olympus gods. Now, what kind of strength can it reach? No nonsense. The two of them ignored the protest of an aunt who wanted to watch the fun and didn't want to lie in the hospital bed to recuperate, and flew to the private manor on the island in a private helicopter. Long lost manor, enough privacy. As long as the island is not blown up, there will be no one here to take a look. In the spacious basement of the villa on the island, Nge put on a full set of divine attire. Wonder Woman suddenly asked, does the scene look like when Achilles confronted my aunt? Ange stared at the woman dressed in cool clothes, and shook his head. She was wearing thick clothes at the time, and Achilles didn't find out that she was a woman until he was about to kill her, so he wanted to marry her as his wife. Diana tilted her head, but didn't ask any further questions. After all, this topic could easily go off the rails. She slammed the divine sword that also came from Hephaestus, the of craftsman, on the divine shield, and made a rather classic provocative gesture, come. Ange bit the bullet. With his 99 points of perception, he could have heard the breathing of the wolf dog on the edge of the villa, and he could easily feel the flow of air. In the vision, Wonder Woman is posing heroically like this, but Eng seems to be facing an impenetrable fortress wall, directly suppressing his perception to the limit. At this moment, Wonder Woman gave him the feeling like a towering mountain that cannot fall down. Just standing there can make the wind stagnate, and even the rain clouds have to give up their water on the hillside. Eng swallowed his saliva. Obviously he was already a demigod-level existence, but he was suppressed by Wonder Woman's aura. He began to understand why Wonder Woman is an existence that can challenge Superman in DC. Eng was surprised, but when it came to Wonder Woman, he was shocked. She knew very well that Eng was not a descendant of the Greek gods at all. Don't talk about second-generation and third-generation heroes, this guy doesn't even have Greek blood. But in the blink of an eye, the strange-shaped war blade in Anger's right hand had already reached Diana's head. Diana glanced at it and understood how powerful this knife was. It seemed as if Mount Olympus was toppled over her head, mixed with the blade of thunder. It really had the momentum of a thunderbolt. Before the knife arrived, the momentum was full. With just this knife, Diana confirmed that Engi's fusion of the power of the Greek gods had already reached the point where it could crush most of the descendants of gods. Most of the second-generation heroes will not be his opponents. Facing Engi's sharp blow, Diana used her seemingly slender body to make an extremely heavy sword gesture. If you were someone else, you would feel that Engi's saber was so powerful that it was inevitable. Diana's response is, "Don't dodge." She is like the lofty mountain that has stood for thousands of years. Even if the wind blows and rains, I will not move. Her movements seemed to be slow but fast, not much more, not less than a little bit raised the shield above her head, and only half of her forehead and a pair of eyes as bright as the sun were exposed above the shield. When? This is no longer a violent shock. The shock wave caused by the sword and shield directly swayed away, shattering all the light tubes in the basement, as well as the glass at both ends near the transom on the ground. Even if Eng ordered the bodyguards to stay away in advance and asked the Lance sisters to help clear the scene, the bodyguards still instinctively raised their guns when they heard the loud explosion-like sound from a distance. "It's okay. Did you forget the boss order?" White Canary snapped. Over there, Louis wiped his sweat and comforted the overwhelmed bodyguards. When no one was paying attention when he turned his head, he muttered in a low voice, "God. What did I protect? This tough guy, who is protecting whom?" Louis made up his mind. Anyway, he would take as much as Eng gave him in the future, and never mention the salary increase. Facing such an employer, being a bodyguard really doesn't give him any sense of accomplishment. In the basement, the fierce fighting continued. Using the Aegis to block Aang's first blow, Diana's counterattack came as expected. It's just that her piercing Vulcan sword was blocked by Anger with the Hector in the twin knives on his left hand. The swords intersected and a dazzling spark fell. This is not an ordinary spark. As soon as the divine spark pops out, Anger can feel the elements in the surrounding atmosphere screaming like screams, and they are subconsciously fleeing the place of the battle. This collision is not over yet. Wonder Woman's biceps, which didn't look exaggerated, arched slightly, and Aang immediately felt that she was constantly increasing the strength of her hands. After wearing the Kui leather cover, he had more than 230 points of strength, and he couldn't hold it. His waist instinctively bent back immediately. As the saying goes, the brighter the smile, the harder the beating. Diana showed an expression of appreciation, and then, upped the scale. At first it looked like being run over by a tank in the face, but in the end it looked like Diana filmed his family's yacht and hooked him up. The unrivaled surging force increased inch by inch, and finally Aang found that he had no way to retreat, no way to avoid, and was then sent flying. Boom! 20 meters away, he printed a huge human figure on the wall.